everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Fusion System, Author, bold_verse, Synopsis transmigrated into the world of Naruto, he obtained a fusion system. By fusing with a simple tree branch, he unexpectedly gained the ability of photosynthesis. By absorbing sunlight, he could not only recover stamina, chakra, and heal injuries, but also continuously grow stronger. It was insanely overpowered. Youth needs passion. Rin, let's go train. Might Guy shouted energetically. Not going. I'm going to sunbathe, Uzumaki Rin replied, shaking his head. Let's hurry and carry out the mission, said Kakashi Hatake. Nighttime isn't my domain. We'll go tomorrow during the day. Rin looked up at the moonlight and shook his head again. Fusing with a tree branch was nothing. Fusing with chakra-conductive metal was the real deal. Chapter 1-57, saved by Jiraiya 1164 words, don't kill me. Filthy commoners, all of you die. When Uzumaki Rin regained consciousness, the scene before him left him completely stunned. A man dressed in ninja attire looking wildly out of place was harvesting lives one after another with shuriken in hand. The first thing Uzumaki Rin wanted to do upon seeing this was to run. But the moment he tried to move, he realized something was wrong. His body was tightly wrapped, and after a brief moment of sensing his condition, he discovered the truth: he was a baby. Is happening? How did I turn into a baby? Just then, he felt something like raindrops falling onto his face. But when he wiped it with his tiny hand, he realized it wasn't rain. It was blood. Turning his head, he saw a pair of lifeless eyes. The light had already faded from them, yet on that face remained a trace of gentle love, and a faint hint of unwillingness. Is this my mother in this life? Even in death, she still wore a loving smile. That trace of reluctance on her face. Was it because she couldn't continue to take care of me? Because she didn't want to die? Why would fate show me something this cruel? In his previous life on Earth, Uzumaki Rin had been an orphan. Born with a congenital heart condition, he had been abandoned at the gates of an orphanage. From a young age, he could only watch others run and play, while he himself couldn't engage in any strenuous activity. He couldn't even let his emotions fluctuate too much. And on the day the old director of the orphanage passed away, he could no longer remain calm. That was when his life ended. Yet now, upon opening his eyes once again, he had been reborn. Why let me see something like this? Why couldn't it be a scene of warmth in a delivery room, with parents who loved me? Why do I have to watch my mother die right in front of me? Uzumaki Rin roared inwardly, his chest filled with rage as he vented his fury toward the heavens. But his furious cries only came out as shrill wails of a baby. There's still a little brat here. At your age, you won't survive anyway. I might as well show mercy and send you to reunite with your mother. After slaughtering everyone, the ninja was about to leave when Uzumaki Rin's cries caught his attention. Having just vented his emotions, Uzumaki Rin looked up only to see the blood-stained ninja walking toward him with a shuriken in hand. It's over. My voice must have attracted him. What do I do? Did I really just transmigrate only to die again? Don't blame me, kid. Blame your bad luck. With that, the ninja raised his shuriken. Uzumaki Rin was already in despair. What kind of difference in strength existed between a baby and a ninja? It was immeasurable. Even 100 million babies couldn't harm a single hair on a ninja's head. Just as he closed his eyes, ready to accept death, a voice sounded from behind the ninja. Rasengan. The ninja standing before Uzumaki Rin was instantly sent flying, spinning through the air. A scream followed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. It was clear the ninja was dead. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that Uzumaki Rin recognized the person who had just appeared and saved his life. One of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. The distinctive facial markings, the wild white hair, and that Rasengan technique famous throughout the Naruto world, there was no doubt. The man before him was Jiraiya. I really did transmigrate into the Naruto world. The Uzumaki clan, kid, you're lucky you ran into me. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. But why do I keep crossing paths with the Uzumaki clan? I just finished teaching one Uzumaki disciple, and before I even made it back to Konoha, I end up saving another Uzumaki baby. Jiraiya glanced at Uzumaki Rin, and the corpse of his mother beside him, sighing as he muttered to himself. After that, he picked up the infant Uzumaki Rin and performed a jutsu. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Kid, I need to return to Konoha, so I don't have time to properly bury your mother. When you grow up, come back and move her grave yourself. Although Uzumaki Rin was in Jiraiya's arms, he could see everything clearly. His mother's body was carefully protected, wrapped in earth before being gently lowered underground. It wasn't as good as a proper coffin, but expecting Jiraiya to craft one was unrealistic. So Uzumaki Rin didn't feel dissatisfied. Instead, he silently swore that when he grew up, he would return and give his mother a proper burial. Even though his mother in this life had never spent a single day with him, it was she who gave him life. Especially the expression she had before death, it made his heart ache deeply. That was something he had never experienced before. A mother's love. As Jiraiya leapt from tree to tree, Uzumaki Rin, due to his infant body, gradually fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he found himself in a room. Beside him was an empty milk bottle, and Jiraiya was sleeping nearby. Perhaps it was Uzumaki Rin's breathing changing, or the small noises he made while moving, but just as he looked toward Jiraiya, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. Kid, you're awake. Hungry again? Didn't you just drink milk? How are you hungry so fast? Jiraiya sat up and spoke. Hungry my ass, I need to pee. Uzumaki Rin tried to speak, but all that came out were incoherent baby sounds. Looks like you really are hungry. You've got quite the appetite, almost on par with the Akimichi clan. Without bothering to confirm, Jiraiya stuffed the milk bottle directly into Uzumaki Rin's mouth. Uzumaki Rin immediately spat the milk out, spraying it all over Jiraiya's face. Brats are the worst. Uzumaki brats are even worse. Jiraiya roared in frustration. Well, if you're not hungry, then fine. Go back to sleep. After venting, Jiraiya lay back down helplessly. But Uzumaki Rin's problem hadn't been solved. There was no way he could just let Jiraiya sleep. Was he supposed to wet himself? So annoying. What do you want now, kid? Jiraiya snapped in irritation. Seeing Uzumaki Rin flailing his arms, Jiraiya suddenly realized something. Don't tell me you need to pee. What a hassle. Helpless, Jiraiya began unwrapping the cloth around Uzumaki Rin to check. But the moment he loosened the cloth, a small stream of liquid shot straight toward his face. Water style, mini water jet. Jiraiya froze completely, struck directly by the ultimate technique. Kids are seriously the biggest pain in the ass. His furious roar echoed for miles. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection chapter 2. Crying like his life depends on it. 1173 words. 2 days later, Jiraiya arrived at Konoha while carrying Uzumaki Rin. This time, Uzumaki Rin wasn't asleep. His bright eyes were wide open as he curiously looked around without blinking. Back when he watched anime in his previous life, he had been very familiar with the image of Konoha. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that no matter how vivid the animation was, it couldn't compare to the real thing. Lord Jiraiya, you've returned. The two shinobi guarding the village gate immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Jiraiya. No need to report it. I'll go speak to the third myself later, Jiraiya replied with a nod before walking straight in. At this moment, Uzumaki Rin was still thinking that he would soon meet the third Hokage. He even wondered whether he might get to see Tsunade and Orochimaru. He didn't notice at all that Jiraiya wasn't heading toward the Hokage Tower. Very quickly, Jiraiya brought Uzumaki Rin to a residential area. Most of the people living there were civilians. One look at their clothing made that clear. Uzumaki Rin was puzzled. Could it be that Jiraiya lived here? Surely one of the legendary Sannin wasn't doing so poorly that he didn't even have his own residence. Lord Jiraiya. As Jiraiya entered a courtyard, a man missing an arm, and a woman hurried out. The moment they saw him, they dropped to one knee respectfully. This child is someone I rescued from the land of rain. Shinji was injured before, so I'll leave this child in your care, Jiraiya said as he handed Uzumaki Rin to the woman. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. We will treat him as our own son, the woman replied immediately and respectfully. I trust you, Jiraiya nodded. After glancing once more at Uzumaki Rin, he turned to leave. At that moment, Uzumaki Rin was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? You're just handing me over to two civilians. Is my future supposed to be ruined like this? Even though the Naruto world values strength above all, background still matters. If Jiraiya raised him, his status would be completely different from that of a civilian child. The resources he would receive growing up would also be on a whole other level. If he stayed with Jiraiya, the people he would come into contact with would be the third Hokage, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Tsukumo Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and other major figures of the story. The kind of help he could get from them would be absolutely insane. But if he became a civilian's child, who would he meet? A bunch of random kids and background shinobi. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. I can't let this happen. Even if I have to act cute today, I have to make Jiraiya take me with him. Kid, behave yourself and stay with them. Be obedient. I'm leaving, Jiraiya said, waving at Uzumaki Rin. At that moment, Uzumaki Rin's lips trembled, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes. His eyes turned red as he looked at Jiraiya with a pitiful expression so miserable that anyone who saw it would feel heartbroken. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment when he saw that expression, but after thinking about his own situation, he hardened his resolve. He simply couldn't take care of a child. So he turned his head and left. The moment Uzumaki Rin saw Jiraiya vanish using the body flicker technique, he immediately began wailing. He cried with such intensity that it was utterly heartbreaking. Anyone who heard it would feel sorrow, anyone who saw it would be moved to tears. No matter how the couple tried to comfort him, nothing worked. Outside the courtyard, Jiraiya heard Uzumaki Rin's cries, and his heart seemed to tighten. Although he felt reluctant, he knew he couldn't raise a child. After listening for a while, he gritted his teeth, and left once again. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Rin continued crying. Only now did he realize that for a baby, crying was actually an exhausting task. But even after crying for more than 10 minutes, Jiraiya still hadn't returned. Uzumaki Rin felt extremely frustrated. Still, he had no choice but to keep crying. If he stopped now, everything would be set in stone and that would be the end of him. Even if Jiraiya really left, the third Hokage might be watching this through the crystal ball. Once Jiraiya reached the Hokage, he would see Uzumaki Rin crying. And even if the third wasn't watching, it didn't matter. Uzumaki Rin would just keep crying. At worst, he'd go on a hunger strike and continue crying. Even if his throat got damaged, it didn't matter. Tsunade could fix it easily. In short, as long as he could stay with Jiraiya, nothing else mattered. A few minutes later, Jiraiya appeared in the third Hokage's office. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not old yet. He was in his prime, known as the Professor, full of authority and power. There was none of the later frailty right now. He truly embodied what a Hokage should be. Old man, I'm back. How is Tsunade doing? Jiraiya asked urgently as soon as he entered. The death of Nawaki hit her hard. You should go see her later, Hiruzen said in a heavy tone. Then I'm heading out, Jiraiya said immediately after hearing that, turning to leave. Aren't you going to explain about the child you brought back? Hiruzen stopped him. I rescued him on the way back to Konoha. He should be from the Uzumaki clan, Jiraiya replied. I could tell from his hair color. Otherwise, I might have thought he was your son. Ever since you handed him over, he's been crying non-stop. He hasn't stopped yet, Hiruzen said with a smile. Jiraiya paused, then glanced at the crystal ball. At that moment, the image inside the crystal ball showed Uzumaki-Rin crying loudly, while the couple tried helplessly to comfort him. I'll be going, Jiraiya said after a brief silence. After Jiraiya left, Hiruzen smiled mysteriously and continued watching the crystal ball. Soon, Jiraiya appeared in the scene displayed within it. This child is actually quite important to the village. I think it's better if I take him back and raise him myself. I'll find another child for you another day. That's it, Jiraiya said awkwardly as he reappeared before the couple. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, the couple replied, visibly relieved, as they quickly handed Uzumaki-Rin back to him. The moment Uzumaki-Rin returned to Jiraiya's arms, he immediately stopped crying. His big eyes stared at Jiraiya, and he broke into a bright smile. Finally, you're back. If I kept crying any longer, I'd have died from exhaustion. At this moment, Uzumaki-Rin was genuinely happy he didn't have to cry anymore. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki-Rin, whose face was now full of smiles again, and shook his head helplessly before disappearing with another body flicker. New book. Please send Power Stones and add to collection Chapter 3, The System Awakens 1021 words. Not even 2 minutes after Jiraiya carried Uzumaki-Rin away, he fell asleep again. It couldn't be helped, crying was exhausting for a baby. When Uzumaki-Rin woke up once more, he found himself lying in a cradle. Just as he was wondering whether he should start crying again, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside the cradle with a flash, startling him. But when he saw their faces clearly, he finally felt at ease. Little Rin, are you hungry? Do you want some milk? Tsunade asked with a smile. You're going to feed him. Jiraiya stood to the side, staring at Tsunade's chest as he swallowed hard. In the next second, Jiraiya vanished, and a large hole appeared in the roof. Seeing such a familiar scene, Uzumaki-Rin burst into laughter, truly happy laughter. As expected of Jiraiya, always courting death. Saying something like that to Tsunade, he really had a death wish. Little Rin seems happy. Oh right, your name will be Uzumaki-Rin. How does that sound? Tsunade said as if nothing had happened. Uzumaki-Rin. At least it's not some ridiculous name. Alright, from now on, my name is Uzumaki-Rin. Since you're smiling, I'll take that as agreement. Now, time to drink your milk, Tsunade said with a grin. From then on, Uzumaki-Rin lived a blissful life of eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. At the same time, he seemed to awaken a bloodline ability that came with his age cuteness release. Jiraiya lost his temper several times and threatened to give him away, but every time Rin acted cute, Tsunade would instantly transform and beat Jiraiya senseless. Eventually, Jiraiya couldn't take it anymore and dumped him at Minato's house. That was how he met the legendary 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the 2nd Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Perhaps because they were both from the Uzumaki clan, Kushina treated him extremely well. Although Kushina was only in her teens at the time, her temper was exactly like in the original story. She would explode at the slightest provocation. Yet toward him, she had never once lost her temper. Compared to Kushina, Tsunade also treated him very well, though she would occasionally lose her temper. While she never directed it at him, it was still quite intimidating to witness. And so, time passed like this, spending a few days at Minato's house, then a few days at Tsunade's, even staying at Orochimaru's place at times. Before he knew it, more than 3 years had gone by. Uncle, I want to learn ninjutsu, Uzumaki-Rin said to Jiraiya after finishing his meal. Why do you want to learn ninjutsu? Jiraiya had long grown used to being called uncle. Ever since Tsunade told Rin to address him that way a year ago, he hadn't changed it. Do you want the honest answer or the fake one? Rin asked, putting on a mature expression far beyond his years. What's the fake answer? And the real one? Jiraiya became interested and asked curiously. The fake answer is that I want to become the strongest ninja, and help you block Tsunade's punches when she beats you up. And the real answer? The real answer is that the next time you dump me in the women's bathhouse and run off, I'll be able to leave on my own instead of getting surrounded by a bunch of aunties. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He had no way to refute that. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll teach you. But before learning ninjutsu, you need to learn how to refine chakra. Jiraiya took out a scroll on chakra refinement and began instructing Rin. Rin listened very carefully. Although he had grown up around the legendary Sannin, no one had taught him ninjutsu yet because he had been too young. But that didn't mean he had been idle over the past 3 years. Even though he couldn't refine chakra or practice ninjutsu, he could still train his body. From the moment he learned to crawl, he had been moving all over the courtyard, deliberately training his coordination. Babies had a natural advantage in this regard, and now his reflexes were exceptionally well developed. Do you understand? Jiraiya asked after finishing his explanation. I understand. I'm going to train now, Rin said, unable to suppress his excitement as he ran into the room. Closing the door, Rin sat cross-legged and began refining chakra with his eyes closed. As a transmigrator, although he hadn't discovered any special advantage over the past 3 years, his mental strength was still stronger than most. Combined with the fact that this body belonged to the Uzumaki clan, naturally possessing powerful vitality, there were no obstacles in refining chakra. Soon, strands of chakra began to emerge from his cells, flowing through his meridians and gathering in his lower abdomen. Everything was going smoothly until the chakra entered his core. It disappeared. Just as Rin was about to panic and go ask Jiraiya what was happening, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Energy replenishment initiated. What's going on? Energy replenishment. Is the chakra I'm losing being used to power this unknown thing? What are you? Rin asked cautiously. Although he suspected this might be his cheat ability, he needed confirmation. Unfortunately, there was no response. The only thing echoing in his mind was the continuous progress of energy replenishment. Gritting his teeth, Rin stopped asking and continued refining chakra. It wasn't that he was careless. If he wanted to become a ninja, refining chakra was inevitable. Even if he stopped now, he would have to do it sooner or later unless he planned to never use chakra in his life. And besides, whatever this thing was, it was already absorbing his chakra. It wasn't something he could control. An hour later, the notification in his mind finally changed. Energy replenishment complete. Initial activation of super fusion system. System initializing. Beginning soul binding. Soul binding complete. Before Rin could even ask what the system was, a massive wave of information suddenly flooded into his mind. New book, please send power stones and add to collection chapter 4, Sage Body Public Belief 1117 words. After a while, Uzumaki Rin rubbed his forehead. Only then did he fully digest all the information the system had transmitted to him. This system was called the Super Fusion System. Simply put, it allowed him to fuse with all kinds of things. According to its description, even abstract concepts like time could be fused. Of course, that was only possible if the host was extremely powerful. Otherwise, if you couldn't even obtain fragments of time, how could you possibly fuse them? Moreover, this fusion wasn't a simple combination. Instead, it extracted the strengths of the fused object and integrated them into the host. Otherwise, if you fused with a rock and turned into a rock yourself, what would be the point? Rin picked up a teacup and silently activated Fusion Scan. Scan complete. Fusing with this item can enhance the toughness and strength of fibrous materials within the host's body. After seeing the result, Rin put the teacup down. For his first fusion, he couldn't be careless. While fusion itself wasn't a problem, if he wanted to fuse another item afterward, he would first have to fully develop the ability gained from the previous fusion to 100%. For example, fusing with this wooden teacup would increase the toughness and strength of his body's fibrous materials, but that enhancement wouldn't reach perfection immediately. Only after he refined that ability to its peak could he proceed with the next fusion. System, scan this for fusion. Rin picked up a kunai. Scan complete. Fusing with this item can enhance the host's bone strength, cell wall strength, and overall power. Rin wasn't satisfied. He put the kunai down and continued scanning other objects. For the next half hour, he scanned everything in the room, but still couldn't find anything suitable to fuse with. Then, his gaze landed on a potted plant. The bonsai was made from the branch of a long-lived tree. This type of tree could survive for an extremely long time, and possessed remarkable vitality. Even when turned into a bonsai and kept in water, as long as the water was changed occasionally, it would rarely die. When Rin saw it, an idea immediately came to mind. Could he fuse with the branch of this tree? System, perform a fusion scan on this. Rin took a small branch from the bonsai and scanned it. Scan complete. Special ability detected, photosynthesis. Fusing with this item can enhance the host's vitality, increase cellular division frequency, strengthen the immune system, and grant the special ability of photosynthesis. Rin froze. Photosynthesis. What kind of ability is that? Am I supposed to plant myself in the ground and wait to sprout? System, what will happen if I fuse this photosynthesis ability into myself? Rin asked. Unknown prior to fusion. Rin fell silent. So basically, all consequences were his own responsibility. Looking at the branch in his hand, he fell into deep thought. After searching for so long, this was the only item with a special ability, and even aside from that, its fusion benefits were quite good. But what if he ended up like those white Zetsu? He definitely didn't want his appearance to change into something like a pitcher plant. System, will my appearance change after fusion? Neither internal organs nor external appearance will change. The host will only gain the abilities of the fused item. If the host has special requirements, the system can also modify fusion rules. No need for that. In that case, I'll fuse it. After thinking it through, Rin made his decision. Fusion target confirmed. Beginning fusion. In the next instant, the branch in his hand disappeared. At the same time, a warm current surged through his body, making him feel completely relaxed and comfortable. Rin could clearly sense that the already vitality-rich cells of the Uzumaki clan were surging with life energy once again. A faint green glow even appeared around his body, an obvious sign of excessive vitality overflowing outward. At the same time, the bonsai beside him began to change. The branch of the long-lived tree started growing rapidly, sprouting countless new shoots, at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually bursting through the flower pot. Seeing this, Rin was speechless. What the hell is this? Even if it boosts vitality, it shouldn't explode to this extent, right? As Rin's life force surged outward, Jiraiya outside sensed it as well. Would release. The moment Jiraiya pushed open the door and saw the scene inside, he was completely stunned. By now, the long-lived tree had grown into a lush small tree under the support of that overwhelming vitality. If it were capable of blooming, the entire room would likely have been filled with fragrance. What's going on here? Jiraiya asked blankly. I don't know either. I was just refining chakra, and then a warm current suddenly surged through my body. After that, I felt really comfortable. And then it turned into this, Rin said with an innocent expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. After 3 years of practice, his acting skills had reached perfection. Forget best actor, he was now performing entirely on instinct. After hearing Rin's explanation, Jiraiya carefully examined him. What he saw shocked him. Even though the fusion had already completed, the dense life energy within Rin's body was still continuously radiating outward. Even compared to Kushina's vitality, it was on a completely different level. Jiraiya didn't even need to bite him, just standing near Rin made him feel refreshed, as if even his old injuries were healing. But Jiraiya wasn't thinking about that right now. He was worried whether this situation might harm Rin's body. Under normal circumstances, such an overwhelming release of life force would mean that the body was overconsuming its own vitality. Once that life energy was exhausted, death would follow. Come on, we're going to Tsunade. After thinking for a while without reaching a conclusion, Jiraiya immediately grabbed Rin and vanished with the body flicker technique, heading straight for Tsunade. If something had truly gone wrong with Rin, then Tsunade was the only one who could save him. When Tsunade saw Rin's condition, she was equally shocked and immediately began examining him. But after a long inspection, she found nothing wrong. Not only were all his indicators normal, they were over 10 times stronger than those of an average person. He was so healthy it was almost absurd. Tsunade, what's wrong with Rin? Jiraiya asked anxiously when he saw her frowning in silence. Tsunade looked at Rin, then said to Jiraiya, in this situation, there's only one explanation. His sage body public belief has awakened. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection chapter 5. Learning the strength of 100 seal. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Jiraiya was completely dumbfounded. The Uzumaki clan has a public belief. I've never heard of that. What exactly is this sage body public belief? Is it something unique to the Uzumaki clan? Jiraiya asked. To be precise, the sage body is a public belief shared by both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. However, there are some differences between the two, though I don't know exactly what they are. The clan's secret records only mention that both the Uzumaki and Senju clans possess the same sage body public belief, but their manifestations differ somewhat. As for the exact differences, it wasn't specified, Tsunade said seriously. Rin's current condition reminded her of her grandfather Senju Hashirama, known as the god of shinobi. Although Hashirama was famous for his wood release, leading many to believe that it was the Senju clan's public belief, Tsunade knew that was just a misconception. The true public belief of the Senju clan was the sage body. It was precisely because her grandfather had awakened the sage body that he possessed such immense chakra, allowing him to wield wood release. The sage body, huh? But in his current state, he's attracting too much attention. Is there any way to control it? Jiraiya asked. Although he was happy that Rin had awakened a public belief, this constant overflow of life force was a problem. This is a natural reaction. It can't be suppressed at all, Tsunade frowned. Rin's situation was entirely due to the overwhelming vitality within his cells, which was continuously leaking out uncontrollably. Then what do we do? Jiraiya was troubled. Life force wasn't chakra, it couldn't be sealed. Unless they sealed every single cell in Rin's body, which was obviously impossible. While Tsunade and Jiraiya were discussing solutions, Rin was lost in thought about what Tsunade had said earlier. Tsunade didn't know the differences between the Uzumaki and Senju sage bodies, but Rin, who had seen Naruto, had his own guesses. There had been many theories suggesting that although both clans possessed the sage body, the Uzumaki clan's vitality was significantly stronger than that of the Senju. Whether it was Kushina Uzumaki, Nagato Uzumaki, or Karen Uzumaki, all of them demonstrated extraordinary vitality and that was without even awakening the sage body. If they had, their vitality would have been even more terrifying. But what about the Senju clan? Aside from Hashirama, who awakened the sage body and became the god of shinobi, the rest of the clan only showed above-average chakra reserves, with nothing particularly special. That didn't align with the expected traits of a sage body. Thus, a theory emerged. The Uzumaki clan might have inherited the physique of the Ten-Tails vessel from the Sage of Six Paths, essentially the sage body of the Ten-Tails husk. This could explain why the Uzumaki were perfect Jinchuriki, while the Senju were not. As for the Senju's sage body, it might require the addition of yang release or natural energy to awaken. That would explain why, aside from Hashirama, no other Senju had successfully awakened it. The requirements were simply too harsh. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, inheriting yin release through the Sharingan, had undergone degeneration. This made awakening easier but reduced its power. Achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was no easier than a Senju awakening the sage body. As for Rin's current fake sage body, it was merely an external manifestation caused by fusing with the long-lived tree. It was definitely not a true awakening of the sage body. He guessed that for the Uzumaki to truly awaken their sage body, it would be just as difficult as the Senju or Uchiha awakening their ultimate powers. It likely had something to do with tailed beasts, but as for how exactly, he had no clue yet. While Rin was thinking through all of this, Tsunade finally came up with a solution, though it wasn't perfect. Since it was impossible to stop Rin's cells from releasing life force, the only option was to make his body capable of handling and storing it. That way, the excess vitality wouldn't leak out. Continuously consuming that life force wasn't realistic, so the only viable method was to store it. Tsunade, you want me to learn an S-rank sealing technique, the strength of 100 seal? Rin was completely stunned. The strength of 100 seal was on the same level as the dead demon consuming seal. Although it didn't appear as terrifying, it fully deserved its S-rank classification. And now she wanted a 4-year-old who had only just learned to refine chakra to start learning an S-rank sealing technique. Wasn't that pushing things a bit too far? Don't want to learn? Let me tell you, until you master the strength of 100 seal, you're not leaving this house. If you do... Tsunade clenched her fist threateningly. But what about learning ninjutsu? Rin asked weakly. Going against Tsunade now would only get him beaten. That won't interfere. Jiraiya will come to teach you. From today onward, you'll stay here until you master the strength of 100 seal, Tsunade declared, leaving no room for argument. And just like that, Rin began living with Tsunade. It was both painful and enjoyable. Because the life force he emitted was beneficial to others, Tsunade insisted on holding him every night as they slept, claiming that instead of wasting that life force, she might as well benefit from it. That's right, Tsunade had discovered that Rin's life force could slow cellular aging. From that moment on, she never left his side, treating him like a living elixir of immortality. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection chapter 6. Finally starting school, 1227 words in the blink of an eye. More than a year had passed, and Uzumaki Rin was now 5 years old. Although he had mastered the strength of 100 seal in just 2 months, he still stayed at Tsunade's house for over a year. Since the Second Great Ninja War had ended, Tsunade had nothing to do, so she took him along everywhere, sometimes even dragging him along to gamble. It's worth mentioning that because of Rin's presence, after Nawaki's death, Tsunade redirected her affection for her younger brother onto him. Dan had come to see Tsunade many times during that period, but Rin had always managed to disrupt things. Eventually, Dan died on the battlefield, and Tsunade didn't seem particularly affected. As for why she didn't let Rin leave, her reason was simple: this human-shaped pillow was too comfortable. Holding him while sleeping made her feel at ease. The worst part was that Kushina would sometimes come over to fight Tsunade for the right to possess him. It was truly miserable. So over the past year, Rin hadn't learned much in terms of regular ninjutsu, but he had picked up quite a bit of medical ninjutsu and sealing techniques. The only offensive technique he truly mastered was the Rasengan. Of course, if the strength of 100 seal's monstrous strength counted, then that made 2. But today, he was finally free. Because he had turned 5. It was time to enroll in the Ninja Academy. Under the escort of the 2 queens, Tsunade and Kushina, Uzumaki Rin swaggered toward the academy gates like a boss, walking with an exaggerated, arrogant gait. At this moment, he couldn't have looked more overbearing. He practically wanted to strut sideways. After all, with Tsunade and Kushina backing him in Konoha, forget a mere academy, even the Hokage's office wasn't off limits if he felt like causing trouble. Rin, don't be so arrogant. Be careful or someone might beat you up, Tsunade said, rubbing her forehead as she saw his expression of "this place is mine now. These brats want to beat me. I can take on 8 of them by myself," Rin said disdainfully, completely ignoring the angry glares from the surrounding children. Just as Tsunade was about to lecture him, she suddenly noticed someone standing nearby with a child. Rin, see that boy? His name is Kakashi Hatake. If you want to dominate the academy, you'll have to defeat him first, Tsunade said with a smile. Even without her introduction, Rin had already noticed Kakashi and his father, Tsukumo Hatake. Based on his memories, if Kakashi was enrolling now, that meant he was 5 years old this year, same as him. By the end of the year, Kakashi would apply for graduation, setting the record as the youngest graduate at age 5. The following year, he would become a chunin. And the year after that, when Kakashi was 7, his father the White Fang would commit suicide. While Rin was thinking, Tsunade smacked him on the head, making him wince. What are you spacing out for? Greet them, Tsunade scolded. Hello, Uncle White Fang, Rin said, holding his head as he greeted Tsukumo Hatake. The three adults fell silent. Why did you hit me again? I already greeted him. You should call him Uncle Tsukumo, not Uncle White Fang. You didn't tell me that. Seeing Tsunade scolding Rin, Tsukumo Hatake wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and quickly stepped in. Princess Tsunade, it's fine however Rin addresses me. Please don't scold him. After that, Tsukumo introduced Kakashi and had him greet everyone. The adults began chatting among themselves, with Kushina occasionally joining in. Meanwhile, Rin and Kakashi stared at each other. The Hatake family had strict upbringing, so although Kakashi was clearly irritated by Rin's stare, he didn't say anything. You're Kakashi Hatake, the so-called super genius. Rin finally spoke. Kakashi raised an eyebrow but remained silent, clearly a bit proud. But the next moment, his expression froze. But geniuses like you. I can take on 8 of you alone. So from now on, you can call yourself a genius, but I'm the super genius. Rin said smugly. I challenge you to a duel, Kakashi snapped. Despite his composure, he was still just a child. I won't fight you, Rin replied indifferently. You're scared. Coward, Kakashi sneered. I'm afraid I'll beat you so badly you won't be able to take care of yourself. When I go all out, even I'm scared of myself, Rin said, gazing up at a 45-degree angle. Their conversation left Tsunade, Kushina, and Tsukumo completely speechless. Soon, a teacher from the academy came out. Rin and the still fuming Kakashi entered the school, waiting to be assigned to classes. Kurina Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, Rin Noara, Izumo Kamizuki, Kotetsu Higane, Ginma Shiranui, Ebisu, Uzumaki Rin. Students whose names have been called, gather here, a chunin instructor announced after reading from a scroll. Looking at the group of children, future key figures of Konoha, the gateguard duo, and even a future major antagonist, Rin found it all extremely amusing. He even decided that tomorrow, he would bring a camera to record all their embarrassing childhood moments. When they grew up and became Konoha's pillars, he could pull out those photos. At that time, he probably wouldn't have to pay for barbecue ever again. Just one meal from each of them could last him over a week. Uzumaki Rin and Uchiha Obito, are you here? Hurry up and gather. The chunin instructor called out again, interrupting his thoughts. I'm here, Rin replied, quickly running over. But as soon as he joined the group, the other children began whispering while looking at him. Red hair, that's weird. He's so small. He looks like he's only 2 or 3. Is he really starting school already? Did he not grow properly? Why is he so tiny? Being sent to school this young. How pitiful. Does he have some kind of illness? Better stay away from him. Hearing their whispers, Rin's face darkened. It was true, he was shorter than everyone else, looking like he was barely 3 or 4. But it wasn't his fault. Ever since fusing with the long-lived tree, his cellular activity had become absurdly high. While ordinary people lost about 100,000 cells a day, he only lost 10. This meant his lifespan would be incredibly long, but his growth would also be extremely slow. While others matured in their teens, he might take decades. The difference was enormous. No, this won't do. Tonight, I have to find Tsunade and get her to speed up her research on controlling cell division. Otherwise, at this rate, everyone else will grow old while I'm still a kid. But right now, Rin had something more important to do. He needed to make everyone fear him. Otherwise, the nickname Shorty would stick with him forever. Shut up, all of you. Say one more word and don't blame me for losing my temper. With that, he gathered all his chakra into his right foot and stomped down with explosive force. A violent tremor spread instantly. Everyone around him lost their balance and fell. Cracks like a spiderweb spread outward from where his foot struck, fracturing the ground across a radius of more than 10 meters. New book. Please send power stones and add to collection chapter 7, one stomp to dominate the scene. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Tsunade's signature monstrous strength technique. Although Uzumaki Rin couldn't achieve Tsunade's level of power where a single stomp could shatter mountains, it was more than enough to intimidate the children around him. See that? From now on, if I hear anyone talking behind my back, this foot won't be stepping on the ground, it'll be stepping on your face. If you think your face is tougher than the ground, feel free to try. And let me make one thing clear, I'm not underdeveloped. You're the ones aging before your time. Rin stood there, one hand on his hip and the other pointing at the fallen children around him, unleashing a relentless verbal barrage that left them completely stunned. Mom, I want to go home. School is too scary. I don't want to study anymore. The moment Rin finished speaking, the children finally snapped out of their daze and burst into tears, crying and screaming that they wanted to go home. They were truly frightened. Not just the civilian kids, even Kakashi was stunned. Outside, the third Hokage twitched slightly at the corner of his mouth and said to Tsunade beside him, "You shouldn't teach children such dangerous techniques. If the chakra isn't controlled properly, it could harm their bodies." "I didn't teach him that. I lost a bet to him," Tsunade replied, clearly pleased at how easily Rin had used the technique, completely ignoring the third Hokage's concern. As for harming his body, that wasn't even a concern. With Rin's abnormal cellular vitality, he would recover in no time, he wouldn't even need treatment. Seeing Tsunade's attitude, the third Hokage didn't say anything further. With a body flicker, he disappeared and instantly reappeared behind Rin. "Greetings, third Hokage-sama," the academy instructors said, dropping to one knee. "Rise," the third Hokage said with a wave of his hand. Then he turned to the children and said kindly, "All right, little ones, get up. Rin was just joking with you earlier, right, Rin?" "That's right. I was just trying to lighten the mood." "Don't mind it," Rin said with an innocent smile, looking completely harmless. After the third Hokage appeared, Rin behaved himself and stood quietly. The children also calmed down. Next came the opening ceremony. To put it simply, it was the third Hokage asserting his presence while instilling the will of fire into the children, encouraging them to study hard and grow up to become the pillars of Konoha, or, more accurately, background shinobi. To be honest, Rin felt nothing toward the so-called will of fire. If Konoha had truly embodied it before the Second Great Ninja War, it had already changed afterward. Looking at the entire Naruto world, how many civilian shinobi truly rose to prominence? In all of Konoha, there was only Might Guy, and even his father had remained a genin his entire life. Don't tell me Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato were civilians. Why not mention who their teacher was? Orochimaru and Jiraiya were disciples of the third Hokage. Once they became Hiruzen's students, they were no longer ordinary civilians. As for Minato, he was Jiraiya's disciple. Otherwise, do you think he would have learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Later figures like Rock Lee and Sakura also rose because they had strong mentors. As for Tenten, who casually threw shuriken like trash, did she really seem like a civilian? After the third Hokage finished speaking, the children were led into the classroom by their instructor. Rin casually walked to a seat by the window right next to Kurina Yuhi and tore off the name that had originally been placed there. "Sensei, Uzumaki." "Rin took my seat," a future nobody complained pitifully. "Rin, why are you taking someone else's seat?" the Chunin instructor asked, already feeling a headache coming on. Sensei, Tsunade told me I need more sunlight, or I won't grow taller. That's why I'm sitting here, Rin replied, shamelessly invoking Tsunade's name. Then you can sit there. You take Rin's seat instead, the instructor said without hesitation. There was no way he was going to offend Rin over an ordinary student. And just like that, the seating arrangement was settled. Rin not only got the window seat he wanted but also ended up sitting next to Kurenai. Next came the most famous part of the academy self-introductions. One by one, familiar faces stepped forward. The goofy Uchiha Obito, the cocky Asuma Sarutobi, the expressionless Kakashi, the gentle Rin Nohari, each one stood out in their own way. When it was Rin's turn, all eyes were on him. After all, his entrance earlier had been far too shocking. Asuma, in particular, felt quite annoyed. Not only had Rin stolen the spotlight, but he was also sitting next to Kurenai. My name is Uzumaki Rin. I have a straightforward personality. I repay kindness and avenge grudges. I'm not the type to hold grudges, I usually settle them on the spot. I like sunbathing and hate being disturbed while I sleep. As for dreams, I don't really have one. But I'd like to help Uncle Jiraiya achieve his dream, traveling across every bathhouse in the world, enjoying the company of beautiful women, and building a massive harem. That's all. After finishing, Rin returned to his seat. The classroom fell into complete silence. Everyone was stunned by his bold declaration. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade turned her head and roared at Jiraiya, "This is all your fault. Look at what you've taught him." The third Hokage was also speechless. He hadn't expected Rin to turn out like this under Jiraiya's influence. Jiraiya himself stood there in a daze, completely caught off guard. He never imagined Rin would say something like that. Wasn't this just throwing him under the bus? Wait, Tsunade, listen to me. That brat is just talking nonsense. I don't have that kind of dream. Before he could finish, Tsunade sent him flying with a punch, leaving a human-shaped hole in the Hokage office wall. New book. Please send Power Stones and add to collection Chapter 8. What it means to be completely crushed. 1288 words. Uzumaki Rin had no idea what was happening in the Hokage's office, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, when he was younger, Jiraiya had taken him along to find inspiration, only to abandon him as bait when they were discovered and run off himself. If he wasn't going to mess with Jiraiya, then who was he supposed to mess with? Once the Chunin instructor began teaching, Rin simply rested his head on the desk and dozed off. It wasn't because he was sleepy, he just found it boring. Everything the academy could teach, he had already learned. Listening again was pointless. He might as well lie there and quietly sense the changes within his body. As sunlight shone on him, his photosynthesis ability absorbed its energy, enhancing the vitality of his cells and the vigor of his body. That vitality would then naturally combine with his mental energy to form chakra, steadily increasing his reserves. In other words, as long as he basked in sunlight, it was equivalent to training, and it was fully automatic, requiring no effort on his part. Once his chakra refinement reached a certain level, any excess life energy would gradually flow into the strength of 100 seal and be stored. So even though Rin was only 5 years old, his chakra reserves had already reached the level of a Jonin. Of course, that didn't mean his overall combat ability matched a Jonin, but purely in terms of chakra, even Kakashi in the future wouldn't be able to compete with him at this age. Before long, the day ended, and it was time for dismissal. Rin got up from his desk and slowly walked out of the classroom. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly stepped in front of him and said seriously, "I want to fight you." Rin rolled his eyes at Kakashi, who was brimming with fighting spirit. "Shouldn't your destined rival be Mike Guy? He might not have enrolled yet, probably still running laps around the field, but sooner or later, you two will become best friends. Why come after me? And weren't you supposed to hate unnecessary fighting? Why are you acting like Guy, challenging people all the time?" "Not interested." "I might cripple you," Rin said casually. I swear on the honor of the Hatake clan, no matter what happens during this match, my clan will not hold you responsible, Kakashi said firmly. That's not what I'm worried about. My backing is stronger than yours. Rin felt speechless. He was about to argue about their respective backgrounds, when he saw the burning determination in Kakashi's eyes. Let's go outside, Rin finally agreed. He also wanted to see what level Kakashi had reached. The two of them headed to the training ground, followed by a crowd of children. Go Kakashi. Kakashi, you've got this. Win Kakashi. The children all cheered for Kakashi. Although none of them dared speak badly about Rin, he still found it annoying. Rin turned his head and shot them a glare filled with killing intent. Instantly, everyone took a step back and fell silent. Don't put your blade away. Use it. I'd like to see the Hatake clan swordsmanship, Rin said, stopping Kakashi as he moved to set aside his blade. If you don't use your sword, what's the point? If you can last one move without it, I'll consider that impressive. Are you sure? Kakashi asked seriously. Of course. Use whatever you want. Don't worry about hurting me, Rin replied arrogantly. Don't regret it, Kakashi said, his anger rising. I'm ready, Rin said, beckoning him with a finger. On a large tree beside the training ground, Minato Namikaze stood with Tsukumo Hatake, watching the scene below. Senior White Fan, aren't you going to stop them? Minato asked. Letting Kakashi experience defeat will benefit his growth, Tsukumo replied calmly. You're certain Kakashi will lose? Minato asked curiously. Rin was strong, but only the Sannin, and he and Kushina knew the full extent of it. Tsukumo shouldn't know, so why was he so sure? Facing Uzumaki Rin, who has been taught by the Sannin since childhood and already possesses Jonin-level chakra at age 5, if Kakashi wins, the only explanation is that Rin held back, Tsukumo said plainly. That does make sense, Minato admitted after thinking it over. Back on the field, Kakashi made the first move. He drew 3 kunai and hurled them toward Rin's vital points. Sealing art, adamantine sealing chains. Rin didn't dodge. He didn't even intend to. He used a sealing technique directly. After all, he still hadn't mastered many ninjutsu. Aside from sealing techniques, the only things he could rely on were his monstrous strength and the Rasengan, neither of which were suited for dealing with kunai. Chains of chakra extended from behind him, striking the incoming kunai with precision. 3 crisp sounds rang out as the kunai were deflected. At the same time, Kakashi drew his blade and rushed forward. A series of sharp collisions echoed as Kakashi's blade clashed repeatedly with Rin's chains. Rin attempted to bind Kakashi with the chains, while Kakashi dodged and slashed them apart as they closed in. For 2 full minutes, neither side gained the upper hand. Rin began to grow impatient. After all this time, Kakashi hadn't even used a single ninjutsu. If you don't use your real techniques, this fight is over, Rin said, standing leisurely within the protection of his chains, arms crossed. Seeing Rin standing there without even taking a step, Kakashi felt both shocked and frustrated. Wind release, wind cutter. Realizing he couldn't get close otherwise, Kakashi finally used a ninjutsu. Now that's more like it. Sealing art, adamantine sealing barrier. Rin immediately commanded the surrounding chains to form a massive wall, enclosing him completely. The wind cutter slammed against the chains, but ultimately failed to break through their defense. At that moment, however, Kakashi's voice suddenly came from below Rin. Earth release, headhunter jutsu. Kakashi grabbed Rin's ankle from underground, thinking victory was within reach. But the next second, a tremendous force surged from Rin's leg. Not only did Kakashi fail to pull him underground, he was kicked out instead, sent flying. Let me give you a tip: don't use the headhunter jutsu on someone with monstrous strength. If I had stomped just now, you'd have been crushed into paste, Rin said calmly as Kakashi emerged from the ground in a disheveled state. Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking back to Rin's stomp earlier that day, If that had landed on the ground just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thanks. But I won't give up just like that, Kakashi said, gripping his blade tightly. Do you know what it means to be completely crushed? Rin suddenly asked. It means getting beaten while hanging in the air. With that, Rin activated his only self-created technique, more accurately, a modified version. Sealing art, adamantine sealing chains, stellar binding. In an instant, chakra surged wildly from Rin's body. The chains expanded dozens of meters, surrounding Kakashi from all directions. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Kakashi formed hand seals and raised a defensive wall, but under the 360-degree assault of the chains, it was useless. The Earth-style wall could only block attacks from the front. In the end, Kakashi was bound tightly by the chains and suspended in midair. Only then did he fully understand Rin's words. Was what it meant to be completely crushed. Don't bother struggling. The adamantine sealing chains can restrain even-tailed beasts, let alone you, Rin said with narrowed eyes. I've lost. Kakashi lowered his head and admitted defeat. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection. Chapter 9. Learning Ninjutsu, seeking Orochimaru. Just as Uzumaki, Rin was considering whether to finish Kakashi off with an ultimate taijutsu, something like 1,000 years of death. Two figures suddenly appeared beside him. The moment he saw them, Rin knew his idea had fallen through. Rin, release Kakashi, Minato said. Uncle Tsukumo, hello. Senior brother Minato, why are you the one picking me up? Rin dispersed the chakra chains and greeted them. The two who had appeared were Tsukumo Hatake and Minato Namikaze. Rin didn't have the guts to use such a move on Tsukumo's son right in front of the white fan, so he could only let Kakashi go. Rin, thank you for holding back earlier. Kakashi caused you trouble, Tsukumo said with a gentle smile. It's fine. Kakashi is still young, I won't hold it against him, Rin replied generously, wearing the expression of a senior. Tsukumo and Kakashi both fell silent. What kind of answer was that? You're a child too, aren't you? Senior White Fan, Jiraiya-sensei has something for Rin. I'll take him first, Minato quickly said, noticing the awkward atmosphere. In the next moment, he used the body flicker technique and left with Rin. After they left, Tsukumo also took Kakashi away. Meanwhile, the children who had been watching began chattering excitedly about Rin's strength. He's even stronger than Kakashi. But I'll defeat you one day. I'll run 500 laps again. Youth must burn with passion. Might Guy, who hadn't enrolled yet, reignited his youthful spirit after watching the match and immediately resumed his training laps with his banner on his back. Minato brought Rin home, where Kushina had already prepared dinner and was waiting for them. Rin, how was your first day at school? Kushina asked happily as soon as she saw him. Don't even ask. It was boring, just a bunch of little brats, Rin replied listlessly. Minato and Kushina were once again speechless. They were used to his mature demeanor, but every time he called others little brats, it still felt surreal. If there was a number one problem child in Konoha, Rin would proudly claim second place because no one would dare take first. Senior brother Minato, sister Kushina, I'm going to find Orochimaru-sensei to learn ninjutsu. I won't be back tonight, so don't worry. Oh, and if Tsunade asks, just tell her I'm with him, Rin said after finishing his meal. All right, but be careful. Should Minato take you? Kushina asked immediately, concern evident. What could possibly happen to me in Konoha? Rin waved it off and ran out. Of course, Kushina worried. She had once been kidnapped in Konoha herself. If not for Minato, who knew what would have happened to her? Ever since then, she had never fully trusted the village's security. Seeing her expression, Minato immediately understood. I'll follow him. Once he reaches Orochimaru-sensei's place, I'll come back. All right, thank you. With that, Minato vanished in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind Rin, quietly following without being noticed. Before long, Rin arrived at Orochimaru's residence. Orochi uncle, open up. Rin knocked on the door loudly and without restraint. In all of Konoha, only a handful dared to behave like this aside from Tsunade and Jiraiya. Only he could get away with it. After knocking, he waited for several dozen seconds, but there was no response. Off doing experiments again? Rin frowned slightly. According to his knowledge, Orochimaru had already begun conducting human experiments at this point, working with Danzo to research the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. As for Hashirama's cells, Rin wasn't interested at all. Hashirama had a sage body and so did he. Maybe his wasn't as powerful yet, but he was only 5. He had plenty of time to grow stronger. As for wood release, it was simply the fusion of water and earth chakra, combined with immense life force to create a unique public belief. Rin himself possessed water, earth, and wind chakra, along with extraordinary vitality. As long as he learned it, he could reach Hashirama's level, not the inferior imitation like Yamato's. Just as he was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared. Orochimaru had returned from outside. Rin-kun, what brings you here today? Orochimaru greeted him with his characteristic expression. Orochi uncle, I'm here to learn ninjutsu. I fought Kakashi today. Even though I crushed him with sealing techniques, it didn't feel satisfying. Fighting with ninjutsu seems more fun, so I came to learn from you, Rin said. At this point in time, Orochimaru had already begun to darken, but his appearance was still refined, wearing a sleek vest and crescent-shaped earrings, looking elegant and composed. Nothing like his later eccentric appearance after defecting. As for why Rin dared to learn from Orochimaru, it was simple. Orochimaru hadn't completely lost himself yet. Combined with his ties to Tsunade and Jiraiya, Rin wasn't worried about being harmed. If this were Orochimaru 10 years later, Rin wouldn't come near him unless he had a death wish. Of course, 10 years later, Orochimaru wouldn't be his match anyway. So, Rin-kun, which chakra nature do you wish to learn? Orochimaru asked with a smile, not the least bit concerned that Rin's motivation was simply to fight. I want to learn wind release and water release. Those are my natural affinities, Rin replied. He chose not to mention earth release, better to be cautious. Very well. Come with me. Orochimaru stepped forward and released the sealing formula on the door. Only then did Rin notice a small figure standing beside him, a brown-haired boy. Orochi uncle, who's this kid? Rin asked casually. A child I rescued. His name is Tenzo, Orochimaru replied lightly. The moment Rin heard that name, a realization struck him. Tenzo, codename A of Root, Kakashi's future ANBU companion, and later the captain of Team 7. The only survivor among 60 children implanted with Hashirama's cells. The one who possessed an imperfect version of wood release. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection chapter 10, offline. Seeing the strange look on Uzumaki Rin's face, Orochimaru asked curiously, Rin-kun, is there something wrong with that name? No, it just sounds a bit unusual, Rin replied quickly, shaking his head. As for Tenzo, Rin could only silently apologize in his heart. There was nothing he could do to save him. Besides, participating in the experiment wouldn't necessarily kill him. In fact, he might even gain wood release. Wasn't that a good thing? After entering Orochimaru's room, the first thing Rin noticed was a large pile of scrolls spread across the table. Next to them was a sealed test tube, which most likely contained Hashirama's cells. Rin didn't linger on them, deliberately acting as if he hadn't noticed anything. Orochimaru had been observing his expression the entire time, and upon seeing no reaction, he relaxed slightly. What Orochimaru feared most was that Rin had been sent by Jiraiya to spy on him. He wasn't ready to let Jiraiya and Tsunade know about his ongoing experiments. After putting away the scrolls and special items, Orochimaru summoned another batch of scrolls. Rin-kun, these are all wind release and water release techniques. With your current chakra reserves, you should be able to learn most of them. What would you like to study? Orochimaru asked. No need to choose. I want to learn all of them, Rin said immediately. Rin-kun certainly has great ambition. In that case, we'll start with the simplest techniques, Orochimaru said, opening a scroll that contained Wind Release, Wind Cutter. From that moment on, Orochimaru began teaching Rin ninjutsu. It had to be said Orochimaru was an excellent teacher. At the very least, Rin felt his teaching was far superior to Jiraiya's. While Jiraiya's students were all outstanding, Rin believed that had nothing to do with Jiraiya's teaching ability, it was simply because his students were geniuses. When it came to ninjutsu talent, Orochimaru was undoubtedly among the very best in the entire ninja world. The only reason he hadn't mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was likely due to a lack of spatial affinity, not a lack of ability. Under Orochimaru's focused guidance, Rin's progress was astonishingly fast. However, this routine only lasted a few days before Orochimaru claimed he had matters to attend to and told Rin to practice on his own with the scrolls. Rin didn't believe him at all. Matters to attend to probably meant continuing his experiments. Still, it didn't matter, having the scrolls was enough. So Rin left with a large stack of ninjutsu scrolls in his arms. This was the advantage of having powerful backing. A civilian ninja would be fortunate to learn even a single B-rank technique. Even Orochimaru's own disciples wouldn't be handed this many scrolls at once. Learning a few techniques would already be considered generous. But Rin now possessed scrolls ranging from C rank to A rank, covering both wind and water release, over 100 techniques in total. Just like that. If it were anyone else, it would be unimaginable. When Rin returned to Tsunade's house carrying the scrolls, even Tsunade was shocked. For a moment, she thought he had robbed the ANBU's storage room. After learning that Orochimaru had given them to him, she relaxed. Orochimaru's obsession with ninjutsu research was well known, so this wasn't too surprising. However, even with so many techniques available, Rin wasn't satisfied. If he had to learn them one by one, who knew how long it would take? At this moment, a certain offline leveling cheat became essential: the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Tsunade, can you take me to the third Hokage to get a technique? Rin immediately activated his cuteness release. What technique? I'll get it for you, Tsunade said confidently, patting her chest. The multiple shadow clone jutsu. I want to use it to train ninjutsu, Rin said without hesitation. Hearing this, Tsunade frowned. Where did you hear about that forbidden technique? While using shadow clones for training can accelerate mastery, if you fail to control the limit, it can seriously harm your body, she said sternly. She had treated people who suffered from its side effects, and knew its dangers well. Tsunade, don't forget I have a sage body, Rin said quickly. I'll get it first. We'll test it later. If it doesn't work, you're never allowed to use it again, Tsunade said after some thought. Tsunade is the best. Before long, Tsunade returned with the entire sealing scroll. Rin was stunned. He had only wanted the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Who knew she would bring back the entire scroll of seals? Why are you zoning out again? Don't you want to learn it? Tsunade asked. Is all of this the multiple shadow clone jutsu? Rin asked, feigning surprise. Don't be ridiculous. This is the scroll of seals. It contains all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. The multiple shadow clone jutsu is just one of them. How could it take up this much space? Tsunade said with a laugh. So everything here is powerful, then? Don't even think about it. You're lucky enough to learn this one. If you start messing with multiple forbidden techniques, you'll end up killing yourself sooner or later, Tsunade said irritably. As expected, it wouldn't be that easy. I'll master the multiple shadow clone jutsu first. There'll be plenty of opportunities later. It didn't take long for Rin to grasp the hand seals and chakra flow required for the technique. He also memorized its restrictions, but those didn't matter to him. He wasn't an ordinary person. Half an hour later, Rin stood in the courtyard and shouted. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. A burst of smoke filled the entire courtyard. When it cleared, hundreds of Rins stood packed together, filling every inch of space. At a glance, there were at least several hundred clones. New book, please send Power Stones and add to collection chapter 11, Kurenai's Bento. Now I'm going to destroy your shadow clones. If you can't hold on, tell me immediately, Tsunade said as she looked at the courtyard full of clones. Got it, Uzumaki Rin nodded. Tsunade was testing his endurance, specifically, how much feedback from the shadow clones' experiences he could withstand. With a single punch, Tsunade shattered 10 shadow clones around her. They burst into smoke and vanished instantly. At the same moment, Rin felt a heavy pressure in his chest, as if he had been struck. It was extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, the life force within his body circulated rapidly, restoring his cells in an instant. Another kick, and more than a dozen clones disappeared. This time, Rin felt discomfort throughout his body, but it quickly subsided as well. After observing him and seeing that her attacks caused almost no burden, Tsunade stopped holding back and launched a barrage of strikes. In an instant, dozens of clones were destroyed. This time, Rin finally felt pressure. At the moment the clones were shattered, it felt as though his cells were being crushed, but in the very next second, the life force within them erupted, neutralizing the damage. Sensing the surge of life energy, Tsunade immediately appeared beside him with a body flicker. To her surprise, Rin was completely fine. Not only that, each time the damage transferred from the clones to his body, his cells unleashed even greater potential. It was essentially a form of training. At this point, Tsunade had nothing more to say. The sage body was simply absurd. Tsunade, I'm fine. Keep going. I want to know my limits, Rin said. Don't come crying later, Tsunade replied before continuing her assault. For the next hour, the courtyard echoed with continuous explosions. After an entire hour, Tsunade had no idea how many clones she had destroyed. Yet Rin remained standing calmly. Aside from a bit of sweat, he showed no signs of discomfort. In fact, his cells had grown even more active under the intense pressure, and his physical condition had improved slightly. From now on, just train using shadow clones. I'm going to take a bath, Tsunade said, finally satisfied. If it were an ordinary person, this level of strain would have destroyed their body. But Rin's vitality made it possible. After Tsunade left, Rin dropped to the ground. While his body was fine, the mental exhaustion was very real. Even his sage body couldn't alleviate that. So even with the multiple shadow clone jutsu, I can't go overboard, Rin muttered. Mental fatigue was far worse than physical exhaustion. A few minutes later, he went inside, washed up and fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up refreshed. After breakfast, he created hundreds of shadow clones. Some practiced tree climbing, some trained ninjutsu, some sparred in taijutsu, a few went to Kushina to learn sealing techniques, and one accompanied Tsunade to study medical ninjutsu. As for the original body, he calmly went to school and lay down to sleep. This time, he wasn't bored. He genuinely needed rest. Every 10 minutes, a clone would disperse, transferring its memories and fatigue back to him. As a result, Rin spent the entire day constantly processing and absorbing the accumulated experience. In just 1 month, his strength skyrocketed. His mental energy and chakra reserves grew at an astonishing rate. Each time a clone dispersed, the fatigue compressed his cells, forcing them to release more vitality. It was as if he was training his body continuously. At the same time, his original body absorbed sunlight, replenishing that vitality through photosynthesis. This cycle caused his cellular activity and stored life force to multiply several times over. Meanwhile, the constant mental strain refined his already exceptional mental strength, pushing it to even greater heights. Naturally, his chakra reserves surged as well. At this point, Rin no longer worried about chakra. If this continued, he would eventually become something like a humanoid-tailed beast, his chakra practically limitless. Rin-kun, your lunch. At noon, Kurenai woke him up and handed him the bento she had prepared. Already lunchtime. Time flies, whoa, such a big piece of beef today. Awesome, Rin said, shaking himself awake as he opened the box. This is braised beef I just learned to make. I hope you like it, Kurenai said softly. Of course I like it. I'm digging in, Rin replied and began eating. Seeing how much he enjoyed it, Kurenai smiled and started eating as well. Over the past month, Rin hadn't just been sleeping in class. Half a month ago, he had already successfully charmed Kurenai. In the Naruto world, children matured early. Even though they were all still kids, they already had their own thoughts. Uchiha Obito followed Rin everywhere, full of clumsy enthusiasm. Despite his antics, Rin patiently listened to everything he said with a gentle smile. As for Asuma Sarutobi, he no longer dared to bother Kurenai. After being thoroughly defeated by Rin several times, he had started training diligently, hoping to surpass him one day and win Kurenai back. Of course, Rin had already told him that this was nothing more than a dream. But Asuma, like Guy, was full of youthful stubbornness and refused to give up. Kakashi, meanwhile, still wore his usual expressionless face, but it was clear he had been training intensely. He had even started dozing off during class, a sign of overtraining. Let's have another battle of youth. This time I'll win. Once I beat you, I can challenge Rin. Come on, Kakashi. Chapter 12, Invincible. Win 1048 words. The only one in the entire class who constantly shouted about youth and passion in such a Chinibu way was none other than the newly admitted Might Guy. Kakashi stared at Guy, who had just finished his lunch and instantly revived with full energy, his face covered in black lines. Then he glanced at Uzumaki Rin, who was casually chatting with Kurenai while leisurely eating his bento, and felt even worse. If it weren't for Rin, how could this battle maniac guy have targeted him? I haven't finished eating yet, Kakashi said helplessly. No problem, Kakashi. I can wait. Once you're done, we can begin our battle of youth. Guy flashed his signature grin, his shining teeth practically sparkling. Seeing this, Rin almost burst out laughing, especially at Kakashi's expression, which was on the verge of collapse. After Guy enrolled, his first target had been Rin. But Rin had skillfully redirected him to challenge Kakashi instead, even telling him that if he defeated Kakashi, he could come back to challenge him. As a result, Rin was now completely relaxed, watching this pair of destined rivals clash with each other. After finishing his meal, Rin was just about to lie down and nap again. But at that moment, Rin Noera walked over. Rin-kun, could I ask you something about medical ninjutsu? Looking at the adorable Rin, Rin naturally nodded. Of course. Ask whatever you want. I'm pretty skilled in medical ninjutsu. Thank you, Rin-kun, Rin said happily. In truth, she had gathered her courage to ask him, fully prepared to be rejected. After all, over the past month, Rin had given everyone the impression that he was hard to approach. He slept in class all the time, and had defeated both Kakashi and Asuma multiple times. Anyone would feel intimidated. Just as Rin was explaining medical ninjutsu to Rin, the future villain, who would one day try to destroy the world, Obito Uchiha finally snapped. Uzumaki Rin. I challenge you to a duel. His shout stunned the entire class. What was going on? The dead last Obito actually dared to challenge the great demon king Rin. Was he asking to die? Stop messing around, Rin said calmly, glancing at him. Seeing himself being ignored so completely, Obito's anger exploded. At that moment, he wasn't even thinking about Rin's strength anymore. He just wanted to defeat him and win back Rin's attention. Don't look down on me. Watch how I deal with you. Obito shouted as he leapt forward. Sealing art, adamantine sealing chains. In the next instant, several chakra chains shot out and bound Obito midair, leaving him completely unable to dodge. Then Rin casually flung him out the window. Their classroom was on the third floor, over 10 meters above the ground. If you've got the guts, fight me properly with ninjutsu. What kind of skill is sneak attacking with sealing techniques? Obito shouted even while bound. Invincible Windfire Wheel. Enjoy yourself. I'll let you down when you admit defeat, Rin said with a grin. The chains began spinning, swinging Obito through the air like a flail. I'm gonna pass out. Obito's screams echoed endlessly from outside the window. At that moment, the entire academy could hear him and see Obito spinning in perfect circular motion in midair. Everyone who witnessed it sucked in a sharp breath. Losing a fight or getting injured wasn't scary. What was terrifying was not even being able to surrender, and instead being swung around like a weapon. Rin's chakra chains had already become famous throughout the academy. No one else could even replicate such a technique. From that moment on, everyone marked Uzumaki Rin as someone absolutely not to be provoked. Being his enemy was simply too miserable. Alright, let's continue, Rin said casually, as if nothing had happened, and resumed explaining medical ninjutsu to Rin. But Rin-kun, will Obito be okay like that? Rin asked hesitantly. He's fine. He looks like he's having fun. Listen to how lively his screams are. He's full of energy. Rin waved it off. Rin was speechless. Meanwhile, Kakashi broke out in cold sweat. Only now did he feel a sense of lingering fear. During his own fight with Rin, he had also been bound by those chakra chains. If his father hadn't appeared, his fate might not have been any better than Obito's. Even if it didn't cause serious injury, the humiliation alone was unbearable. 5 minutes later, Rin finally lowered Obito and dropped him onto the classroom floor. Obito was completely dizzy, his eyes spinning with little circles and stars, foam even forming at the corner of his mouth. His condition was utterly miserable. A series of shudder sounds rang out. Rin had taken out a camera and snapped multiple photos of Obito, even capturing close-ups. Blackmail material collected, Rin said with satisfaction, putting the camera away. His mood couldn't have been better. Not only had he beaten Obito, but he had also secured his embarrassing moments on film. By the time Obito eventually went dark, Rin would probably be the person he most wanted to kill. But that didn't matter. For now, enjoy the moment. The afternoon passed quickly. Rin spent it as usual sleeping at his desk, occasionally moving just to prove he was still alive. When school ended, he said goodbye to Rin and casually left. But after only a few steps, 8 people blocked his path. Rin glanced at their clothing and immediately recognized them as members of the Uchiha clan, likely older academy students. So you're the one who humiliated a member of the Uchiha clan at noon. Kneel and apologize now, and we might consider letting you off. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless, one of them said arrogantly. Did Obito send you to take revenge? Rin asked curiously. As far as he knew, Obito wasn't exactly popular within the clan, so why were these people standing up for him? Don't mention that trash. Because of him, the Uchiha clan was humiliated, the man said disdainfully. Rin shook his head helplessly. As expected. With the way your Uchiha clan is, your future fate is practically inevitable. Hearing this, the group became furious. Enough talking. Let's teach him a lesson. Don't worry, we won't kill you. But you'll experience unimaginable pain. Despair. Chapter 13, The ANBU Get Framed. Uzumaki Rin looked at the group of idiots charging at him, and twitched his lips. He had always heard that Uchiha tended to be extreme, but no one ever said they were brainless. Yet the fools in front of him had clearly reached a whole new level of stupidity. Attacking him right outside the Ninja Academy gate, was that ignorance, or just pure foolishness? Didn't they know that around the academy, at least 5 ANBU-level Jonin were stationed on watch? Right now, there were 2 ANBU operatives observing from the nearby trees. If it was just minor scuffling, that would be one thing. But once real combat started, or worse, ninjutsu was used, the consequences. Straight to ANBU interrogation. Sure, the Uchiha had their privileges. The Konoha military police might not punish their own clan members. They didn't care about that. Cause trouble in a sensitive area, and you'd be invited for a talk. Yet Rin waited, and even as those idiots closed in on him, the ANBU watching from the trees didn't move at all. What the hell? Did you guys get bribed by the Uchiha? If you won't act, don't blame me. When things go wrong, it'll be your responsibility. With that thought, Rin stepped forward and began beating them down without mercy. People said not to hit the face, but Rin went straight for it. Within moments, a set of fresh pig heads appeared. Every one of them had swollen, bruised faces, at least twice the size they were before. Much better. You look way more fitting now, Rin said with a cheerful smile, looking at the fallen group. Damn it, you're asking to die. Use ninjutsu. Attack together. The beaten group scrambled to their feet, and immediately began forming hand seals. At that moment, they were completely blinded by rage, actually daring to use ninjutsu inside the village. Only then did Rin finally sense movement from the two ANBU in the trees. Their chakra began to surge. They were about to intervene. You should have acted earlier. Now you're in trouble. You're actually using ninjutsu. And it's fire release, great fireball jutsu. If I dodge, the surroundings will be destroyed. Looks like I have no choice. Rin muttered, putting on a perfect reluctant hero act. The two ANBU operatives instantly felt a headache coming on when they saw his hand seals. But before they could finish, tiger ox monkey rabbit rat boar rooster ox horse dog tiger snake ox monkey rabbit. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. It was as if the sky itself had split open. A massive torrent of water erupted from above, crashing down toward the Uchiha group. At the same time, their great fireball jutsu had just been released. But against Rin's enhanced great waterfall jutsu, it was like throwing eggs at a stone. The fireballs held back the wave for barely a second before being completely extinguished. The two ANBU immediately appeared in front of the Uchiha group. Earth release, earth wall. A massive wall of earth rose up, blocking the incoming flood. The water slammed into it with a thunderous roar. Earth release naturally countered water release, and although Rin's technique had immense volume, its impact force wasn't significantly enhanced. The wall held. But the surroundings? Completely wrecked. The academy field had turned into a swimming pool. The fences were gone. Street poles and nearby trees were knocked over. It looked like a typhoon had just swept through. You brat. Using an A-rank jutsu inside the village, this is, one ANBU began angrily. The ANBU and Uchiha are working together to kill me. Rin suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone who had just arrived froze in confusion. ANBU and Uchiha working together? What kind of joke was that? Come with us immediately. The ANBU snapped, barely holding back their anger. They're trying to take me away to silence me. But too bad, I'm just a shadow clone. I've already exposed your plan. Rin said before turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing. The two ANBU operatives' faces darkened beneath their masks. Their expressions twisted in rage. At the same time, Rin's original body received the clone's memories. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Another shadow clone appeared beside him. Go find Kushina. You know what to say. Then meet up at Tsunade's place. We're going to smash the Hokage's office later, Rin instructed. Understood. As the clone rushed off, Rin himself headed straight for Tsunade's residence. With those two backing him, who would dare touch him? Not even the third Hokage could handle both of them if they got angry. The Uchiha are trying to kill me. Even the ANBU are helping them. I barely escaped. They want to take me to ANBU headquarters to silence me. Rin burst into the yard, shouting loudly for all to hear. The Uchiha are trying to kill you. And ANBU are helping them. Tsunade appeared instantly, her face filled with disbelief. If it were just the Uchiha, she might believe it. But ANBU siding with them? Impossible. ANBU was directly under the Hokage. And their leader was none other than Tsukumo Hatake. There was no way they would collaborate with the Uchiha. Yet looking at Rin's panicked expression, even Tsunade couldn't immediately dismiss it. Chapter 14. Let's tear down the Hokage's office. 1106 words. They used fire release, so I instinctively used water release. But after I extinguished their flames, the ANBU showed up. Not only did they block my water release to protect the Uchiha, they even tried to capture me and take me to ANBU to silence me. Luckily, I was smart. The moment the ANBU appeared, I used a shadow clone to stay behind while my real body escaped. Otherwise, I'd already be in ANBU custody, maybe even dead by now, Uzumaki Rin said pitifully, as if he had suffered an enormous injustice. As for the destruction caused by his water release, he didn't mention a word. Not even the name of the jutsu. If it were anyone else, they might have questioned what kind of water release required ANBU intervention. But Tsunade didn't care about that at all. Right now, she had only one thought: the Uchiha dared to bully Rin. And the ANBU not only failed to intervene, they even helped the Uchiha when they were losing. This wasn't over. Let's go. We're finding the third Hokage. If he doesn't give us an explanation today, he can forget about keeping his office, Tsunade said, grabbing Rin and heading out. At that moment, two figures appeared. Without even looking, Rin knew it was Minato and Kushina. Rin, are you all right? Kushina rushed over and carefully checked him from head to toe. I'm fine. Good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, the ANBU would have taken me away to silence me, Rin said, looking wronged. The Uchiha dared to target you and ANBU even helped them. Kushina exploded with anger, even Ninetail's chakra beginning to leak out. The Uzumaki clan had already been nearly wiped out. Now only she and Rin remained. And someone dared to target him. Did they think the Uzumaki clan had no one left? Take me there now. I'm tearing down the Uchiha compound and then the ANBU headquarters. Kushina roared. Kushina, calm down, calm down. Rin is fine, isn't he? Minato quickly tried to soothe her. What do you mean he's fine? What if something had happened? I'm going to avenge him. Are you coming or not? Kushina snapped. I'm coming. But maybe we should visit the third Hokage first. Minato said helplessly. Let's go find that old man and ask why his ANBU tried to take Rin away. Kushina said angrily. And just like that, with Tsunade and Kushina leading the charge, Rin was dragged straight toward the Hokage tower. Minato could only follow behind with a bitter smile. There was nothing he could do. Even if he became Hokage one day, facing these two, he'd still be powerless. Lord Hokage, that's what happened. Inside the Hokage's office, two ANBU Jonin were reporting the situation. Before the third Hokage could finish speaking, the office door was kicked open violently. The wall beside it cracked, and the entire door exploded into fragments. Why did your ANBU try to capture Rin? Why did they ignore the Uchiha bullying him and even help them instead? Kushina shouted furiously. The Hokage's guards, hidden in the shadows, silently swallowed their saliva. No one dared step forward. Tsunade breaking things in the Hokage's office was already a regular occurrence. As for Kushina, her identity wasn't exactly a secret to them either. With both of them here, anyone who stepped out now had a death wish. Rin, come here. Tell Grandpa what happened. How did the Uchiha bully you? And why did ANBU try to take you? The third Hokage asked calmly. He didn't argue with Kushina. There was no reasoning with her in this state. So he turned his attention to Rin, who stood there with a pout and a wronged expression. After school, some Uchiha stopped me. They said they'd beat me until I couldn't take care of myself. I tried to reason with them, but they didn't listen and attacked me. But I didn't expect them to be so weak. I beat them, but I didn't use much strength. They might have fallen down, but they definitely weren't seriously hurt. I thought it was over, but then they suddenly used ninjutsu on me, great fireball jutsu. I was scared, so I instinctively used water release to defend myself. Right after I blocked their attack, ANBU showed up and said I used ninjutsu, so they wanted to take me away. Rin deliberately avoided the key details and spoke with a pitiful expression. Old man, what do you have to say now? Your ANBU are colluding with the Uchiha, Tsunade added coldly. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Why was it that Rin's version and the ANBU's report sounded similar yet felt completely different? According to Rin, he was the victim. But according to ANBU, if they hadn't intervened, the Uchiha group would have been killed by a massive water release attack. Something didn't add up. You too, explain why you helped the Uchiha, the third Hokage said, shifting the pressure onto the ANBU. Lord Hokage, if we hadn't blocked Uzumaki Rin's water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu, all 8 Uchiha would have died, one of the ANBU replied. Great Waterfall Jutsu. Minato, standing nearby, was stunned. When Rin mentioned using water release earlier, everyone assumed it was something minor like water wave A C-rank technique. No one expected an A-rank water release. Great Fireball was only C-rank. Even with skill differences, a few academy students couldn't possibly withstand the full force of a Great Waterfall Jutsu. If ANBU hadn't stepped in, they would have been crushed. Rin, why did you use Great Waterfall Jutsu? Against a C-rank technique, you should respond with something similar. Using such a high-level jutsu wastes too much chakra. You could easily exhaust yourself, the third Hokage said with a forced smile. He wasn't planning to blame Rin. The Uchiha had brought this on themselves and dragged ANBU into it. As long as Rin was appeased, everything else could be handled. But no one expected Rin to reply. Chakra can run out. I thought it was infinite. I always felt like it just replenishes immediately after being used. The third Hokage nearly choked. What kind of statement was that? He looked at the people in the room. Tsunade Senju clan, chakra reserves far beyond normal. Kushina Uzumaki clan and Ninetales Jinchuriki. Chakra depletion. What's that? Rin Uzumaki clan, awakened sage body. At 5 years old, his chakra was already on par with a Kage. Say no more. Comparing normal people to these monsters was meaningless. Which meant only Minato was normal. At that realization, the third Hokage suddenly found Minato much more pleasant to look at. Chapter 15, Compensation for Emotional Distress. An hour later, Uzumaki Rin left the Hokage Tower with a thick stack of banknotes in his arms, completely satisfied. Thinking back to Uchiha Fugaku's ugly expression when handing over the money, Rin couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Aside from being good at producing talented sons, that guy didn't seem to have many redeeming qualities. He even dared to glare at me at the start, but how did that end? Still had to obediently pay up and compensate me for emotional damages. After an hour of friendly and peaceful discussion, the matter was finally settled. Of course, during that hour, Ninetales' chakra flared up more than once, but there was no actual loss of control, which meant the discussion had been quite peaceful. As for why the Hokage's desk ended up shattered, well, it just wasn't sturdy enough. After all, Tsunade hadn't even used much force when she slammed it. In any case, the incident of the Uchiha gang violently surrounding and attacking Konoha's model youth Uzumaki Rin was successfully resolved under the Uchiha clan's strong public relations efforts. The model youth Uzumaki Rin received compensation, and both sides signed a settlement agreement. As for the damage caused to the academy surroundings during the group assault, the Uchiha clan would bear full responsibility. As for the offenders themselves, due to their strong background, they were not severely punished. They were merely stripped of their eligibility to join the Konoha military police, which was basically a lifetime ban from political advancement. Damn it, that brat. Back at home, Uchiha Fugaku smashed things in rage. He was furious but completely powerless. He didn't even dare think about retaliating against Rin privately. Before leaving, the third Hokage had personally warned him. At this point, Fugaku had ambition but not the strength to rebel. What did the Uchiha clan currently have? At most, 1 or 2 Kage-level fighters, and even that was uncertain. But Konoha. On the surface alone, there were 5 Kage-level powerhouses, the third Hokage, the Sannin, and the White Fang. And who knew how many more existed in secret? The Senju clan likely still had hidden veterans, and the Hyuga clan probably did too. As for Jonin, yes, the Uchiha had quite a few. But what did that matter? This was Konoha at its peak. The third great ninja war hadn't even begun yet. Jonin were everywhere. The power gap was overwhelming. Konoha could crush the Uchiha clan without effort. While Fugaku raged, another figure was deep in thought: Danzo. In truth, this entire incident had been orchestrated by him. Those Uchiha fools might not be smart, but they wouldn't normally go after Rin over Obito. They had only acted because Danzo's people had subtly manipulated them with genjutsu. Not full control, just psychological guidance. The Uchiha were already arrogant by nature. Under slight provocation, they rushed straight into trouble. Third Hokage. Tsunade. Kushina. Danzo muttered. You may go. No need to continue the test. This incident had been a probe to test how important Rin was in the Hokage's eyes. Danzo hadn't expected the third to stay calm, while Tsunade and Kushina exploded instead. But that only proved Rin's importance to them. Danzo wanted to act, but he didn't have the power. Behind Rin stood 3 Kage-level fighters. If Kushina lost control, that would make 4. Root was powerful, but Kage-level fighters weren't something you could mass-produce. After a long silence, Danzo reluctantly gave up on targeting the Uzumaki bloodline. But then he smiled. Recently, Orochimaru had successfully created a child who survived the implantation of Hashirama's cells. Danzo had already taken the child in. Uzumaki bloodline. How can it compare to wood release? Danzo sneered. One day, I will sit in the Hokage's seat. He stepped forward, arriving at Tenzo's training ground, watching the boy silently. Meanwhile, Rin returned home. Rin, don't use such powerful techniques so casually in the future. Even if the Uchiha were in the wrong, you can't just kill them, Tsunade said. I wasn't trying to kill them. The Anbu were already watching from the trees. But they didn't step in when the Uchiha blocked me, so I decided to mess with them a bit. With their strength, blocking the Great Waterfall Jutsu wasn't difficult, Rin said casually. You already noticed the Anbu? Tsunade asked in surprise. Kushina said the Uzumaki clan has strong sensory abilities. I'm an Uzumaki, and I've awakened a sage body, of course I could sense them. Not just those 2, I could feel the other 3 Anbu around the academy as well, Rin said smugly. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued counting his money. 100,000 ryo. That was equivalent to a massive fortune. In both his past and present life, he had never seen this much money. And yet just by extorting the Uchiha, he got it so easily. Seems like the Uchiha are pretty rich. Maybe I should create more incidents in the future and squeeze them a bit more. Just as Rin was thinking about future plans, Tsunade suddenly grabbed the money from his hands. What does a kid need this much money for? I'll keep it for you. You can have it when you grow up, she said. Keep it for me. More like gamble it away. Rin knew that once money entered Tsunade's hands, it would never return. Within 2 days, it would definitely end up in a casino. Tsunade, can you at least leave me 10,000? I want to treat my classmates, Rin said pitifully. Tsunade looked at his expression, thought for a moment, and finally handed him a single banknote. Chapter 16. The richest man in the ninja world. Uzumaki Rin carefully put away the 10,000 ryo Tsunade had left him, and looked at her with a trace of sympathy. Not for Tsunade but for the Senju clan. At this rate, their liquid assets were probably already stretched thin. And the reason? Obvious, Tsunade had gambled it all away. She must be seriously short on money now. Otherwise, there's no way she would have taken even his small stash. Tsunade, I'll make a lot of money in the future so you can gamble as much as you want, Rin said seriously. He meant it. Tsunade treated him well. If gambling was what she loved, then fine, he'd fund it. Once he grew stronger, making money wouldn't be a problem. The ninja world was full of rich targets. Take down a few, and that's instant profit. What was gambling loss compared to that? Rin, you're the best. Come here, let me hug you. Tsunade instantly pulled him into a tight embrace. For her, gambling wasn't just a habit, it was tied to memories of Hashirama Senju, and a way to cope with the loss of Nawaki. Everyone else told her to stop. Only Rin had said, I'll earn money for you to gamble. That hit differently. Can't breathe. Rin struggled, nearly passing out before finally escaping. Hurry up and grow up, then earn money for me. I spend fast, you know. Tsunade said cheerfully before heading inside. Rin stood there speechless. You definitely do. That night, he kept thinking about one question: how do I make money? Leaving Konoha to rob wealthy targets. That would work, but he didn't want to leave yet. And Tsunade might not even accept that kind of money. So the next day, after arriving at the academy, he was still stuck. Rin, good morning. Kurina Yuhi greeted him happily. You're even prettier today, Rin replied casually. That's not true. Kurina blushed instantly. After chatting for a bit, class started. Rin lay on his desk as usual, pretending to sleep while thinking. At lunchtime, still nothing. Red, what makes the most money? Rin suddenly asked. Doing missions, she replied innocently. Higher rank missions pay more. Yeah, that's not helpful. Then what's the most expensive thing in Konoha? I don't know. But my mom always complains that ninja tools keep getting more expensive. Especially explosive tags, they really costly now. Rin froze. Explosive tags. Of course. No matter the world, weapons equals profit. And that immediately reminded him of one person: 600 billion explosive tags. At 400 Rio each, that's 240 trillion Rio. Forget the fire daimyo, even he couldn't match that. That's true wealth. Red, I've decided I'm going into the weapons business. When that happens, just take as many explosive tags as you want from me. Free of charge. He was already imagining mass-producing them endlessly with chakra. A perfect plan. 3 days later, reality hit him like a truck. He went to Jiraiya to learn a similar technique. Nope, Jiraiya said. You don't have the right chakra nature. And even if you did, chakra-created tags expire quickly. Plus, only the creator can use them. You can't sell them. Dream shattered. Yesterday, future richest man. Today, broke kid again. However, Jiraiya added, you can make money by selling ninjutsu sealing scrolls. That caught Rin's attention. Sealing techniques, like the ones used by Tenten. But after hearing the explanation, he realized it wasn't that simple. There were two systems: summoning/space-time storage scrolls like Tenten's weapon scrolls, ninjutsu sealing scrolls, pre-stored techniques, similar to explosive tags, but far more advanced. The problem. Difficulty. If making an explosive tag is level 1, then sealing a jutsu is level 9. And if it fails, the jutsu explodes in your face. Defensive jutsu, survivable; offensive jutsu, you're dead. That's why they're rare. Rin thought for a moment. Then grinned. Sealing complexity, asked Kushina Uzumaki. Explosion risk, use shadow clones, mass production solved. I've decided. I'm doing this, Rin said confidently. Old man, teach me the space-time storage technique first. His path to becoming the richest man in the ninja world had officially begun. Chapter 17, Ninjutsu Sealing Scrolls. It only took half a day for Uzumaki Rin to master the summoning technique, space-time ninja tool storage. As a branch of space-time ninjutsu, the summoning technique wasn't particularly difficult. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, it was far easier. Rin had already started learning the Flying Thunder God from Minato Namikaze, yet he still hadn't even reached the beginner stage. The next day, Rin bought a large number of blank scrolls, and went straight to find Kushina Uzumaki to research sealing techniques. Since these were meant to be portable ninjutsu sealing scrolls, they couldn't be as massive as the sealing scroll. That would be far too inconvenient. After some thought, Rin decided to model them after the Heaven and Earth scrolls used in the Chunin exams. Compact, easy to carry, and convenient to use. Perfect for everyday use or eliminating enemies. After a full week of research with Kushina, they successfully developed a special sealing formula tailored for these scrolls. From there on, sealing the jutsu itself would depend entirely on Rin. That day, Rin created hundreds of shadow clones, but instead of training, they all carried stacks of scrolls out of the house and began testing. Sigh, another failure. Rin slumped over the table as a clone dispersed, sending its feedback back to him. Sealing ninjutsu was far more technical than he expected. Chakra flow too fast, scroll breaks instantly, too slow, sealing formula activates before completion, too dense, scroll explodes, too weak, scroll works, but has no power. It required perfect balance. Right now, he was testing with Earth style, Earth wall, a safe option. Even if it failed, at most it would create a wall of dirt. Still, the courtyard was now filled with uneven dirt mounds and jagged rocks, evidence of countless failed attempts. At noon, Rin sat eating the lunch prepared by Kurenai Yuhi, but unlike usual, he didn't say a word. Is it not tasty today? Kurenai asked nervously. He snapped out of his thoughts. No, it's great as always. I just ran into a problem and have been thinking about it. I'm sure you'll solve it soon. I believe in you, she said, smiling. Of course I will. He said it confidently, but inside, he had no clue. Afternoon passed quickly. Just before dismissal, their Chunin instructor walked in. Tomorrow will be your monthly assessment. The tests will include reconnaissance, shuriken throwing, and practical combat. Make sure to prepare. Before he could finish, bang. After wasting hundreds of scrolls, I finally did it. Rin slammed the desk and shot to his feet. The entire class froze. Ignoring them, he immediately formed hand seals. Summoning technique, space-time ninja tool storage. A scroll appeared in his hand. His first successful ninjutsu sealing scroll. Uzumaki Rin. Were you even listening? What are you doing? The teacher completely lost it. Sleeping in class was one thing, but interrupting him like this and performing summoning jutsu in the classroom. Enough was enough. In a fit of anger, he hurled a piece of chalk straight at Rin's forehead. Killing intent. Instinctively reacting, Rin tore open the scroll in his hand. A massive earth wall erupted inside the classroom, completely blocking the harmless chalk. That was overkill. Desks shattered. Walls cracked. The ceiling filled with spiderweb fractures. This was bad. Without hesitation, Rin used a body flicker technique and vanished before anyone could react. A few seconds later, Uzumaki Rin eee. I'm going to kill you. Inside the Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, that Uzumaki Rin is absolutely outrageous, the Chunin teacher complained tearfully. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the half-destroyed scroll on his desk. I understand. You've worked hard. I'll handle it. Go back. Yes, Lord Hokage. After the teacher left, Hiruzen simply sent an Umbu operative to repair the academy building. Nothing more. To others, it was a small incident. But to him, it revealed something significant. Ninjutsu sealing scrolls. This concept wasn't new. The Tobarama Senju had once explored it. But even Tobarama failed to develop a method suitable for large-scale use. The process was too complex, production too slow. So the idea was abandoned. Yet now, over 20 years later, Hiruzen was seeing it again. And this time there was a possibility it could be mass-produced. And that possibility was Uzumaki Rin. Chapter 18, Kunai Throwing Assessment. The next day, Uzumaki Rin stayed at home with his real body and sent a shadow clone to the academy. He had expected trouble after yesterday's chaos, but when he arrived, nothing happened. The classroom had already been repaired. New desks and chairs were in place. No one came looking for him. So during break, he casually swapped places with his clone and returned to school in person. Next, we will begin the kunai throwing assessment. When I call your name, come forward and throw, the Chunin instructor announced. Genma Shiranui, you're first. Genma stepped forward properly, picked up the kunai, and threw them with a serious expression. Full marks. Next might Guy. Guy dashed forward energetically. Youth must burn with passion. Witness my youthful kunai technique. All 10 kunai hit the target but only the outer ring. 3 points. Next Obito Uchiha. Obito strutted up confidently, grabbing 10 kunai, 5 in each hand and crossing his arms in a flashy stance. Seeing this, Rin couldn't help but grin. That pose looked impressive but it was useless. The Uchiha-style throwing technique required the Sharingan to be effective. And Obito hadn't awakened it yet. So after a loud shout, all 10 kunai flew wildly, missing the target entirely. Even the crows seemed to mock him. 0 points. Next Kakashi Hatake. That was just a mistake, let me try again. Obito protested. Kakashi pushed him aside and stepped up. Full marks. Next Uzumaki Rin. Rin walked up, looked at the kunai and frowned. To be honest, he had never seriously practiced throwing. In his mind, kunai were basically useless. Have you ever seen Madara Uchiha killed by a kunai? Or any top-tier ninja relying on them as a main weapon? At best, they were effective against weak opponents. Losing wasn't an option. So he picked up 10 kunai, crossed his arms, and copied Obito's exact pose. Everyone stared. Was he serious? Rin threw all 10 kunai but not at the target. They scattered around it. Kakashi immediately realized something was wrong. None of them were going to hit. No tricks. No rebounds. A complete miss. Then Rin formed hand seals. Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant 10 kunai became 100. 100 became 1,000. Then thousands more filled the sky like a storm. The target was completely buried. The surrounding trees, the ground, everything was covered in kunai. Even a bird flying overhead didn't escape, it was instantly turned into a pincushion. Everyone was stunned. Kakashi froze. Obito's mouth opened but no words came out. This doesn't count. This is a kunai throwing test, not a ninjutsu exam. The teacher shouted, pointing at Rin. I threw kunai, Rin replied calmly. But you used ninjutsu. The things that hit the target were kunai. But your original throws missed. That was to confuse the enemy. The teacher coughed up blood on the spot and collapsed. He was done. Completely done. Chapter 19, 2 years. In a flash, time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 full years went by. The timeline had now reached year 41 of Konoha. Uzumaki Rin was 7 years old and so was Kakashi Hatake. During these 2 years, Rin stayed in the Ninja Academy the entire time. He didn't graduate early. Instead, he lived like a normal student, going to school in the morning, returning home in the evening. As for his cheat, the multi-shadow clone jutsu was active every single day. But over these 2 years, Rin had changed drastically. From being under 1 meter tall, he had now grown to around 1.5 meters, half a head taller than everyone else. A year ago, after Tsunade developed a method to regulate cell division, Rin gained full control over his growth. Since then, no matter how fast others grew, he was always taller. Height suppression. Of course, he would never admit that this obsession came from the trauma of once being too short. His strength had also advanced tremendously. Aside from lacking real combat experience, his overall power was already comparable to an elite Jonin. Not quite Kage level yet, but close enough that escaping from one wasn't a problem. Because during these 2 years, he had finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Even though he was still at the first stage, if he wanted to run, no one could stop him. On top of that, all the ninjutsu he obtained from Orochimaru mastered, studied the sealing scroll after borrowing it from the third Hokage, learned nearly every usable jutsu suited to him now. His shadow clones were no longer used for learning but for developing new techniques. As for sealing techniques, he had already mastered everything Kushina Uzumaki knew. Currently, he was secretly researching an S-rank forbidden sealing technique. Of course, he told no one. Saying that out loud would just invite trouble. Alright, that concludes today's assessment. Tomorrow, you'll be assigned into teams. The Chunin instructor dismissed the class. Instantly, the classroom exploded with excitement. We're finally graduating. We're genin now, we can take missions. I wonder which team I'll be in. I want to be with Kakashi. I want to be with Rin. Rin also began thinking. Which team will I be in? And who will be my instructor? He narrowed his eyes. Old man. You better be smart. If you don't put me in the same team as Kurenai, don't blame me for beating the instructor half to death until you change it. Even with just elite Jonin level strength, he was confident he could still beat an elite Jonin into submission. Sure, winning normally might require a prolonged battle of attrition. But killing power. He had it. After all, there was a forbidden technique called the 8 Gates. Once opened, even Kage-level fighters would have to retreat. Let's go. To celebrate graduation, I'm treating everyone to barbecue, Rin announced. Boss is paying. Ebisu cheered instantly. Barbecue. Then I'll run 100 laps tonight. Might Guy declared passionately. Obito Uchiha didn't say anything, but he swallowed hard. Even if I can't beat you, I'll eat you bankrupt. After 2 years, everyone had been completely beaten into submission by Rin. Even if they didn't admit it out loud in their hearts, he was already the boss. As the group walked toward the barbecue restaurant, Rin chatted casually with Kurenai Yuhi. Suddenly Guy dragged Kakashi over. Do you think the 3 of us can be assigned to the same team? Kakashi says it's impossible. Rin looked at the hopeful Guy and the utterly defeated Kakashi. Then shook his head. Unless the 3rd Hokage has lost his mind, the chance of that happening is basically 0. Guy froze for a second, then reignited. Even if we're not on the same team, I'll keep chasing you. Youth must never give up. Rin and Kakashi both felt second-hand embarrassment. Speaking of Kakashi, he still hadn't graduated early. A year ago, Rin had asked him why. Kakashi's answer. You're strong too, and you didn't graduate early either. So instead of becoming a legend who graduated at 5, Kakashi had spent 2 full years with them. Rin could only sigh. Looks like my butterfly effect is finally doing something. After the barbecue, everyone went home. Rin, meanwhile, kept thinking, who will be my instructor? His strength might not be publicly known, but to people like Minato Namikaze, Tsunade, and Jiraiya it was obvious. Hiding it was pointless. Soon, Rin returned home. Not Tsunade's place. Not Jiraiya's. Not Minato and Kushina's. 6 months ago he had moved out. His reason? If I keep living with Tsunade, I'll never get a girlfriend. He got punched for that but still succeeded in becoming independent. As he pushed open the villa door, a small girl ran over. "Welcome back, young master. Shizune, have you eaten? You didn't wait for me, right?" Rin asked. Shizune smiled sweetly. "I've eaten. You don't need to send a shadow clone back just to remind me." "Then who was it that forgot to eat last time, and waited until night?" "That was an accident." "That's right. His maid was Shizune." Since Dan Kato never got together with Tsunade in this timeline, Shizune didn't follow her. 3 months ago, Rin met her at the hospital and lured her with one irresistible offer, teaching medical ninjutsu. In exchange, she would handle cleaning, chores, and house management. And live in the villa. Now, Rin's sealing scroll business had grown massively. Even the Umbu purchased from him. As one of Konoha's rising wealth tycoons, his villa had more than enough space, let alone one Shizune. Even dozens more could fit easily. Chapter 20, Graduation and Team Assignment. After chatting with Shizune for a while and leaving behind a shadow clone to teach her medical ninjutsu, Uzumaki Rin returned to his room. His current room was protected by 7 layers of sealing techniques. Even Kushina Uzumaki would need quite some time to break through them. It wasn't that he was hiding anything illegal. But what he was researching absolutely required secrecy. Because his current work involved soul and life-based sealing techniques. In essence, it wasn't much different from what Orochimaru was researching. The only difference: Orochimaru used living people. Rin used pure theory and formula derivation. The Uzumaki clan had always been among the best in the ninja world when it came to soul research. Otherwise, techniques like the dead demon consuming seal could never have existed. As soon as Rin entered his room, several shadow clones dispersed instantly. A flood of memories rushed into his mind, updating him on all ongoing research. Life force storage is no longer a problem. But soul sealing is still lacking something. He frowned. Kakashi is already 7. I don't know how long until the White Fang incident. If I can't finish the soul seal in time, I'll have to use Plan B. Everything he was doing was to save Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi was his friend. And Tsukumo's strength was an enormous asset. Saving him had only benefits. Of course, it couldn't be done openly. Even if saved, Tsukumo would need to remain hidden for years. As for saving Minato Namikaze and Kushinarin already had a plan. It just needed refinement. All of this had to be done quietly. No attention. Half an hour later, Rin created more shadow clones and continued improving the soul seal. This went on until midnight. Before sleeping, he checked his fusion system. Fusion progress, 95% the same number. For 6 months now, it hadn't moved. No matter what he tried. Sunlight absorption, cell pressure through shadow clones, extreme training, nothing worked. That final 5% refused to unlock. And without it he couldn't perform the next fusion. Looks like I'll have to try something extreme. Rin narrowed his eyes. And I'll need my instructor's help for that. The next day, after breakfast prepared by Shizune, Rin recalled all shadow clones and headed to the academy in peak condition. Soon, the Chunin instructor entered with a scroll. Now we will begin team assignments. Genma Shiranui, Mike Guy, Ebisu, Team 1. Instructor, Choza Kimichi. Genma and Ebisu instantly looked dead inside. Being stuck with Guy. Fate was cruel. Kakashi Hatake, Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha, Team 2. Instructor, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi didn't react. Obito, however, jumped in excitement. Uzumaki Rin, Kurina Yuhi, Asuma Sarutobi, Team 3. Instructor, Tsukumo Hatake. 3 completely different reactions. Asuma, why am I stuck with this guy again? Kurinai, so happy I'm with Rin. Rin, White Fang. Looks like the old man had no better option. After the announcement, everyone headed to their training grounds. Before leaving, Rin walked up to Kakashi. When your dad beats you, does he hit hard? Kakashi's face twitched. He didn't even know how to respond. Looks like he does, Rin muttered. Then I'll have to go all out. Otherwise getting beaten wouldn't be worth it. And since I've been bullying his son for 2 years, he'll probably take revenge. This is dangerous. Kakashi nearly tripped. He turned and glared. Don't look at me like that, Rin said calmly. If you push me, I'll beat you first before your dad even gets the chance. Kakashi gave up and walked away. After successfully provoking Kakashi, Rin grabbed Kurenai's hand and walked toward the training ground, chatting casually. Behind them, Asuma followed with clenched teeth. Completely ignored. Soon, the three arrived. Tsukumo Hatake hadn't appeared yet. Do you think I can pass White Fang's test? I'm a little nervous, Kurenai asked softly. She wasn't wrong. Tsukumo was at the peak of his fame, so bright that even the Sannin were overshadowed. Don't worry, Rin said. I'll protect you. I'll protect you too. Asuma immediately jumped in. Rin glanced at him. With White Fang's strength, crushing you would be easier than killing a chicken. I'm serious. Fight me. Sure, Rin smirked. Want to try the invincible windmill again? Asuma was instantly defeated mentally. Stop it, both of you, Kurenai quickly intervened. At that moment a figure silently appeared, right in their blind spot. Chapter 21, Tsukumo Hatake 1188 words. Hello, Uncle White Fang. The moment Tsukumo Hatake appeared, Uzumaki Rin had already sensed him. This kind of assassination-level concealment technique might be fatal to most people, but to Rin with his extremely powerful perception it was completely ineffective. Hello, Uncle Tsukumo, Asuma Sarutobi quickly greeted as he turned his head. Hello, Teacher Tsukumo, Kurenai Yuhi greeted politely, since she wasn't familiar with him. Tsukumo Hatake wasn't surprised that Rin had noticed him. Smiling, he said, Youth really is wonderful. You all seem full of energy. In that case, I suppose I should increase the difficulty of today's test. No problem. Asuma replied enthusiastically. Rin almost kicked him. Use your brain, will you? White Fang was a Kage-level powerhouse. When he said he'd increase the difficulty, he wasn't joking. All right then. Your task is to take these 2 bells from me. Whoever fails to get one, will return to the academy and start over. You may begin at any time. As Tsukumo spoke, he took out 2 bells and showed them to the 3 of them. Kurenai immediately grew nervous. She was the weakest among the 3. If anyone failed to get a bell, it would most likely be her. It's fine. Just do your best, don't be nervous. If it really doesn't work out, I'll grab one for you, Rin said to her. Rin, don't worry. I can do it, she nodded firmly, her eyes filled with determination. Then let's begin. The moment Rin finished speaking, he used the body flicker technique and vanished from the training ground, slipping into the forest to hide. Kurenai and Asuma followed suit, entering the forest as well, leaving Tsukumo Hatake standing alone in the center of the field. 3 interesting little ones. Tsukumo glanced toward the forest and smiled. He recalled how Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally asked him the night before to take on these 3 as students. At first he hadn't thought much of it. But when he heard that Rin already possessed the strength of a Jonin, he began to take this role seriously. At that moment, he could still sense Kurenai and Asuma's presence within the forest. But Uzumaki Rin's aura had completely disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of shurikens suddenly shot toward Tsukumo at high speed. Asuma was the first to act. After throwing the shuriken, he swiftly changed direction and charged at Tsukumo from another angle. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Seeing Asuma move, Kurenai immediately followed up with a genjutsu. She knew her taijutsu was weak, so she didn't rush in. But such attacks were nothing to Tsukumo. Kurenai's genjutsu had no effect whatsoever. The gap in strength was simply too great. As for Asuma's shuriken, Tsukumo dodged them effortlessly with a single body flicker, then kicked Asuma away as he charged in. If this is all you can do, then you might as well go back to the academy. Before he could finish, another wave of kunai flew toward him. This time, Tsukumo's eyes narrowed. He instantly recognized that something was different. These were special kunai engraved with the formula of the flying Raijin technique. Kid, don't think that knowing flying Raijin means you can hit me. Tsukumo immediately drew his weapon, preparing to deflect all the incoming kunai. Once those marked kunai got close, things would become troublesome. But at that moment, Rin's voice rang out, kunai multi-shadow clone jutsu. The dozen or so kunai instantly multiplied into thousands. Although these cloned kunai couldn't serve as flying Raijin markers, they completely disrupted Tsukumo's judgment. He could no longer distinguish which ones were the real marked kunai. After blocking the barrage, Tsukumo found the ground around him already covered in special kunai. He couldn't help but smile wryly. He hadn't expected Rin to come up with such a method. At the early stage of flying Raijin, its weakness was obvious. As long as one tracked the kunai's position, half of its effectiveness could be nullified. That weakness had been erased. Just as Tsukumo prepared to retreat from the area, a figure appeared and kicked toward him. Surround him. Don't let him leave the range of the kunai. Rin shouted while launching his attack. You think this can stop me? Tsukumo blocked Rin's kick with the hilt of his blade, then swung the sheathed sword toward him. In an instant, Tsukumo released killing intent, locking onto Rin completely and preventing any escape. The Rin he struck turned into a puff of smoke. It was only a shadow clone. At that moment, Kurenai and Asuma rushed in, attempting to hold Tsukumo in place and prevent him from leaving the kunai-covered zone. Whoosh! After easily dealing with the two of them, Rin appeared behind Tsukumo again and attacked. That clone was destroyed as well. But immediately, two more Rins appeared beside him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tsukumo continuously destroyed Rin's shadow clones, yet instead of decreasing, their numbers kept increasing. Meanwhile, Kurenai and Asuma rejoined the fight. Whenever they were about to be struck, Rin's clones would intercept the attacks for them. Just like that, the three of them surrounded Tsukumo for half an hour and still failed to obtain a single bell. Kurenai was completely exhausted. Asuma wasn't doing much better, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Only Rin stood there, calm and composed, without even a hint of fatigue. Is that your limit? Tsukumo asked, looking at Kurenai and Asuma. I can still fight. I won't give up. Asuma forced himself to stand. Me too, Kurenai said, barely holding herself upright. At that moment, Rin stopped them, smiling. Leave the rest to me. You two take a break. With that, two shadow clones carried them away. Kurenai was carried in his arms, while Asuma was dragged along. The difference in treatment was obvious. You're sending them away, planning to take the bells alone? Tsukumo asked with a smile. Truthfully, he was already satisfied with their teamwork and was prepared to pass them. But Rin stepping forward again surprised him. He knew Rin hadn't gone all out earlier. He had been using flying Raijin and taijutsu the entire time. Still, Rin had shown excellent teamwork, using shadow clones to shield his teammates instead of fighting alone despite his strength. That was commendable. Uncle White fanned, from here on. I'd like you to use your full strength. Rin's expression turned serious. I want to see just how far I can go. After all, having a Kage-level powerhouse like Tsukumo as his instructor was a rare opportunity. If he didn't test the gap between himself and that level now, it would be a waste. And after all these years, he had never truly gone all out. Tsukumo was slightly taken aback, then nodded solemnly. I understand. I'll use my full strength. Thank you, Uncle White Fang. Rin formed hand seals. In an instant, the vast chakra within his body surged forth. Water release, great waterfall technique. Endless torrents of water erupted into the sky, crashing down like a raging ocean. And so the true battle between Uzumaki Rin and the White Fang began. Chapter 22, Secret 11:0 For words. The water release, super great waterfall technique, was a ninjutsu Uzumaki Rin had modified from the original great waterfall technique. He had increased both its impact force and water volume, pushing its power close to the S-rank level. However, the true purpose of this technique was not raw destruction, it was to create a favorable battlefield, transforming the surroundings into a vast ocean. Facing such a technique, Tsukumo Hatake could only choose to evade. Taking it head-on was simply not an option. His strengths lay in kenjutsu and lightning release. When it came to other types of ninjutsu, he might not necessarily surpass Rin. But neither kenjutsu nor lightning release provided powerful defensive techniques. So he could only dodge. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a trace of envy toward Rin's immense chakra reserves. To forcibly create an entire ocean out of nothing, this level of chakra was far beyond what a normal person could possess. Rin is amazing. Kurenai's eyes sparkled with admiration. Damn it. Is this his true strength? Asuma was also shocked by the towering waves. He hadn't expected Rin to have been hiding this much power. They had all attended the academy together, so why was Rin this strong? The unwillingness burned in his chest. At that moment, instructors from nearby training grounds also sensed the sudden surge of chakra and rushed over. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already begun watching through his crystal ball. When the waves of the super great waterfall technique subsided, the entire training ground had turned into an ocean. Both Rin and Tsukumo now stood atop the water's surface. If you think changing the battlefield is enough to defeat me, then I can only say you're too naive, Tsukumo said calmly. A qualified shinobi must maintain full combat capability in any environment just like this. The moment he finished speaking, he charged toward Rin at incredible speed. That speed, is it from lightning release stimulating his cells? Rin was startled. Tsukumo's speed was almost on par with the body flicker technique. A streak of white light flashed. Rin's body was cut in half. But instead of dispersing into smoke, his body turned into a pool of water. Uncle White Fang, I know I'm far inferior to you in close combat, so I already left that position. Now the real battle begins, please take this. Rin's voice echoed from another direction. Beside him stood 3 shadow clones. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, rain formation. Water release, water continuous bullets. The 3 clones rapidly formed hand seals, releasing 3 different water release techniques. The water dragon bullet technique was a single target attack, while the rain formation and water continuous bullets were wide area techniques. All 3 were signature techniques of Tobirama Senju. Even the water dragon bullet, normally a B-rank jutsu, had been elevated to A rank due to Tobirama's improvements, and Rin executed it using Tobirama's original hand seal method learned from the sealing scroll. Facing 3 A-rank water release techniques, even Tsukumo felt a headache coming on. He could dodge the water dragon bullet, but the other 2 large-scale attacks were impossible to avoid entirely. So after evading the water dragon bullet, with a body flicker, the blade in his hand finally erupted with white chakra light. White arcs flashed through the air as countless water bullets and descending water blasts were cut apart by the chakra-infused white fang blade. Apart from scattered droplets splashing onto him, Tsukumo remained completely unharmed. Rin wasn't surprised. He never believed 3 techniques alone could defeat a Kage-level opponent. That would be nothing but a fantasy. So while Tsukumo was surrounded by the barrage, Rin quietly threw 8 special kunai in all directions. By the time Tsukumo broke free from the large-scale assault and prepared to locate Rin, he discovered something alarming. 9 Rins stood around him, forming a perfect circle, all simultaneously forming hand seals. Tsukumo's expression changed instantly. He could tell at a glance this next attack would be far more dangerous than anything before. But by the time he attempted to retreat, it was already too late. The 9 Rins completed their hand seals and slammed their palms onto the water's surface. Water release, 9 dragon vortex formation. 9 massive water dragons materialized in front of them. The moment they appeared, they began spiraling in unison, accelerating the vortex's rotation. At the same time, the 9 dragons rose into the sky, dragging massive volumes of water upward. The water beneath Tsukumo's feet began spinning violently. He had no choice but to move to the very center of the vortex, otherwise, he would be pulled into the swirling current. Even though he knew the center was just as dangerous, he had no other option. By now, the 9 water dragons had ascended over 100 meters into the sky, carrying enormous amounts of water with them. From miles away, people could clearly see the colossal dragons twisting through the air. Will Teacher Tsukumo be all right? Kurenai asked anxiously, her pride in Rin's strength mixed with worry. I don't know, he should be fine. Asuma stammered, his mind completely blank as he stared at the massive water dragons. At that moment, instructors and students from other training grounds arrived. What's going on? Is there an enemy attack? Who used such a powerful water release? Why is Uzumaki Rin here? What happened? The crowd was stunned, staring at the 9 massive dragons in disbelief. Asuma, what happened? Asked Inoichi Yamanaka. It's Rin, he's fighting Teacher Tsukumo, we failed the test, and Rin sent us away before continuing the fight alone, Asuma explained. Father! Kakashi Hatake exclaimed, completely stunned. Uzumaki Rin is fighting White Fang. White Fang is inside that. Inoichi's face changed drastically. The other Jonin were equally shocked. This battlefield, could a newly graduated academy student really create this while fighting the White Fang? Wasn't this the level of a clash between Tokage-level experts? Teacher Tsukumo is trapped inside, will he be in danger? Kurenai asked anxiously. No one could answer. To say there was no danger would be a lie. The power of this technique was obvious even from the outside. But to say there was danger, this was the White Fang of Konoha, a Kage-level powerhouse second only to the Hokage. How could he possibly be harmed by a fresh graduate? Just as everyone stood there, stunned and uncertain, Minato Namikaze spoke with a grave expression. White Fang Senpai is in danger, and very serious danger. Because this is a secret-level water release technique. Chapter 23, The Strength of the White Fang. 1031 words, the White Fang Senpai is in danger and in serious danger. That jutsu is an esoteric-level water release technique, Minato said with a grave expression. When it came to understanding this technique, aside from Rin, he was the most familiar with it. Esoteric level. Isn't that beyond S rank? Uzumaki Rin can actually use a jutsu that powerful. Minato, you're not joking, are you? Yamanaka Inoichi asked in shock. Look over there, besides Rin, is there anyone else? Minato replied. This esoteric-level water release is called 9 Dragons Vortex Formation. It's a jutsu Rin developed himself. After evaluation by the 3rd Hokage, it was classified as an esoteric-level technique. What you're seeing now is only the first half of the jutsu. It uses violently rotating and compressing water currents to trap the target, forcing them to remain at the vortex's core. Its attack power hasn't even reached its peak yet. When the 9 water dragons rise to the highest point, merge into a single massive dragon, and then descend with overwhelming force onto the vortex core, that's the second half. That's when the true power of an esoteric-level jutsu is unleashed. If the White Fang Senpai hasn't escaped the vortex before that final impact. Minato didn't finish, but everyone understood what that meant. Father, you can do it, Kakashi muttered, clenching his fists as he stared at the 9 ascending water dragons. As time passed, the 9 dragons climbed higher and higher until they reached their peak. A resonant roar echoed. The 9 water dragons collided and rapidly fused into a single, even larger dragon. After fully merging, the colossal water dragon only revealed its head before plunging downward at terrifying speed, diving straight toward the vortex core. From the outside, all anyone could see was the towering column of water collapsing downward. They couldn't see what was happening inside. Only Hitaki Tsukumo himself knew the pressure he was facing. Even before the dragon struck, the descending air pressure alone had already pinned him firmly at the center of the vortex. Moving even slightly required immense effort. As time passed, the pressure of the surrounding air grew heavier and heavier, as if the entire space had been sealed. This is bad. White Fang Senpai might already be unable to move, Minato suddenly said, his brows tightly furrowed. What do you mean? Everyone asked anxiously. In the second phase of this jutsu, the air inside is compressed, generating overwhelming pressure. Anyone at the vortex core will be subjected to that pressure and unable to move, Minato explained. Then make Uzumaki Rin stop the jutsu. It can't continue. Inoichi immediately understood and turned to Minato. Among them, only he might be able to persuade Rin. It can't be stopped. Once Nine Dragons' vortex formation enters its second phase, it's uncontrollable, Minato shook his head. He was also thinking of a solution, but faced with the rapidly rotating and compressed water barrier, even Flying Thunder God couldn't get him inside. If only he had stopped Rin earlier. Now it was too late. Damn it. While everyone worried for Tsukumo, Rin himself was also beginning to feel uneasy. Had he overdone it? Uncle White Fang, want me to pull you out? Rin shouted toward the vortex. He had already placed a Flying Thunder God mark. He could extract Tsukumo instantly. But just as he spoke, before he could activate the technique, an immense surge of lightning release chakra erupted from the vortex core. Even from outside, Rin could clearly sense that overwhelming lightning chakra. Draw technique heaven-splitting thunder blade slash. As the massive water dragon descended, Tsukumo, feeling the crushing air pressure, began channeling all his chakra into the sheath of his blade. The white fang within gradually changed color from pure white to a brilliant silver blue as immense lightning release chakra filled the blade. When the gathered chakra grew so powerful that even the sheath could no longer contain it, arcs of electricity crackling all around, Tsukumo let out a roar and drew the blade, slashing forward. The moment the white fang left its sheath, the oppressive air pressure binding him vanished. More precisely, the air around him had been blasted away by the sheer force of the draw. Everything in the blade's path, air and compressed water alike, was cleaved apart instantly. Then, the lightning release chakra erupted. A massive, silver-blue blade formed entirely of chakra appeared, slashing against the rotating water barrier in the opposite direction of its spin. A thunderous explosion resounded as the high-speed water currents collided with the chakra blade, unleashing terrifying force. Even an esoteric-level jutsu could not remain unaffected under such an attack. Although the enormous water dragon in the sky continued its descent largely unimpeded, the internal air pressure had already collapsed. The moment the water barrier was cut open, the extremely compressed air inside found an outlet and burst outward violently. Riding that explosive airflow, Tsukumo's figure shot out of the vortex. However, his condition wasn't good. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his entire right arm had turned pitch black. Seeing this, Rin immediately threw a special kunai and used Flying Thunder God to teleport Tsukumo to where Asuma and the others were. At that exact moment, the massive water dragon slammed into the ground. An overwhelming explosion of power erupted. After setting Tsukumo down, Rin immediately stepped forward and formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashomon. 3 deafening crashes rang out as 3 enormous bronze gates rose up in front of everyone. In the next instant, a devastating shockwave swept across the area, while torrents of water surged outward on both sides, carrying debris, broken stones and shattered wood. Only after everything settled and Rin dispelled the jutsu did everyone clearly see the aftermath. Gasp! All of them sucked in a cold breath. The training ground was gone. Even the surrounding forest within a kilometer had been completely wiped out. Before them lay a massive vortex-shaped crater, at least 20 meters deep at its lowest point. If Rin hadn't blocked the final explosion of Nine Dragons' vortex formation, they might not have died, but they definitely wouldn't be standing here unharmed. What terrifying power! Tsukumo coughed lightly as he spoke. Chapter 24, Treating Hidden Injuries. 1127 words. Father, are you all right? Kakashi asked anxiously as he stared at Hatake Tsukumo's charred arm. Only after hearing Tsukumo speak did everyone remember him. At this moment, the white fang of Konoha no longer carried the bearing of a Kage-level powerhouse. He looked extremely battered. His clothes were torn in many places, one arm was scorched black, and a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. It seems I underestimated the power of that jutsu. If I had known, I wouldn't have pushed myself. I should have just let Rin pull me out, Tsukumo said with a faint smile, as if his injuries were nothing more than a scraped knee. His calm demeanor made it seem trivial. What are you standing around for? Hurry and treat White Fang Senpai, Minato said, giving Uzumaki Rin a push. Uncle White Fang, let me treat you. Actually, I'm more of a medical ninja. Healing injuries is what I'm best at, Rin said as he stepped forward and began using medical ninjutsu. Unlike ordinary medical ninja who stimulated cellular activity with chakra to achieve healing, Rin directly infused his immense life force into the patient's body, restoring the vitality of their cells. The difference between the two approaches was enormous. Everyone stared at the chakra radiating from Rin's hands, so rich in life force, and found themselves at a loss for words. Especially considering that Rin had previously claimed his role was that of a medical ninja. Who were they kidding? What kind of medical ninja could unleash an esoteric-level jutsu? Yet now, seeing his professional healing techniques, none of them could refute it. Before long, cracks began to appear along Tsukumo's charred arm. The dead outer skin split apart, revealing fresh new skin beneath. Uncle White Fang, you've got quite a lot of hidden injuries, especially in your joints. Some areas of cartilage have already hardened and degenerated. Your internal organs also have old injuries that were never fully healed. Forget it, I'll just treat everything at once. Through chakra-based sensing, Rin had already assessed Tsukumo's physical condition. Although his strength hadn't declined yet, if these accumulated injuries were left untreated, his power would inevitably fall below Kage level within another decade or so. Then I'll trouble you, Rin-kun, Tsukumo replied. Though his face remained calm, the shock in his heart far exceeded that of everyone around him. As a Kage-level expert, Tsukumo knew his own body best. Even Tsunade might not be able to fully heal some of those long-standing injuries, as they had already fused with his body over time. He had no choice but to endure them. But now, under Rin's treatment, he could clearly feel those injuries fading away. The immense life energy coursing through him made his entire body feel as if it had returned to its youthful peak. After more than 10 minutes, Rin withdrew his hands and smiled. Uncle White Fang, try moving now. Tsukumo nodded, stood up, and stretched his body. At this moment, he felt better than ever. Father, you're really okay? Kakashi asked, still a bit worried. Even though he knew Rin's medical skills were impressive, he couldn't fully relax until his father confirmed it. It's fine, Kakashi. Don't worry. I feel better than before, much better, in fact. Everyone, step back a bit. I want to properly test this condition, Tsukumo said. Though no one knew what he intended to do, they all cooperated and stepped back. In the next instant, Tsukumo's chakra erupted. What followed was a dazzling display. Countless flashes of white light and afterimages danced through the air. It looked beautiful, but everyone present understood the deadly intent hidden within it. If any of them were caught within Tsukumo's attack range, none of them would be able to withstand such strikes. Draw technique, heaven-splitting thunder blade slash. Perhaps carried away by the exhilaration, Tsukumo unleashed the same devastating technique once again. A massive silver-blue blade cut across the air. With no visual obstruction this time, everyone finally grasped just how terrifying that strike truly was. So it's a two-stage draw technique, Kakashi murmured under his breath. Only now did he understand why his father had never taught him the Hatake clan's swordsmanship directly, instead forcing him to focus on fundamentals. Without a solid foundation, one could never truly unleash the power of their blade. What's a two-stage draw technique? Rin instantly appeared beside Kakashi and asked. Simply put, after the first strike is blocked, a second strike follows immediately. It's an unavoidable draw technique and ultimate move, Kakashi explained after glancing at him. Then I'll just block both strikes. Why is it unavoidable? Rin asked curiously. When it came to swordsmanship, he was completely clueless. Kakashi fell silent, deciding not to waste words. Talking about sword techniques with Rin was like playing a lute to a cow. Just as Rin was about to press further, Tsukumo sheathed his blade and appeared before him in a flash. Rin, thank you. It's been a long time since I've felt this light and unburdened. Come visit my home when you have time. I'd like to properly thank you. From now on, if you need anything, you can come find me anytime. Or you can have Kakashi pass along a message, Tsukumo said seriously. Hearing this, the expressions of those around them changed yet again. Earlier, when they learned that the esoteric level jutsu had been cast by Rin, they had already viewed him as a monster. But now, they realized something even more terrifying. This monster was backed by an entire group of powerhouses. Tsukumo's words might sound like simple gratitude on the surface, but in reality, they carried the weight of a Kage-level promise. As the commander of the Umbu and a Kage-level expert, Tsukumo did not make such commitments lightly. With this statement, anyone who wanted to move against Uzumaki Rin would have to consider whether they could withstand the White Fang's retaliation. And that wasn't all. Behind Rin stood not only Tsukumo, but also the three legendary Sannin. In other words, among Konoha's 5 known Kage-level powerhouses, 4 were effectively backing him. As for the remaining one, the third Hokage, he was still Rin's backer's backer. With this kind of support, Uzumaki Rin could practically walk sideways through Konoha. One could only imagine how the Uchiha clan felt about all this after their earlier conflict with him. Got it, Uncle White Fang. Just don't find me annoying when I come by. Oh right, today's combat test we passed, right? Rin said with a grin. Of course you passed. All of you performed well. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, gather at the mission hall. Your shinobi careers officially begin then, Tsukumo nodded. The three of them looked at each other and shouted in unison. Chapter 25, Responsibility and Aspiration. 11:45 words. Just as everything settled and everyone was preparing to disperse, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared. There's nothing going on here. You can head back, Hatake Tsukumo said casually, assuming the Umbu had come to investigate. Lord White Fang, I was sent by the Hokage to deliver a message to Uzumaki Rin. The Umbu immediately knelt on one knee and replied. Ah, go ahead then, Tsukumo said awkwardly, realizing his mistake. Hearing this, Uzumaki Rin walked over and asked, the old man Hokage sent me a letter. It's here, the Umbu said, pulling out a folded sheet of paper. Damn, this counts as a letter. It was probably just written there, isn't even an envelope. Rin unfolded it and took one look, then instantly exploded. Why doesn't that old man just rob me outright? Does repairing a training ground really cost this much? No way, I'm absolutely not paying. Go tell him I refuse to compensate that much. Rin shouted at the Umbu. Everyone around them twitched at the way he addressed the Hokage. As expected, raised by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kushina, he had fully inherited their style. The Hokage said that if you refuse to pay, it will be deducted from your future mission rewards, the Umbu replied calmly. Does that old man not want his Hokage office anymore? I can help him tear it down and build a new one. Rin roared in frustration. The Hokage also said that's fine as long as you pay, everything is negotiable. But he asked me to remind you, you've graduated from the academy. You are now an official genin of Konoha. I'm a genin now. I understand. After hearing that, Rin suddenly calmed down. He muttered to himself for a moment, a complicated expression appearing on his face. Go tell the old man I understand what he means. I'll repair the training ground but I won't pay. And if he dares dock my mission rewards, I won't let this go, Rin said to the Umbu. Understood. The Umbu gave no further response and vanished in a body flicker. The Jonin present all understood the exchange. Kakashi grasped part of it as well, while the others were completely confused, unable to follow the hidden meaning. Kakashi, what did the Hokage mean? Why did Rin calm down after hearing that? Might Guy whispered. I think the Hokage means we're no longer children. We've officially graduated. We're now shinobi of Konoha. We're no longer protected, and we can't act recklessly anymore. We must take on the responsibility of shinobi, protect Konoha, and inherit the will of fire, Kakashi said after thinking for a moment. Everyone heard him. The Jonin smiled. As for Obito, Rin, Guy, and the other newly graduated kids, they all fell into thoughtful silence. Tsukumo looked at Kakashi with a gentle smile. Kakashi has grown. The future of the Hatake clan would rest in his hands. And Konoha's future would rest on these spirited children, especially that one monster among them. So this is youth. No problem, leave Konoha's protection to me. Guy suddenly roared, startling everyone out of their thoughts. After hearing him, everyone stared at him with black lines on their faces. Thanks for the support. Guy grinned, flashing teeth whiter than anything, giving a thumbs up and even raising his thick eyebrows proudly. Support your head. At that moment, Uzumaki Rin quietly left the group, walking away step by step. He had thought of many things far more than anyone else. Because he had an adult's mindset. And because he knew the future of this world. All along, he had been conflicted. He didn't know whether the changes he brought to this world were good or bad. He didn't know what the future would become if things continued like this. He wanted to preserve the original storyline, yet also wanted the people around him to remain safe. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. The old director had raised him, but he had been born with a congenital heart condition. His future had been decided from the start. When the old director passed away, his emotional collapse had triggered his death. In this life, Jiraiya had brought him to Konoha. He grew up with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kushina, and Minato. They were family. In his previous life, he had no ability, no money, he could only watch helplessly as the old director died. Now he had power. Was he supposed to just watch these people die too? Impossible. He could never accept that. As he walked, he spoke slowly. When I was little, Jiraiya took me to the women's bathhouse for inspiration. When we got caught, he threw me out as a scapegoat. When I was little, Tsunade took me gambling. One time, she lost everything and tried to pawn me off. When I wanted to learn jutsu, I went to Orochimaru. He gave me hundreds of scrolls to study. When Kushina first learned to cook, she made a whole table of food for me. I ended up vomiting and having diarrhea. When I went to and from school, Minato always followed behind me, worried I might be in danger. At school, I could watch Obito fool around every day. I could see Guy training like a maniac. I could see Kakashi with that deadpan face, not cute at all. I could see Rin being gentle and kind. Even if she didn't like Obito, she still listened to him. I could see Asuma getting jealous of my relationship with Kurenai, wanting to challenge me but unable to win. I could see the teacher who was always annoyed with me but couldn't do anything about it. Every day, I would lie on the desk, bask in the sunlight and sleep. At noon, I'd wake up and eat the lunch Kurenai prepared for me. Back then, I thought it would be great if days like that could last forever. But good times are always short. Now we've graduated. We're genin. And that old man deliberately sent someone to remind me of reality. Remind me that I'm no longer a child who can act willfully. You win, old man. His voice softened. But these memories are the most precious things I have. I don't want the people in my memories to exist only as memories. When I grow old, I want the people who tricked me, the people I tricked, and the people who treated me well to still be by my side. I want us to sit together and talk about the past. So no matter who it is, anyone who tries to destroy my most beautiful memories, anyone who tries to leave them incomplete. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from his body. Green chakra flames spiraled around him. His hands blurred as he formed seals at incredible speed. Will face my cruelest punishment. Would release, Tree World Descent. Chapter 26, Tsunade's Gift 1074 words. As towering trees burst from the ground one after another, the once barren training field was instantly transformed into a primitive forest. Even the massive crater from before was filled in by countless gigantic trees. At this moment, the Jonin standing atop the tree trunks stared blankly at the forest before them. Is the first Hokage's would release, Yamanaka Inoichi said in disbelief. It wasn't just him, even Namake's Minato was stunned. Because even he had no idea that Rin possessed would release. From childhood until now, Rin had never revealed it. So even though Minato knew Rin had both water and earth attributes, he had never once considered would release. If even the Jonin were shocked, then Kakashi and the other freshly graduated kids were completely dumbfounded. Each of them stood there like stunned geese, unable to speak, their faces frozen in utter disbelief as they stared at the scene. Earlier, when Uzumaki Rin used an ultimate-level water release, everyone already knew he was strong. But they didn't truly understand water release, nor did they grasp what ultimate level really meant. Would release, Tree World Descent was different. This jutsu was legendary. Back in the day, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had dominated the entire ninja world with would release. And Tree World Descent had become a symbol of overwhelming power. That was why their reaction now was far more intense than before. At this moment, as Minato and the others looked at Uzumaki Rin standing atop a towering tree, they felt that his presence had changed. Before, he had merely seemed like a genius, someone destined to become strong. They could already see the bearing of a true powerhouse. And then, in the very next second, Rin completely shattered that impression. Old Man Hokage, I've already fixed the training ground. Just send someone to cut down the trees. As for the money from selling the timber, I won't charge you for it, Rin shouted toward the sky. Of course, Tsukumo and the others knew that the third Hokage was watching. But this shift in tone was way too fast. Just moments ago, he had been so emotional and now he was back to this. Sure enough. No matter how strong he was still just a kid. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, who had been watching through his crystal ball, fell into deep thought after seeing Tree World Descent. He had personally witnessed Senju Hashirama in action. He knew better than anyone just how terrifying would release truly was. Now that Uzumaki Rin possessed would release and also had a sage body if he were allowed to grow. He might truly become the next god of shinobi. In an instant, an Umbu appeared in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. Inform everyone present that today's events are to remain strictly confidential. Anyone who leaks information about Uzumaki Rin will be treated as a traitor to the village. The third Hokage's intentions were good. But the scale of what Rin had done today was simply too massive. It wasn't just those present, there were hidden observers as well. Compared to the Hokage, Danzo was practically losing his mind. He had once believed that his subordinate, Yamato, who had fused with Hashirama's cells, and could use would release, would one day be able to rival Uzumaki Rin. Now it seemed like a joke. Yamato might have Hashirama's cells, but he didn't possess a sage body. His would release lacked the true power of the original. Competing with Rin was impossible. And Rin stood firmly on the Hokage's side. That made him a massive obstacle to Danzo's ambitions. He wanted the position of fourth Hokage, but with the Sannin alive and Tsukumo still around, it would never be his turn. As for the fifth Hokage, by the time Rin grew up, there would be no place left for him. I can't let Hiruzen's faction grow any stronger. Danzo roared, his eyes filled with madness. At the same time, it wasn't just the Hokage and Danzo. The major clans of Konoha had also become aware of Rin's existence. Clan leaders began to consider how they should treat him in the future. As for Rin himself, while he couldn't guess everything, he knew one thing: his life would no longer be as free as before. From now on, countless eyes would be watching his every move. But it didn't matter. Even if he had kept a low profile today, this day would have come eventually. He was already mentally prepared. What he didn't expect was that before anyone else came looking for trouble, Tsunade showed up first. "You brat, since when could you use wood release?" "And I didn't even know." Tsunade stood in the courtyard, arms crossed, her expression anything but friendly as she waited for him. "I just developed it recently." "I'm not very proficient yet," Rin said, glancing around, already thinking about escape routes. "Don't even think about running. If you try, I'll tear your house down," Tsunade snapped, instantly cutting off his retreat. Rin had no choice but to walk over obediently. The result? Judging by the bumps all over his head, Tsunade had definitely been very angry. But after venting her anger, seeing Rin in such a miserable state made her soften a little. As she treated him with medical ninjutsu, she complained, "Are you stupid? If I hit you, couldn't you just run?" "I forgot," Rin said gloomily. "You're usually so clever, how do you act so dumb sometimes?" Tsunade grumbled. After calming down, she didn't ask how he had learned wood release. Instead, she asked what wood release techniques he knew. Wood clone, adamantine wood summoning, tree world descent, and flowering tree world descent. That's all. There weren't any other wood release jutsu in the scroll of seals, Rin answered honestly. That's all. And you dare say you can use wood release? Tsunade said with disdain. Then she took out a scroll and tossed it to him. Study this properly. Don't disgrace the name of wood release. Memorize it, then burn it. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left. Rin opened the scroll and his throat went dry. Wood dragon jutsu. Wood golem jutsu. Wood expulsion jutsu. Deep forest emergence and even sage art would release, true several thousand hands, and top transformed Buddha, these are the Senju clan's ultimate treasures. Even the scroll of seals didn't record these techniques. Chapter 27. The first mission. After studying the wood release scroll Tsunade gave him all night, Rin realized that he could only practice the techniques below S rank. As for the rest, he simply couldn't use them at all. Techniques like wood golem jutsu and wood dragon jutsu capable of suppressing the Ninetales were completely beyond him. Even with his current chakra reserves, he couldn't perform them. That alone showed just how monstrous a true sage body really was. His chakra reserves weren't just slightly above Kage level, they were easily 10 times greater. And yet, even so, he couldn't use something like the wood golem jutsu. That was ridiculous. For the first time, Rin felt that his chakra wasn't as overwhelming as he had thought, at least not when compared to Senju Hashirama. The gap wasn't just big, it was absurd. No wonder someone like Uchiha Madara had been suppressed by Hashirama his entire life. Just comparing their chakra alone made the difference obvious. Nothing eventful happened that night. The next morning, Rin left behind a shadow clone to continue training while he headed to the mission hall. You're pretty early, Rin said when he arrived and saw Asuma and Kurenai already waiting. You're late, not that we're early, Asuma replied irritably. He had been waiting there for almost an hour. I'm not late though, Rin said casually. Inwardly, he thought, Hatake Tsukumo isn't like Kakashi, he won't be late. If he says a time, he'll arrive exactly then, not early. So coming this early is pointless. After that, Rin ignored Asuma completely and walked over to Kurenai, chatting with her. Asuma watched the two being ignored and clenched his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He simply couldn't beat Rin. Good, everyone's here. Let's go pick up your first mission, Tsukumo said as he appeared, greeting them briefly before leading them inside. Looking at the excitement on Asuma and Kurenai's faces, Rin could only sigh inwardly. He knew exactly what genin missions were like. Catching cats, walking dogs, babysitting, chopping wood, pulling weeds, cleaning trash. Dirty work, exhausting work and barely any pay. Sensei, this is our mission. Kurenai asked in disbelief after seeing what Tsukumo had accepted. You've just become genin. These are the only missions you can take, Tsukumo replied calmly. Isn't this farm work? Why are ninja doing this? Asuma said, his face collapsing as he stared at the weed-pulling mission. Because we're more efficient, Tsukumo answered seriously. Asuma and Kurenai were instantly speechless. It sounded ridiculous, yet somehow made perfect sense. And just like that, Hatake Tsukumo, a Kage-level powerhouse, led the three of them to carry out a D-rank weed-pulling mission. Rin didn't care. He could just use shadow clones to do the work. At the same time, he could help Kurenai train her chakra control. As for Asuma, not his problem. With Tsukumo around, he'd learn something sooner or later. All right, we're here. Get started. If you don't finish before sunset, it will affect your mission evaluation, Tsukumo said, pointing at the endless farmland. Asuma stared at the vast fields and froze again. Kurenai wasn't much better, staring blankly ahead. Asuma, Kurenai, let's split the work. Each of us takes one section. That way it's clear, and we can make it a competition. Whoever finishes last treats everyone to barbecue. That'll speed things up. What do you think? Rin said with a sly grin. The moment Asuma saw that expression, alarm bells went off in his head. He was about to refuse, but when he glanced at Kurenai, he hesitated. No matter what, he was stronger than her. Especially for physical labor, he had the advantage. Which meant Kurenai would definitely lose. You're just trying to make Kurenai treat us. That's bullying, Asuma said righteously. He said it on purpose. He didn't know what Rin was planning, but he knew this was a trap. Kurenai, however, looked confused. She couldn't understand why Rin suggested this. It clearly put her at a disadvantage. But she trusted him. He wouldn't deliberately set her up. So what was he planning? Then how about this, we still compete? If Kurenai loses, I'll pay for the barbecue. Rin said, giving Kurenai a reassuring look. You'll secretly help her. I'll still lose, Asuma immediately refused. He wasn't stupid. There's Sensei to supervise. I promise I won't help. That should be fine, right? Rin continued. Asuma thought about it. If that were the case, there was no way he could lose. As long as you don't interfere, I'll definitely win. Deal, Asuma said confidently. But the moment he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Wasn't that basically saying Kurenai had no chance? Kurenai, wait, I didn't mean it like that, I just, before he could finish, Kurenai cut him off. No need to explain. Even without Rin helping, I won't lose to you, she said angrily. Asuma went silent. No matter what he said now, it was useless. What a disaster. Meanwhile, Rin stood off to the side, grinning. Trying to outplay me? You're still too green. All right then. I'll divide the fields. Get started afterward. I'll personally supervise Rin to make sure he doesn't help Kurenai, Tsukumo said as he marked out the areas. The moment the divisions were done, Asuma rushed straight into the fields and began pulling weeds. Kurenai followed right behind, but Rin stopped her. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 28, Asuma gets played. 1049 words. Rin-kun, what is it? Kurenai walked over and asked curiously. Kurenai, how are you planning to pull the weeds? Rin asked. Kurenai looked confused. Was there some special way to pull weeds? You're not going to do it like Asuma pulling them out by hand, are you? Rin said with a helpless smile. If that was the case, she'd lose for sure. There wouldn't even be a need to compete. Isn't that how you do it? Is there some special technique? Kurenai asked, genuinely curious. Hatake Tsukumo stood to the side, watching the two of them talk without interrupting. In truth, newly graduated genin were assigned these kinds of missions for a reason: to train their abilities. If they just did it like ordinary farmers, then the mission would have no meaning at all. Tsukumo didn't explain because he wanted them to figure it out themselves. But with Uzumaki Rin around, it looked like only Asuma would be getting that hands-on experience. As for Kurenai, we're ninja. Do you really think the village is wasteful enough to use ninja as farmers? If we had that kind of luxury, we'd have already wiped out other countries. So if we're pulling weeds, we should use a ninja's method. Pulling them by hand is something only farmers do, Rin said helplessly. A ninja's method? What method is that? Kurenai asked, hearing this for the first time. If it's a ninja's method, then of course we use chakra. Remember when I taught you tree climbing? You can already use chakra to adhere to surfaces, right? Rin continued. Yes, but what does that have to do with pulling weeds? Think about it. You can use chakra to stick your body to a tree. Now imagine using that same principle to stick to the weeds. What happens when you lift your foot? Stick to the weeds, then when I move, they'll get pulled out. That's the ninja way of pulling weeds. Is that even possible? Kurenai understood what he meant, but it sounded unbelievable. Sticking to trees was one thing, but weeds? That required extremely precise chakra control. Of course it's possible. Go try it, Rin said with a smile. All right, I'll try. Still doubtful, Kurenai walked into the field and began experimenting. After she left, Tsukumo turned to Rin. You're clearly setting Asuma up. That's not my fault. He could use this method too, Rin shrugged. Even so, there was no way Asuma would notice Kurenai's method. Rin had deliberately placed their sections apart with his own area in between. Unless Asuma had the Byakugan, even the Sharingan wouldn't let him see what Kurenai was doing. Why aren't you working? Even if you don't care about this kind of training, you should at least complete the mission, Tsukumo asked. Of course I will, Rin replied, forming hand seals. In an instant, a large tree burst from the ground. As it finished growing, wooden chairs and a table sprouted beneath it. Tsukumo-sensei, let's have some tea and wait, Rin said, sitting down and summoning a full set of tea utensils from his storage scroll. Tsukumo's lips twitched. This was the first time he had seen someone use space-time ninjutsu like this. Luxurious didn't even begin to describe it. And Rin's method of pulling weeds was equally ridiculous. Using wood release to do farm work. As a Kage-level shinobi, Tsukumo could clearly sense what was happening beneath them. Countless roots were spreading underground, connecting to the weeds and draining their life force. The weeds would wither completely, roots and all, leaving no chance for regrowth. The two of them sat there, drinking tea, chatting about ninjutsu, exchanging insights while watching two people struggle desperately in the fields. The contrast was almost absurd. Though Tsukumo wasn't a ninjutsu specialist, as a Kage-level shinobi, his understanding and experience were invaluable. By the end of the day, Rin had gained a lot and was in an excellent mood. Kurenai wasn't far behind. At first, her chakra control was rough, and her speed was slow. But once she got the hang of it, her efficiency skyrocketed. She no longer needed to bend down. All she had to do was focus chakra in her feet and walk across the field. Later on, she was practically gliding through the field pulling weeds while enjoying the scenery. Compared to Rin and Kurenai, Asuma had it rough. After half a day, his back ached, his waist hurt, and his hands were nearly cramping. Although he eventually figured out how to wrap chakra around his hands, the improvement was minimal. At best, it protected his hands from injury. By the time he finished and returned to the meeting point, he saw something that nearly broke him. The three of them were sitting there drinking tea. "You're done already?" Asuma asked in disbelief. Asuma, you're finally back. We've been waiting forever. Let's go eat barbecue, I'm starving, Rin said enthusiastically. Yeah, I'm really hungry. Pulling weeds is surprisingly tiring, Kurenai added, taking the chance to tease him. Wait, what? Kurenai, when did you finish? Asuma asked. Over an hour ago. You're really slow, Kurenai replied bluntly. Impossible. Asuma was completely shattered. Losing to Uzumaki Rin was one thing, he was a monster. But losing to Kurenai? That was unacceptable. Tsukumo stepped forward and said, Asuma, don't overthink it. Kurenai finished faster because she used a ninja's method. If you want to know how, ask her later. Asuma nodded, still confused but accepting. He might be hot-headed, but he wasn't someone who backed out of a bet. After turning in the mission, he took Rin and Kurenai out for barbecue. At the table, he finally asked Kurenai how she did it. After hearing the answer, he turned to Rin with a dark expression. You set me up on purpose. You already knew I was setting you up, and you still fell for it, Rin said calmly. In the end, you just underestimated women. Remember this lesson: there are 3 types of people you should never mess with: children, the elderly, and women. Asuma was speechless. Boss, 2 more plates of barbecue. Rin shouted. Asuma nearly collapsed. This was already the 8th plate. His entire monthly allowance was basically gone. To read 100 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 29. Mike DeWay 1018 words. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Rin ignored the utterly devastated Asuma and personally escorted Kurenai home. That night, he studied ninjutsu as usual, then went to sleep around 11. The next day, the team gathered again to continue their missions. However, this time, Hatake Tsukumo did not come in person, only a shadow clone. Thinking about it, it made sense. As a Kage-level powerhouse and the head of the Umbu, even if he wasn't out on missions, he would still be extremely busy. There was no way he could personally accompany them every day for such trivial tasks. To be honest, the fact that he even sent a shadow clone to guide them was already quite generous. But when Rin saw that it was just a clone, he immediately lost interest. He had originally planned to consult Tsukumo about taijutsu today, but there was no point asking a clone. If it got destroyed, that was it. So Rin greeted Tsukumo, left behind a shadow clone to accompany Asuma and Kurenai, and his real body left on its own. Please. Just give me one more chance. I'll definitely complete the mission this time. You should go. I've already given you many chances. Sir, I'm begging you. Don't beg me. I can't help you. On his way back home, Rin saw a middle-aged man dressed like a green frog repeatedly begging a chunin. That outfit, that face. There was no way Rin wouldn't recognize him. This was the eternal genin Might DeWay. Might Guy's father. The moment he saw him, Rin figured out everything. What's going on? Rin walked over and asked the chunin. The chunin recognized him immediately. Young Master Rin, it's like this: he's taken dozens of missions and hasn't completed a single one. Something always goes wrong. Even if I want to help him, I can't. Sir, please give me one more chance, DeWay continued to plead. Rin thought for a moment. Since Tsukumo didn't have time to train him in taijutsu, then DeWay could work just as well. In that case, forget about missions. Be my sparring partner instead. I'll pay you 5,000 ryo a day. How about it? Rin said. Logically, Rin should call him uncle, but due to the difference in status and the fact that they were both technically genin, doing so might cause unnecessary trouble for DeWay. So he simply didn't address him that way. Sparring partner. But young Master Rin, I don't know any ninjutsu, DeWay said. His eyes lit up at the mention of 5,000 ryo per day, but he hesitated. I never said I wanted to train ninjutsu. I want to train taijutsu, Rin replied. Ah, taijutsu. No problem. We can start right now. Youth truly is full of endless possibilities. Dewey instantly became excited. Let's go to the training ground, Rin said, speechless. No wonder Guy turned out like that. Like father, like son. The two of them arrived at the training ground, the same one Rin had wrecked earlier. It was still filled with towering trees, and the third Hokage hadn't ordered them to be cut down. It seemed the place had been abandoned. Why is this training ground full of trees? It wasn't like this before, Dewey said, completely confused. Let's begin. Use your full strength, Rin said, already tired of explaining. Young Master Rin is so passionate. I can see the flames of youth burning. Dewey flashed a bright grin and gave a thumbs up. Rin didn't want to waste any more time and immediately dashed forward, launching a kick. That level of power isn't youthful enough. Take this leaf whirlwind. Dewey blocked with one hand and countered with a kick. Rin didn't dodge. He took the hit head on. Compared to Tsunade, Dewey's strength was far inferior. Although Rin's arms went numb for a moment, they recovered almost instantly. The two clashed fiercely within the forest, exchanging blows for a full hour. In the end, both of them were somewhat exhausted before stopping. Rin was still fine, but Dewey, lacking Rin's recovery ability, was already sitting on the ground, panting heavily. However, through that battle, Rin realized something. Was actually weak. Based on the exchange just now, Rin could tell that Dewey's strength was only around Chunin level, not even special Jonin. But this was the man who first mastered the 8 gates, and could even open all 8 gates. Even without opening them, he shouldn't be this weak. According to the original storyline, when Dewey opened the 8 gates before his death, he fought the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Although it wasn't explicitly stated how many he killed, later evidence suggested that only 2 of them were seen again. Which meant he had killed 5. But that result didn't match the true power of the 8 gates. When Might Guy opened the 8 gates against 6 Paths Madara, his attack Night Guy nearly obliterated half of Madara's body. If that same attack had been used against the 7 ninja swordsmen, they would have been wiped out instantly. Even Evening Elephant alone would have been enough to annihilate all 7. Yet Dewey only killed 5 and 2 escaped. That didn't make sense. As the first person to develop the 8 gates, his performance shouldn't have been this lacking. There was only one explanation: something was wrong with Dewey's body. You should know my identity. While my medical ninjutsu might not be as strong as Tsunade's, I'm definitely among the top 3 in Konoha. During our fight, I noticed slight inconsistencies in your movements. It might be due to hidden injuries. Let me take a look, Rin said. After hearing this, Dewey stared at him blankly, then suddenly burst into tears. Youth has not abandoned me after all. Young Master Rin, please, he said, bowing deeply while crying. Rin was speechless. He had Dewey sit down and began examining his body using chakra. The moment he did, his expression changed drastically. Is this even a human body? To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 30, would release that can replenish vitality 10-20 words. Under Rin's perception, Dewey's body could no longer be described as merely in bad shape, it was on the verge of complete collapse. A massive amount of necrotic cells had accumulated inside his body. His muscle tissue was especially damaged. Many muscles had already lost vitality and hardened into lifeless clumps. Compared to that, the deformation of cartilage was a minor issue. The real problem was his bones. Many of his bones were misaligned, and excessive bone growth had severely affected his body's flexibility. Worse still, in several places, this abnormal bone growth had begun pressing against nerves and blood vessels. If things continued like this, his body would completely break down within a few years. Seeing Rin's increasingly serious expression and deeply furrowed brows, Dewey let out a disappointed sigh. How could he not understand his own condition? Without proper guidance, he had forcibly trained the 8 gates. Combined with the lack of proper treatment after injuries and years of high-intensity physical training, his body had long since been overdrawn. If not for his youth, his body still being at the peak of vitality, it would have already collapsed. "Come with me. Your condition can't be treated by me alone," Rin said, withdrawing his hand. "It's fine. I already knew. Young Master Rin, you said you could treat me. Can these injuries really be cured?" Dewey had expected Rin to say there was no way, but instead, he was being taken for treatment. "They can be treated, but it'll take time. I can't do it alone. I'll need Tsunade's help," Rin replied, nodding. Dewey's injuries could no longer be fixed by simply injecting vitality. His misaligned bones and necrotic tissue would have to be surgically removed. Otherwise, any superficial healing would only provide temporary relief. His condition would deteriorate again before long. To truly cure him, his bones would need to be broken and reset, all necrotic tissue removed, and then a massive amount of vitality injected to rebuild his body from the ground up. That's wonderful, but young Master Rin, I don't have money for treatment," Dewey said. His excitement faded instantly. He knew very well how expensive it was to seek treatment from Tsunade. "Money isn't an issue. Let's treat this as a medical ninjutsu experiment. Your condition is extremely challenging. If we can cure you, then as long as a person isn't dead, they can be saved," Rin said casually. "Thank you. Thank you so much, young Master Rin. My youth can burn once again. This is too moving." Wah! Dewey cried as he bowed repeatedly. Rin was speechless. A grown man crying while shouting about youth. The image was too much. Ignoring Dewey's emotional outburst, Rin led the way toward the hospital. At this hour, Tsunade should still be working. "Young Master Rin, you're here to see Lady Tsunade, right?" As soon as Rin entered Konoha Hospital, the nurse at the front desk greeted him. "Is Tsunade in her office?" Rin nodded. "She should be. There aren't any critical patients today, so she hasn't needed to step in," the nurse replied quickly. Rin led Dewey straight to Tsunade's office. Along the way, the guards merely nodded in greeting. If it had been anyone else, they would have been stopped immediately, especially bringing someone along. But Rin was different. For him, this place was practically like home. "Big Sis Tsunade, are you there?" Rin knocked and called out. "Little Rin. Weren't you out doing missions? What brings you here?" Tsunade opened the door, curious. As for Might Dewey standing behind him, she completely ignored him. "Uncle White Fang is leading us with a shadow clone today, so there's nothing much to learn. I left a clone with Asuma and Kurenai and came back." "Big Sis Tsunade, are you still researching that jutsu?" As he spoke, Rin glanced at her desk and spotted a large scroll. "Yes, but I haven't made much progress yet." "So, what do you need?" Tsunade nodded, putting away the scroll. If Rin had come alone, she wouldn't have bothered hiding it. But with an outsider present, she wasn't about to leave the strength of 100 technique research exposed. "Of course I came because I need help from the beautiful and brilliant Big Sis Tsunade. But before that, take a look at his condition. I think you'll be quite surprised," Rin said with a smile. Tsunade finally turned her attention to Dewey. "Lady Tsunade, I'm Genin Might Dewey," he said respectfully. "Might Dewey, the eternal Genin." Tsunade thought for a moment before recalling his identity. "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Dewey was already completely numb to that title. Tsunade glanced back at Rin, who smiled and nodded at her. Not knowing what he was planning, she followed his suggestion and examined Dewey's body with chakra. The moment she finished, her expression changed. "How are you still alive?" she blurted out. Dewey froze. How was he supposed to answer that? Tsunade immediately realized her wording was off and turned to Rin. "His condition is beyond what I can fully heal. Medical ninjutsu alone can't solve the root problem, it'll just relapse over time. If we attempt a complete treatment, his body won't be able to handle it. Forcing it would only result in him dying on the operating table. Dewey's already fragile hope shattered instantly. Big sis Tsunade, I understand. His body is too overdrawn, he doesn't have enough vitality to survive a full treatment. What if his body could be continuously supplied with vitality? Rin said calmly. If that were possible, it might work, but vitality isn't chakra. It can't be endlessly replenished. Unless you plan to know, absolutely not. Even though your vitality is immense, his body's potential is already exhausted. Trying to supply him with vitality would just drain your own life force, Tsunade said firmly, shaking her head. She didn't mind saving someone for free. But she would never allow Rin to sacrifice his own life force for a stranger. Of course not my vitality, Rin said with a faint smile. I'm using another method. Would release. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 31. Rin's long 1203 words, would release can replenish life force. You might be able to fool others with that, but not me, Tsunade said irritably. As the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, there was no way she didn't understand the true effects of would release. Naturally, she didn't believe him at all. Tsunade, why would I lie to you? This is a ninjutsu I've only recently figured out, reverse vitality technique, Rin said seriously. He wasn't joking, he was telling the truth. There were 3 reasons he had gone to such lengths to gather data on Might Guy. First, because Dewey was Might Guy's father. Second, to give Konoha another trump card during the Third Great Ninja War. And third, to test this very technique. The reverse vitality technique sounded simple, but in reality, it was both simple and incredibly complex. It was simple because all it required was a basic would release technique from him. There were no complicated prerequisites. But it was complex because this ability could only be used by Rin himself. Even if Hashirama Senju were revived, he still wouldn't be able to use would release to achieve the effect of reversing life force. Hashirama's would release, no matter how many trees it created, could not convert photosynthesis into life force. While those trees could survive independently without continued chakra input, they had no way of transferring the life energy generated through photosynthesis back to Hashirama. Because fundamentally, would release was still just a ninjutsu effect. Even though the trees it created could absorb chakra, were extremely durable, and functioned like real trees in absorbing nutrients, all of that nourishment could only sustain themselves. It couldn't be extracted or transferred to others. But Rin's would release was different. He had fused with the essence of trees. Photosynthesis could now directly convert sunlight into life force. Previously, he could only absorb sunlight with his own body to generate life force. But yesterday, when he created a large tree, and sat chatting with Tsukumo Hitaki over tea, he discovered something unexpected. The tree he created was also performing photosynthesis. And the life force it generated, he could absorb. In other words, Rin's would release was no longer just a ninjutsu, it was an extension of his own body. You're serious? You're not lying to me? Tsunade asked after hearing his explanation, still half convinced and half skeptical. Why would I lie about something like this? We can test it and find out immediately, Rin replied helplessly. Then let's test it now, Tsunade said decisively. Very quickly, the group arrived in a forest outside the village. After all, using would release wasn't something he could do in public. Would release, 4-pillar house technique. Would release, great forest technique. Rin first created a wooden house, then summoned 7 or 8 large trees around it. Their roots extended underground and connected directly to the structure. Tsunade, take a look, Rin said as he walked into the wooden house, pointing at the single bed inside. At that moment, Tsunade could already sense the dense life force emanating from the bed. Now, she was finally beginning to believe him. If this can continuously replenish life force, wouldn't that mean immortality? Tsunade said, her imagination running wild. Rin rolled his eyes. Tsunade, you're overthinking it. This kind of life force can only replenish what's been consumed. Aging isn't something you can stop just by having enough life force. If having abundant life force meant eternal life, then every member of the Uzumaki clan would live for thousands of years. But in reality, at most, they're just long-lived. Tsunade nodded after hearing that. It made sense. Life wasn't sustained by life force alone. In fact, when it came to understanding life force, Rin was the most qualified to speak. Ever since he gained the ability to convert sunlight into life force through photosynthesis, he had been studying it continuously. After years of research, he had already confirmed one thing: life force alone could not grant immortality. Even though he possessed an almost inexhaustible amount of life force, he still couldn't stop his body from aging over time. Just like himself, although his growth was extremely slow, he was still growing every day. That meant even with infinite life force, aging couldn't be halted. Otherwise, he would have stopped growing entirely instead of continuing at a slow pace. So while having a large amount of life force could extend lifespan, it could never grant true immortality. After confirming that Rin could continuously replenish life force without depleting his own, Tsunade immediately called for medical equipment to be brought in and prepared to perform surgery on Might Dai. The operation lasted an entire day. It wasn't until past 8 in the evening that the surgery was finally completed. The total duration exceeded 7 hours. Even for someone of Tsunade's level, the exhaustion was evident. After escorting Tsunade back home, Rin returned alone to collect data. Based on Dewey's physical response and the rate at which life force was consumed, Rin finally obtained valuable results. If we define the life force consumption per hour as 1 unit, then a single tree can provide 0.2 units per hour without harming itself. Taking into account that photosynthesis doesn't occur at night, that means 10 trees are enough to sustain a person's basic life functions. Rin took out a notebook and carefully recorded every detail. Once he finished calculating the data, he began thinking about his plan. Based on Dewey's condition, he had now determined how much life force was required to sustain a living person. The next step was to measure how much life force a living corpse would consume in a day. Once he had that number, he could maintain a dead body in a continuously active state for a long period of time. And the reason he needed this was for Nagato and Kushina Uzumaki. According to the storyline, they would die during the Ninetales incident. At that time, he couldn't interfere directly. If Minato Namikaze survived, the impact on the timeline would be far too great. Everything would spiral out of control. But he still had to save them. So after thinking it through, he came up with only one viable method. Let them die first. Then, when Minato used the dead demon-consuming seal, he would have Kushina's soul drawn in as well. After all, souls trapped within that sealing space wouldn't be destroyed. Once the seal was broken in the future, their souls could be released. Then, their souls would be returned to their preserved, still active bodies. And finally, when Nagato used the Rinne rebirth technique, after destroying Konoha, they could be revived together. As for whether Nagato's technique would actually work, Rin wasn't completely sure. But even if this plan failed, it didn't matter. He had a second backup plan. No matter what, he was determined to bring Nagato and Kushina back to life. Otherwise, what was the point of transmigrating into this world? What was the point of watching Naruto? With the advantage of foresight, if he couldn't even revive a few people, he might as well smash his head into a block of tofu and call it a day. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 32, Time is running out. 11:35 words. The next day, Dewey woke up. Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. Now you just need to lie here, don't move, and wait patiently for your body to recover, Rin said to him. Thank you, young Master Rin. Thank you so much. Dewey burst into tears the moment he finished speaking, the speed faster than any actor. Rin rolled his eyes, silently complaining. If Dewey ever acted in melodramas, he would definitely become a hit. After all, the male lead only needed to cry and shout on those 2 points, Dewey wouldn't lose to anyone. All right, just rest here properly. If you need anything, call the nurse outside. I'm going to carry out a mission, Rin said, giving up on trying to have a proper conversation. Understood, young Master Rin. I'll recover in 3 days at most. It won't delay my sparring, Dewey said after sensing his condition. Lie there for 7 days. If you don't, bear the consequences yourself, Rin replied before turning and leaving. Although Dewey's body had rapidly healed under the effect of life force, his cells restored, and even yesterday's surgical wounds fully recovered, his body was like a dried-up riverbed. It required a massive infusion of life force before it could truly flow again. That was why Rin made him lie there for 7 days, to reactivate his body's latent potential. His body, which had been drained by excessive training, needed to break down and rebuild, bursting forth with new vitality. Rin estimated that if Dewey obediently stayed put for 7 days, and allowed his body to fully recover its potential, then during the Third Great Ninja War, when he activated the 8 Gates formation, even if his strength couldn't match Might Guy at full power, defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be effortless. Over the next few days, Rin visited Dewey from time to time, checking how well his life force was being replenished. The nurse assigned to him had already returned to the hospital, and now it was Guy taking care of him. What made Rin even more speechless was that the two of them had clearly turned the place into their home. They moved in furniture, cooking tools, bedding, and even clothes from their original house into the wooden structure and started living there. Rin didn't bother arguing with them. After all, Guy was his friend. He might as well treat that life-filled wooden bed as a gift. At the same time, he was curious if Guy could continuously replenish life force after every training session, preventing his body from being overstrained. Just how strong would he become in the future? For the next few months, Rin's life remained calm. There were no dramatic events. Every day followed the same routine. During the day, he carried out missions. At night, he researched soul-sealing techniques. Occasionally, he would accompany Jiraiya to seek inspiration, and whenever they got caught, Rin would immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, leaving Jiraiya behind. During this period, he also left Konoha several times to complete a few C-rank missions, mostly escorting merchant caravans or eliminating bandits. Perhaps he didn't have the typical protagonist's fate. Even after escorting multiple caravans, he never encountered ninja ambushes. There was none of that wherever the protagonist goes, trouble follows situation. When he killed someone for the first time, Rin felt a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't vomit uncontrollably. His expression just turned slightly pale. But since he had been reborn into the Naruto world, killing would inevitably become routine. Right now, it was manageable. But in the future, during the Third Great Ninja War, deaths would happen in large numbers. If he started vomiting on the battlefield, that would be fatal. In short, his life was peaceful. But inside, Rin was becoming more and more anxious. Finally, one day, the thing he didn't want to happen. For the next period of time, I'll be going on a mission, and won't be able to lead you. So during this time, you can either take on D-rank missions in the village or use the time to train. If you choose to do missions, Rin will act as temporary team leader, and everything must follow his command. However, I would still prefer that you focus on training, because the Chunin exams are approaching. By the time I return and guide you for another month or so, you'll be participating in the Chunin exams. So work hard. That day, Tsukumo Hatake spoke to the three of them. Uncle White Fan, can you take me along on this mission? Rin asked curiously, like a child eager to prove himself. That won't be possible. This mission is very important, so I can't bring you, Tsukumo replied with a smile. All right then. I wish you a smooth mission, Uncle White Fan, Rin said with a smile. But the moment Tsukumo left, Rin's expression turned dark. He knew that this would be Tsukumo's final mission. And yet, his soul-sealing technique wasn't complete. If he ran out of time, that would be disastrous. Rin-kun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Kurenai asked when she noticed his expression. I'm fine. I've just been researching a ninjutsu recently, and haven't been sleeping well. It's nothing serious, Rin replied. Since Uncle White Fang has gone on a mission, I'm sure none of you want to waste time on D-rank missions. So let's all focus on training during this period. When he returns, let's show him our progress and give him a big surprise. Sound good? Don't underestimate me. I've been learning new ninjutsu at school recently. When Tsukumo returns, he'll definitely be shocked, Asuma said smugly, clearly having learned something from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rin-kun, make sure you get proper rest. I'm going to ask my father to teach me new genjutsu, Kurenai added. After chatting for a while and setting a time to meet every few days, the three of them went their separate ways. When Rin returned home, he dispelled his shadow clones and looked at the room filled with formulas and research notes. His expression grew grim. His soul-sealing research was only 60% complete. And the remaining 40% would take at least half a year to finish, even if everything went smoothly. But now, Tsukumo had already left for his mission. The time window, no matter how you looked at it, would not exceed 1 month. If he continued researching at this pace, there was simply no way he would finish in time. Rin let out a long sigh. He began packing up his scrolls and left the house. At this point, he had only one option left: to find someone for help. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 33. Rumors spread everywhere. 1107 words after leaving home, Rin headed straight for Minato Namike's house. If there was anyone in Konoha who could help him complete the soul sealing technique, aside from Kushina Uzumaki, there was no second person. Because in the field of sealing techniques, no one surpassed Kushina. Looking elsewhere would be pointless. As for going to Orochimaru, Rin hadn't even considered it. Orochimaru might have monstrous talent in ninjutsu, but when it came to soul-related research, he was practically a disaster. Wasn't that obvious from his immortality reincarnation technique? He had ended up ruining himself. His soul kept weakening over time, to the point where he could even be taken down by genjutsu. A perfect example of sabotaging oneself. If he went to Orochimaru for help with soul sealing, he might as well do it himself. It would just be a waste of time. Before long, Rin arrived at Minato and Kushina's home. He didn't even bother knocking, he simply vaulted over the wall. "Senior brother Minato, sister Kushina, are you home?" Rin shouted after landing inside. "Little Rin. Why are you here? Didn't you go on a mission?" Kushina asked as she opened the window. "Uncle White Fang went on a mission, so no one's supervising us. Sister Kushina, help me complete a sealing technique. I've been researching it for a long time, but I still can't finish it," Rin said as he entered the house. When Kushina saw him summon a massive scroll, she grew curious and walked over. She knew Rin's talent well, he was practically a monster. If even he found this sealing technique difficult, then its complexity was beyond imagination. But after Rin explained his soul sealing concept and development process, Kushina's expression turned serious. "Rin, tell me honestly, are you researching this soul sealing technique to counter the dead demon consuming seal?" Kushina suddenly asked, her imagination running wild. "Why would I try to deal with the god of death for no reason? Do I look crazy?" Rin replied speechlessly. "But this sealing technique of yours doesn't seem to do anything except keep the soul from leaving the body," Kushina said, still unconvinced. "How could it be useless? For example, it can prevent the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques from controlling you," Rin said, his mind racing as he quickly came up with an excuse. "But their techniques invade from the outside. Why would you defend the inside?" Kushina immediately countered. "That's because it lets them get in but not get out." Kushina stared at him with a clear, "I don't believe you" expression. Rin was speechless. He hadn't expected the usually carefree Kushina to suddenly become this sharp. Several minutes passed in silence. Rin was conflicted. Should he tell her the truth? But if he told Kushina, Minato would know. And if Minato knew, then Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi would also know. At that point, there would be no secrecy left. "Alright, I'll help you complete this sealing technique," Kushina suddenly said, sighing. Rin was stunned. He couldn't understand why she had suddenly changed her attitude. "I'm helping you because I'm worried you might go down the wrong path. The dead demon consuming seal is an absolute sealing technique. Even if you seal your own soul, you still can't resist the power of the god of death. So don't think that just because you have this soul sealing technique, you can recklessly use the dead demon consuming seal. That's impossible. You're growing up and starting to form your own ideas, but there are many things you must approach within your limits." Holding the scroll, Kushina began lecturing him. And she didn't stop for quite a while. At first, Rin listened. But gradually, he stopped hearing what she was saying and simply stared at her. At that moment, Kushina seemed to radiate a kind of maternal warmth very similar to the image of her he remembered when she met Naruto in the future. "Little Rin, are you even listening? Why are you spacing out again?" Kushina waved her hand in front of his face. "I got it," Rin nodded, putting on a serious expression as if he had absorbed everything. Kushina knew immediately that he hadn't actually listened, but she didn't press further. Instead, she began researching the soul sealing technique. For the next half-month, aside from occasionally meeting up with Asuma and Kurenai as planned, Rin spent all his time at Kushina's place, working together with her on the technique. With Kushina's help, the progress accelerated significantly. But even after half a month, the technique was only about 90% complete. The final step still remained unfinished. As time grew tighter, Rin finally thought of another reference: the spirit transformation technique developed by the second Hokage. That technique allowed the soul to leave the body, while his soul sealing technique did the opposite, preventing the soul from leaving. However, using it as a reference helped him resolve several critical difficulties. And just like that, 3 days before Tsukumo Hatake returned to Konoha, the soul sealing technique was finally completed. Rin even tested it himself. While the soul sealing technique was active, his spiritual perception of the outside world instantly vanished. Even the Uzumaki clan's mind's eye of the Kagura was suppressed. All his spiritual energy was sealed within his body, completely cutting off external sensory perception. With the technique completed, the burden weighing on Rin's mind was finally lifted. After Tsukumo returned, Rin didn't go to see him immediately. He simply waited. Waited for that troublemaker to make his move. And as expected, 3 days after Tsukumo returned, rumors began spreading throughout the village. They said that he had abandoned his mission to save his comrades, causing massive losses to Konoha. In reality, the second Great Ninja War had already ended, and the third hadn't begun yet. Failing one mission would at most mean losing potential benefits. There was no way it would cause massive losses. It was pure nonsense. But trying to explain that to ordinary villagers was useless. If they could think logically, they wouldn't be ordinary villagers. After hearing the rumors, Rin knew the time had come. He left home and headed straight for the Hatake residence. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" a servant asked from inside without opening the door. "Uzumaki Rin, here to visit Uncle White Fan," Rin replied. Only after hearing his name did the servant open the door and let him in. From that small detail alone, it was clear once the rumors spread, Tsukumo Hatake had truly become a public enemy. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 34, Tsukumo Hatake's decision. 1068 words after entering the Hatake residence, Rin followed the servant into the main hall. At this moment, the entire estate felt lifeless. The servants didn't even dare to speak loudly. "You actually came," Kakashi Hatake said when he saw Rin, his expression as blank as ever. Rin hadn't expected to run into Kakashi before seeing Tsukumo Hatake. "Why wouldn't I come? I'm still Uncle White Fang's student. Shouldn't I visit my teacher at a time like this?" Rin replied with a smile. Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly, but he said nothing. He simply pointed toward a nearby room. Rin followed the direction and entered. Inside, Tsukumo sat at the table, head lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Uncle White fanned, "Are you still thinking about whether what you did was right?" Rin asked as he sat down across from him. "Rin, tell me what matters more, the mission or your comrades?" Sakumo asked. "Everyone has their own answer. But for me, comrades are more important," Rin said seriously. "Thank you, Rin," Sakumo replied, finally showing a faint smile. "No need to thank me. But I also want to ask you something. What matters more to you, Kakashi, or your own life?" Rin asked, his tone turning grave. "Of course Kakashi is more important. Anyone who dares to harm him will learn just how sharp the White Fang's blade is," Sakumo answered without hesitation, a hint of killing intent in his voice. He assumed Rin had heard something, and was probing for confirmation. Seeing his reaction, Rin knew he had his answer. Now came the difficult part. Sealing art, adamantine sealing barrier. Rin instantly activated a sealing technique, isolating the entire room. With this barrier in place, even if someone stood outside, they wouldn't know what was happening inside. "Rin, what are you doing?" Sakumo asked in confusion. "What I'm about to say can't be heard by anyone, not even Kakashi," Rin said seriously. "Understood. Go on," Sakumo nodded. "Uncle White fanned, I won't ask about your mission. But tell me honestly, did failing this mission really cause massive losses to the village?" Sakumo thought for a moment before answering, "No." "Then have you thought about why the villagers even know about it? And have you thought about why something like this would happen?" At that moment, Sakumo's expression changed. The way he looked at Rin was no longer that of an adult looking at a child, it was filled with shock. After asking those questions, Rin's thoughts became completely clear. Did he really believe the story that Sakumo took his own life because he couldn't handle the pressure? Rin didn't believe it at all. Sakumo was the head of Konoha's Umbu, a Kage-level powerhouse who had completed countless S-rank missions. If he couldn't even see through something so abnormal, he wouldn't have survived this long. Combining everything he knew from the original story and his current life in Konoha, Rin had reached a conclusion. Both the village's leadership and certain individuals wanted Sakumo gone. And worse, he had no choice but to die. Although this situation had been orchestrated by Danzo Shimura, the lack of response from Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke volumes. At this stage, Hiruzen wasn't old or incompetent. He was still sharp. So why allow this to happen? There was only one answer: the position of the fourth Hokage. Danzo believed that by removing Sakumo and holding leverage over Orochimaru, he would have a chance at that position. But in reality, he was being played. Hiruzen had already begun considering stepping down, but he didn't want Sakumo to become Hokage. His preferred candidates were Orochimaru and Tsunade. At this time, Minato Namikaze wasn't even in consideration yet. But for either of them to succeed, there was one prerequisite: Sakumo had to be out of the running. In terms of strength, reputation, and achievements, Sakumo surpassed any of the Sannin individually. If he competed for the position, even with Hiruzen's backing, they might not win. Forcing him to withdraw could risk pushing him into rebellion. So instead, Danzo acted and Hiruzen allowed it. Perhaps Hiruzen hadn't intended for Sakumo to die. Maybe he only wanted to strip him of his position and influence. But Danzo was different. To him, only the dead were truly reliable. Rin didn't need to say all of this aloud. Sakumo already understood. "Since you already know everything, Uncle White fanned, take a look at these," Rin said, summoning a scroll. Inside were the soul sealing technique and the life sealing technique. After reading them, Sakumo immediately understood Rin's plan. "Uncle White fanned, you know you have to die. If you don't, even if you step down and live in seclusion, Danzo won't let it go. Only your death will ensure Kakashi's safety. So I created these techniques. As long as you use them before your death, your life force and soul will be sealed. No one will be able to detect anything. After 7 days, I'll use the Flying Thunder God technique to retrieve your body from the coffin and release the seals. At that point, you'll come back to life. Rin explained everything clearly. Tsukumo looked at him, then slowly rolled up the scroll and placed it aside. I hope you'll take care of Kakashi in the future, he said with a smile. Rin froze. He hadn't expected that response. What the hell? I went through all this effort and you still want to die. No, Uncle White Fan, aren't you going to think about Kakashi? Rin said urgently, but Tsukumo interrupted him. Rin, listen to me. I never said I wouldn't use these techniques. But you also understand after my death I can't appear in public. I can't meet Kakashi. If he shows any sign of it, things will become even more dangerous for him. So rather than living in hiding, unable to see him, I'd rather remain asleep. I have a technique that can preserve a body for a long time. Use it to keep my body intact. When the time comes when you need me, when Kakashi needs me, or when it's finally safe I can return. Tsukumo stood, preparing to retrieve the technique. All right, Uncle White Fan. I understand, Rin said after a long silence. There's no need. I already have a better method. Then I'll leave it to you, Tsukumo replied with a smile. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 35. Kushina discovers the problem 1073 words. Rin walked out of the Hataki residence with a gloomy expression, his face looking terrible. Of course, it was all an act. Around the Hataki estate, there weren't just Umbu and Root members, people from Konoha's major clans were also watching. If he walked out happily, that would be a real problem. So he copied Kakashi Hataki and put on a lifeless expression. Instead of going home, he headed straight for the Hokage tower. Then, in a fit of anger, he kicked open the Hokage's office door and started shouting at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old Man Third. Are you going to do anything about Uncle White Fang's situation or not? Sure, he failed the mission, but he did it to save his comrades. That's not wrong, is it? If it were me, I'd save my comrades too. Rin unleashed a barrage of complaints. There was no choice. If he was going to act, he had to commit fully. As a child, it was natural for him to be unable to hide his emotions, especially over something this serious. If he didn't come to the third Hokage for help, it wouldn't make sense. Calm down, little Rin. Tell me, how is White Fan doing right now? Hiruzen said with a smile, completely ignoring the kicked-open door. Uncle White Fang looks terrible. He hasn't eaten all day. He saved his comrades. Why can't those people understand? Is the will of fire about abandoning your comrades just to complete a mission? Rin said emotionally. Of course not. Don't think like that, Rin. White Fang will be fine. Tell me, what did he say to you? Hiruzen continued asking. He asked me whether the mission or comrades were more important. I said comrades, of course. Then he told me a bunch of things, like how he wants to rest at home for a while and focus on teaching Kakashi. He said he can't be my instructor anymore, Rin said, lowering his head. Don't worry. White Fang is just taking a break. Once he adjusts, he'll continue guiding you, Hiruzen said, his eyes flickering slightly. With that, the act was complete. Rin left happily. This time, he was genuinely happy. Finally, he didn't have to keep pretending. After Rin left, Hiruzen sat in silence for a while before speaking to the Umbu. Summon Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, and Danzo Shimura. We're holding a meeting. Yes, Hokage-sama. From Rin's words, Hiruzen understood that Tsukumo had already come to terms with the situation. Resting at home and stepping down as an instructor were just ways of sending a message. He was withdrawing completely, giving up his position, giving up everything. Since Tsukumo had already accepted this, Hiruzen no longer planned to suppress him further. He intended to announce a formal punishment, removing him as Umbu commander and placing him under house arrest for a period of time. Unfortunately, all of that was based on Rin's deception. Rin and Tsukumo had already agreed no matter what decision was made, he would still die. What Hiruzen thought or planned didn't matter. Over the next few days, instead of being suppressed, the rumors grew even more intense. Even the comrade Tsukumo had saved came forward to accuse him, clearly having received some kind of benefit from Danzo. For a time, Tsukumo became the target of universal condemnation. His situation was extremely difficult. During these days, Rin was constantly dragged around by Tsunade, accompanying her to work at Konoha Hospital. Tsunade wasn't foolish. With things escalating this far, she had already noticed something was wrong. Southwest, she kept Rin close, preventing him from visiting the Hitaki residence. This actually worked in Rin's favor. If he visited too often, it would look suspicious. Now that Tsunade was holding him back, he didn't even need an excuse. Just like that, a week passed. One morning, as soon as he woke up, Tsunade told him Tsukumo had taken his own life the previous night. Uncle White Fang! Rin shouted and rushed out the door. Even he had to admit his acting just now was flawless. When he arrived at the Hitaki residence, a large crowd had already gathered. The morning hall had been set up in the courtyard. Tsukumo's body lay inside a crystal coffin, clearly visible from the outside. Rin rushed straight to the coffin. Everyone thought he wanted to see Tsukumo one last time. They were wrong. He was checking the seals. When he confirmed that both the soul sealing technique and life sealing technique had been successfully activated, he finally relaxed. Now, all that remained was to revive him later. Rin stayed at the Hitaki residence the entire day, keeping company with Kakashi, who had become completely numb. At this moment, Kakashi truly looked like a lifeless shell. Rin didn't try to comfort him. There was no point. Kakashi's mindset was already twisted. Even Hiruzen hadn't expected Tsukumo to take his own life. Looking at the body in the coffin, he could only sigh. After the funeral ended, Rin was pulled away by Kushina. White Fang isn't dead, is he? Kushina Uzumaki asked seriously after setting up a barrier. Rin was completely stunned. Only then did he realize there was a massive flaw in his plan. The sealing techniques. Kushina had helped him complete the soul sealing technique. Others might not detect it, but she absolutely could. Damn it, what do I say now? Don't try to lie to me. I saw the soul sealing technique on White Fang clearly. And there's another sealing technique on his body. I don't know what it does, but it definitely has something to do with you, Kushina said, cutting off any attempt at denial. Rin's mind raced. After a moment, he finally spoke. Sister Kushina. Go get Tsunade. Don't tell her anything, just bring her here. I'll explain everything to both of you. He had decided to use this opportunity to resolve Tsunade's situation as well. If Tsunade stayed in Konoha, she would inevitably be targeted by Danzo sooner or later. It would be better for her to leave early. With the Third Great Ninja War approaching, keeping her away from it would also be a good thing. Wait here. I'll go find Tsunade, Kushina said angrily before leaving. When Tsunade arrived, Rin's first sentence left both women stunned. White Fang is dead, but he can be revived at any time. To read 100 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 36. Fusion rate reaches 100%. 1017 words. Rin explained the entire situation, mixing truth with fabrication. Many of his own deductions were presented as things Tsukumo Hitaki had supposedly told him. For example, the shifts among the higher-ups, Danzo Shimura's schemes, the threat facing Kakashi Hitaki, all of it was attributed to Tsukumo. Then he described how, after realizing Tsukumo truly intended to die, he had given him the two sealing techniques to fake his death. Although there were plenty of holes in his story, neither Tsunade nor Kushina Uzumaki could verify it by reviving Tsukumo. According to his explanation, it had to wait until the right time, and clearly, this wasn't it. So White Fang also told you that I should find an opportunity to leave Konoha? Tsunade asked, frowning. Tsunade, your identity alone makes you one of the most suitable candidates for Hokage. But everything that has happened to the Senju clan and certain things you'd rather not bring up already show that many people don't want you to become Hokage. So instead of staying in the village dealing with all this mess, it's better for you to leave. With your status, no one would dare label you a rogue ninja. And whenever you want to come back you can, Rin said. Kushina also looked at Tsunade. After what had happened to Tsukumo, she had seen the darker side of Konoha as well. She didn't want Tsunade to face the same fate. You brat, worry about yourself. Don't let this slip, or you'll lose your head. As for my situation, I'll handle it myself. I'm Tsunade, how could I just leave like that? Even if I go, I'll make sure to vent my anger first, Tsunade said, narrowing her eyes before leaving the room. Hearing that, Rin finally relaxed. Tsunade wasn't refusing to leave, she just wanted to cause a scene first. That was fine. As long as she didn't defect, no one could do anything to her. 3 days after Tsukumo's death, the third Hokage assigned a new jonin from the Umbu as their temporary instructor. But Rin had no interest in that expressionless teacher. Every day, he simply sent shadow clones to complete missions. Although the Umbu jonin was clearly displeased, he had received special instructions from Hiruzen Sarutobi and didn't interfere. By this time, Dewey had fully recovered, and Rin sparred with him daily. With all his old injuries healed, Dewey's strength improved at an astonishing rate. Even Rin found himself exhausted after each session. But this high-intensity training had an unexpected effect. The fusion rate, which had been stagnant for so long, finally began to increase. In just 1 week, it reached 96%. Seeing this, Rin realized the problem. His previous training simply hadn't been intense enough. Dewey, I'm going to use my trump card now, Rin said seriously after being kicked away. Youth must burn with passion. Dewey replied excitedly. 8 gates. Gate of opening open. As the first gate activated, a green aura of chakra surged from Rin's body. However, after testing it, he didn't feel a significant boost. So without hesitation, he opened the second gate. Gate of healing open. Dewey was stunned. He had never imagined that someone besides himself would train in the 8 gates. While he was still in shock, Rin had already rushed forward. Don't lose focus in battle. Rin's kick sent Dewey flying. With the 8 gates active, Rin's strength skyrocketed. Even without using ninjutsu, he completely suppressed Dewey, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Dewey, you should use the 8 gates too. It consumes your body's potential, but with your ability to replenish life force every day, that loss can be recovered, Rin said. This is youth burn. 8 gates open. Gate of healing open. Gate of life open. Dewey instantly opened 3 gates. Rin quickly followed, activating the 3rd gate as well. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. The two of them, both using the 8 gates, fought wildly in the forest. 5 minutes later, they both opened the 4th gate. But the 4th gate was Rin's current limit. Although he could force open the 5th gate, the pain was unbearable. It felt like his body was being torn apart. 3 minutes later, both of them collapsed onto the ground. Young Master Rin, go replenish your life force, Dewey said. With his hidden injuries completely healed, Dewey's endurance was incredible. Even after opening 4 gates and fighting intensely, he was only fatigued. Rin, on the other hand, was in pain all over. It felt like severe muscle soreness after extreme overexertion. I can recover on my own. This feeling is great, Rin said, leaning against a tree with a smile. He wasn't crazy. He was happy because the fusion rate was increasing rapidly. Half an hour later, as his body fully recovered, the fusion rate had reached 98%. Just one use of the 8 gates had increased it by 2%. I've been living too comfortably. Looks like I need to push myself harder, Rin muttered. Over the next few days, he sparred with Dewey daily, both of them using the 8 gates. A week later, they both managed to open the sixth gate. After training, they lay on the ground, groaning. "This hurts like hell," Rin muttered, feeling as if his entire body had been crushed. But at that moment the fusion rate in his mind began to rise again. The instant it reached 100%, Rin's body trembled. A warm current surged from every cell in his body, flowing through his limbs and meridians. The damage caused by the 8 gates began to heal rapidly at a speed comparable to Tsunade's strength of 100 seal. As Rin closed his eyes to experience the sensation, Dewey sensed something else entirely. An overwhelming surge of life force burst from Rin's body. The surrounding plants began to grow wildly under its influence. Even Dewey himself felt his condition improve. Minutes later, the warm current gathered in Rin's core, merging with his chakra. Is the power of Yang release? To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 37, Gathering the Power of Yang release existed within every living person. It was just that for most, it was extremely faint. Previously, Rin had possessed an immense amount of life force within his body. But that life force was like water stored in a reservoir. The energy he gained each day from absorbing sunlight was merely like rainfall continuously replenishing the reservoir, nothing more. But the moment his fusion rate reached 100%, that vast accumulation of life force finally underwent a qualitative transformation, activating the power of Yang release. It was like discovering a spring within the reservoir. Although the water flowing from the spring each day might not match the amount provided by rainfall, it had one crucial advantage: it would never run dry. This was his true source of power. And as he continued to develop it, that spring would gradually expand, increasing its output over time. With Yang release awakened, the activity of Rin's cells increased dozens of times over. At this point, only the cells of Hashirama Senju could compare to his. Even after death, such cells wouldn't easily decay. Rin stood up. By now, his damaged body had fully recovered, and even his chakra reserves had doubled. Would release, great forest technique. This time, he used Yang release chakra combined with water and earth attributes to perform wood release. Instantly, massive trees erupted from the ground. Although they looked no different from the ones he had created before, their vitality and structural toughness had increased several-fold. At the same time, using Yang release significantly reduced his chakra consumption. If life force was like water vapor, then Yang release was like ice. Both were forms of life energy, but their quality was fundamentally different. Young Master Rin, you've already recovered? Dewey asked in shock. His own body was still aching, yet Rin had already fully healed. My body's potential has been unleashed. It's completely recovered. Dewey, I won't be training with you starting tomorrow. My strength has reached a bottleneck. If I want to improve further, I'll need real combat. So I'm going to start taking missions. You'll have to train on your own from now on, Rin said. Youth must burn with passion. I'm going to take missions too. My goal is to become a Chunin within a year. Dewey said excitedly. What an ambitious goal. Rin didn't even bother commenting. After saying goodbye to Dewey, Rin returned home and began planning his next steps. Now that he had awakened Yang release, even if it was only a pseudo-sage body, it was already nearly identical to the real thing. Of course, reaching the level of Naruto Uzumaki's golden chakra mode was still far beyond him. But that wasn't a problem. As long as he had Yang release, his power would continue to grow. The second fusion target still required careful consideration, but that could wait. Right now, the third great ninja war was beginning to take shape. Although the major nations hadn't started fighting yet, preparations in surrounding smaller countries had already begun. Alliances, positioning, and influence were all being established. However, these matters had little to do with ordinary shinobi. Only those directly under the Hokage, such as the Umbu, would be involved. In that case, he might as well join the Umbu. Kakashi joined the Umbu at 13. Itachi Uchiha joined at 11. If he joined at 7, That record would probably never be broken. But before that, he wanted to gather everyone together once. After all, once he joined the UMBU, he would be much busier, and chances to meet would become rare. That evening, Rin gathered his friends for a barbecue. "Boss, what's the occasion today? Why are you suddenly treating everyone?" Ebisu asked during the meal. Everyone looked at Rin curiously. "It's nothing special. I just wanted to tell you all something. I'm going to join the UMBU. If I succeed, we won't get to meet as often anymore, so I thought we'd have a barbecue together. If I fail, then just treat this as a normal gathering," Rin said casually, though he was confident he would be accepted. "Rin-kun, you're joining the UMBU?" Kurenai said in surprise. "Catching cats and dogs all day is boring," Rin nodded. Everyone fell silent. After all, they were all doing those exact missions. Hearing him say that so bluntly was a bit much. "But I heard UMBU missions are very dangerous. Sometimes they have to infiltrate enemy territory." "Yeah, and UMBU members are all cold and ruthless. They seem scary. I heard when UMBU carry out missions, they don't leave anyone alive." The group of kids began criticizing the UMBU without restraint, completely unaware that the neighboring private room had fallen into complete silence. Rin rubbed his forehead, speechless. "You're talking like this right in front of UMBU members. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" He had already noticed the situation next door. The moment he mentioned joining the UMBU, there had been a clear reaction. "All right, that's enough. The UMBU aren't as terrifying as you think. They just handle more important missions. And don't forget, UMBU operate in secrecy. Who knows? Maybe the people in the next room are UMBU, listening to everything you're saying right now," Rin said with a smile. "No way, would UMBU really be following us?" Asuma said, stunned. "Why don't you go ask? As the son of the third Hokage, you wouldn't be scared, right?" Rin teased. Asuma immediately stood up, provoked. As he walked out of the room, the usually silent Kakashi muttered 2 words. A moment later, Asuma returned. "Rin, they're just regular Chunin, not UMBU." "How do you know?" "There's no way UMBU would be that weak. If Chunin could join the UMBU, I wouldn't believe it." Rin said nothing. Calling 2 Jonin and 1 elite Jonin weak. That was just too hilarious. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 38. Joining the UMBU that night, Rin told Kushina Uzumaki and Tsunade about his plan to join the UMBU. Although they didn't approve, Rin insisted. In the end, they could only tell him to be careful during missions. At the same time, while Rin was talking to them, 3 UMBU members arrived at the Hokage's office and reported his intention to join. After hearing the report, Hiruzen Sarutobi simply waved his hand without saying anything. Once they left, he raised his head and stared at the portraits of the first and second Hokage hanging on the wall, lost in thought. The next morning, Rin went straight to the Hokage's office and formally requested to join the UMBU. "Little Rin, why do you want to join the UMBU? Isn't it better to do missions with your teammates?" Hiruzen asked with a gentle smile. "It's not that it's bad, it's just that the new instructor is useless and always has a deadpan face. I can't learn anything from him. And those missions are too boring," Rin said bluntly. Hiruzen fell silent. What could he say? Kage-level shinobi weren't exactly common. The only reason an UMBU Jonin had been assigned as their instructor was because Asuma Sarutobi and Rin were in the same team. Yet Rin was saying he couldn't learn anything from a Jonin. There was nothing more to argue. "You can join the UMBU. Ryuko, take him to get his equipment. From now on, he'll be part of the 3rd squad." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Rin followed the UMBU ninja wearing a fox mask out of the Hokage tower. They didn't exchange a single word along the way. However, Rin had already figured out who this person was. He didn't know his name, but he recognized him. He was the elite Jonin whom Asuma had called trash the previous night. This is the entrance to the Umbu. Memorize the entry seals. If you get killed because you don't know them, don't blame anyone, the masked shinobi said coldly. After speaking, he slowly demonstrated the hand signs, clearly making sure Rin could follow. Inside, he brought Rin to collect his equipment: a uniform, a mask, and a sword. Rin inwardly complained about how ugly the outfit was, but since he wasn't in charge, he had no choice but to wear it. Still, he had already decided whenever he went out, he would wear a coat over it. Otherwise, it was just too embarrassing. Captain, you're back. Did you get an important mission? Yeah, if the Hokage assigned it personally, it must be an S-rank mission. Several members of the third squad spoke up excitedly as the captain returned. We have a new member joining the squad. A new member. But our squad is already full. Is it a medical ninja? I requested one last time. At that moment, Rin walked in, holding his gear, and looked at the 7 people in front of him. Including the captain, there were 2 jonin and 4 chunin. Of course, 1 or 2 of them might actually be special jonin. It was hard to tell. While Rin was observing them, they were also observing him. And every single one of them was stunned. They all recognized him. Our new member. Seriously. Kids nowadays are insane joining the Umbu at 7. So I've become a babysitter now. As the group complained, the captain finally spoke. I am the leader of the 3rd squad Umbu, codename Ryuko. These are Ryun, Ryujui, Ryufu, Ryu, Ryumo, and Ryuin. Now choose your codename. During missions, we only use code names. The members proudly straightened up when their names were called. Rin, however, was speechless. Others were fine, but someone named Ryumo. What exactly were they proud of? At that moment, Rin's curiosity and sense of mystery about the Umbu completely shattered. Turns out they were no different from anywhere else full of oddballs. And my codename? Nightlight, Rin said casually. Are you sure? The captain froze. Didn't he just explain that everyone used the same prefix? Is there a problem with that? Rin asked innocently. He had no intention of following their naming pattern. Especially not after hearing some of those ridiculous names. Your codename is Nightlight, the captain said helplessly. Now what's your role in the squad? I'll handle medical support and sensory duties. My medical ninjutsu is pretty good. As long as you're not dead, I can bring you back, Rin said confidently. You'll handle logistics and support during combat, the captain replied. He knew Rin's capabilities. Aside from genjutsu, he was practically an all-rounder. Let's move. We'll conduct routine patrols. I'll explain the rest on the way, the captain said after checking the time. And just like that, Rin's first Umbu mission began. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. com/boldverse chapter 39, Kyuzugakyur. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this time, Rin reported to the Umbu every day, like clocking in and out of work. For an entire month, they never left the village. Their days were spent either on routine patrols or capturing spies from other villages. This was completely different from what Rin had imagined Umbu life to be like. He didn't know whether the Umbu had always been like this, or if things had become this way because of him. That morning, Rin arrived as usual. But when he entered the 3rd squad's room, he noticed something unusual. The captain wasn't there. Where's the captain? Don't tell me he overworked himself last night and hasn't gotten up yet, Rin joked immediately. After a month, he had already grown familiar with everyone. They also knew that this 7-year-old kid was incredibly strong, so they no longer treated him as an outsider. Why is it that every time the captain isn't around, you start talking about him like this? Ryun said helplessly as he watched Rin gearing up to tell another story. Well, who told him to act like some top-tier expert when I first joined? Who knew he was just a sneaky old man? If I don't tease him, who else am I supposed to tease? You? Forget it. Just keep talking about the captain. Just as Rin was about to start, Ryuko suddenly appeared and spoke in a serious tone. Prepare all your equipment within 10 minutes. We leave in 10. This is an A-rank mission. An A-rank mission. After a whole month, they had a real mission. Rin was the most excited of all. He was finally done with endless patrols. In reality, before Rin joined, Umbu squads would never spend their days like this. The reason they had been idle was because Hiruzen Sarutobi had deliberately given them time to adjust to the new member. Now that a month had passed, it was time to get back to work. And with the third Great Ninja War looming, Umbu missions were piling up. Being idle for a month had already been a luxury. 10 minutes later, everyone was fully equipped and masked. Without another word, Ryuko led the team out. Soon, they left Konoha behind. Captain, what kind of mission is this? Reconnaissance, assassination, or support? Ryun finally asked after half an hour of travel. None of those. This time, we're delivering a message, Ryuko replied calmly. Uncle Ryuko, it's just delivering a message. Do you really need to act so serious? You made it sound like we were going to assassinate the Tsuchikage. Rin couldn't help but complain. Ryuko nearly stumbled off the tree. What could he say? Should he tell them this wasn't an ordinary message, but a letter personally written by the Hokage, one that concerned a potential alliance between Konoha and Kyusugakure? Since Ryuko didn't respond, Rin stopped joking. Despite his attitude, he remained highly professional during missions. His sensory perception had been active the entire time. After more than 2 days of travel, they finally reached their destination. We're entering Kyusugakure. I'll meet with their leader. Ryun and Ryo will come with me. The rest of you stay outside and provide support. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Night light, maintain full sensory awareness. If you detect anything unusual, lead everyone back to our previous resting point. This mission is not completely safe. Prepare for the worst. Understood. The group nodded. Ryuko then took 2 members and approached the main road, heading toward the village gate. The remaining 5, including Rin, hid in the trees, watching the surroundings carefully. Compared to the others, Rin was thinking much more deeply. Kyusugakure wasn't particularly memorable in his knowledge of the future. It was a minor village, lacking powerful shinobi and major story significance. But there was one thing he remembered clearly: during the Third Great Ninja War, Kyusugakure had participated. And not on Konoha's side. In the Battle of Kanobi Bridge, Kyusugakure shinobi had fought against Konoha. Which meant this alliance attempt would likely fail. The only uncertainty was whether Kyusugakure had already aligned itself with another village. If it had, then Ryuko and the others were walking into danger. Meanwhile, inside Kyusugakure, in a dimly lit room, Sir, Konoha's shinobi have arrived. They are heading to the main hall, an Umbu operative reported. How many did they send? 3 jonin have been confirmed. There may be more hidden. Understood. Inform them I am currently occupied and will meet them shortly. Yes, sir. After the operative left, the other person in the room spoke. Have you made your decision? I agree to your terms. But the Konoha shinobi, leave them to us. Then I look forward to our cooperation. Likewise. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. com/boldverse chapter 40, Surrounded. Captain, something feels off, Ryu said quietly to Ryuko. Stay alert, Ryuko nodded and replied in a low voice. At this point, even he sensed that something wasn't right. They had come to deliver an alliance document. Logically, the leader of Kyusugakure should have been eager to meet them. Yet they had already been waiting in the reception hall for over 20 minutes, and still no sign of him. This wasn't a negotiation. There was no need to leave them waiting like this. Exchanging the scroll should have been a simple matter. No matter how busy he was, the leader should have shown up briefly. By now, Ryuko had already raised his guard. Kusagakyur's attitude didn't seem like they wanted an alliance. It felt more like they were preparing for war. Footsteps echoed. A man slowly entered the hall. "You are Konoha's Umbu?" he asked, looking at Ryuko. "And who are you? Why hasn't Kusagakyur's leader appeared? Or is your village no longer interested in forming an alliance with Konoha?" Ryuko frowned. "Who I am doesn't matter. I have the alliance scroll here. Shall we exchange it?" the man said, pulling out a scroll. "Apologies. Matters like this should be handled by the village leader," Ryuko refused immediately. "Does Konoha not need Kusagakyur as an ally anymore? If you refuse to exchange the scroll, can you bear the consequences?" the man said coldly. "If I don't see your leader, I won't hand over the scroll. Since he's busy today, we'll come back another time," Ryuko said, preparing to leave. But the moment he turned, 5 figures appeared, surrounding them. "You think Kusagakyur is a place you can enter and leave as you please? Hand over the scroll, and you might leave alive. You're not from Kusagakyur. Who are you?" Ryuko's expression darkened. Seeing the 5 jonin surrounding them, he immediately understood Kusagakyur had betrayed Konoha. A small village like Kusagakyur would never dare oppose Konoha alone. Which meant they had already allied with another power. And these 5 jonin were likely from that allied village. "Who I am is irrelevant. Hand over the scroll or die. Break through." Ryuko and the others moved instantly. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The 3 of them launched their attack, but their opponents were all experienced jonin. They were quickly pinned down. Although Ryuko was an elite jonin, he was being held off by 3 opponents. There was no way to break out. "Send the signal. Have them retreat," Ryuko ordered. He already knew they were in serious danger. At least part of the team was still outside. If they could escape, it wouldn't be a total loss. Ryo launched a signal flare. A burst of light exploded in the sky. "Trying to warn your teammates to retreat." The man chuckled. "Let me tell you something unfortunate, they were probably already surrounded." Ryuko's heart sank. "Are you trying to start a war with Konoha?" he asked coldly. "Start a war?" The man laughed. "No, Konoha is the one starting it. You came under the pretense of forming an alliance, only to attack Kusagakyur. So they sought our help and formed a new alliance with us." "You're after the alliance scroll," Ryuko said. "So, will you hand it over, or shall I take it from your corpse? Even if I die, you won't get it." "Doesn't matter. As long as your bodies are found here, that's enough." "Then try it." Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Ryuko went all out. He forced 2 of his opponents back and charged straight at the 3rd. At the same time, Rin's group had also fallen into an ambush. "Night Light, how many enemies?" Ryumo asked. 21. 3 jonin, 18 chunin. They also have a sensor-type ninja they closing in. "We can't escape," Rin replied calmly. The others fell silent. They had only 2 special jonin-level fighters, and the rest were elite chunin. Against 3 jonin, their chances were nearly 0. "Even if I die, I'll take one of them with me." Ryufu growled. "Captain's side is probably worse." "Reinforcements aren't coming," Ryujui said, glancing at the distant explosions from the village. Rin listened to them, then rolled his eyes. They were already talking like they were dead. "I'm not planning to die," Rin said casually. "I'll handle the 13 enemies coming from the right. You hold off the 8 on the left. I'll support you in 5 minutes. Don't die, there's a jonin among them." Before anyone could respond, he vanished. Night Light. Was that the body flicker technique? So fast. He's been hiding his strength all this time. Stop thinking about it. If he said 5 minutes, then we hold them for 5 minutes. The four of them quickly set up defensive positions and traps, preparing for the incoming enemies. Meanwhile, Rin had already appeared in front of his targets. He glanced at their headbands. Iwagakure. So that was it. No wonder Kyuzugakure had turned on Konoha. In his memories, Kyuzugakure had constantly switched sides during the war. First aligning with Konoha. Then betraying them for Iwagakure. And later betraying Iwagakure again. A true opportunist. Compared to that, even someone like Kabuto seemed straightforward. At least Kabuto had stayed loyal for a time. Kyuzugakure, on the other hand, was planning betrayal from the moment alliances were formed. Rin shook his head slightly. Then looked at the enemies in front of him. 13 of you, huh? His eyes sharpened. Let's get started. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 41, Annihilating the IWA Shinobi. Konoha must be short on people if they're sending a kid into the Umbu, the Iwagakure Jonin leader sneered when he saw Rin. Captain, let me handle him. I can kill him with one hand, one of the Chunin boasted arrogantly. Rin glanced at them, completely uninterested in talking. If there had been an elite Jonin among them, he might have paid some attention, but these two Jonin were barely newly promoted. He couldn't even be bothered. 4 minutes and 17 seconds left, time to move. If even one of them dies, that would be embarrassing, Rin said calmly. Just as he spoke, a shuriken shot toward him at high speed. The Jonin had made his move. Unlike the Chunin, that Jonin didn't underestimate Rin just because he was a child. In fact, he was even more cautious. His earlier taunts were just to provoke a reaction, but Rin hadn't taken the bait. So he struck directly. But the shuriken was effortlessly avoided. Rin merely tilted his head without even moving his body. Using wood release on you would be a waste. Water release will do, Rin said, forming hand seals. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive surge of water crashed toward the IWA Shinobi. Earth release, earth-style wall. The two Jonin hurriedly raised defensive walls together. Water release, water-hard whirl blade. Before they could even react, Rin had already completed his next technique, an S-rank water release created by the second Hokage. Earth release might counter water release, but only under equal conditions. The earth-style wall was instantly pierced. One of the Jonin didn't even have time to react before he was swallowed by the spiraling torrent and swept away. Damn it, are all Konoha kids this strong? The remaining Jonin muttered, retreating to a tree while searching for Rin. Not all of them. You're just unlucky you ran into me, Rin's voice sounded from behind him. The Jonin's body exploded, a shadow clone. The real Jonin attacked from behind. Flying Thunder God. In the next instant, Rin vanished. That's not the body flicker, this is a space-time ninjutsu. The Flying Thunder God technique. Rin answered him before the Mun could finish his sentence, his final words. The Jonin fell. With the two Jonin eliminated, only a handful of surviving Chunin remained. Rin didn't bother using ninjutsu anymore, he simply finished them off with taijutsu. 2 minutes had passed. At that moment, Rin finally understood why Minato Namikaze could kill so quickly. Against Flying Thunder God, if your reaction speed wasn't fast enough, it was instant death. Rin extended his senses toward Ryuzui and the others. Their chakra signatures were still there. No one had died yet. If they couldn't survive even 3 minutes, then that was just bad luck. When Rin arrived at their battlefield, he saw Ryumo facing a fatal strike. Remember, you owe me your life. Rin appeared instantly, kicking away the attacking IWA Chunin. You're finally here. I almost died, Ryumo said, letting out a breath of relief. Another brat? Looks like your team really is useless if they let you escape, the remaining IWA Jonin sneered. There was another idiot like you earlier. He's already dead. You'll be joining him soon, Rin replied, attacking immediately. This time, he didn't use ninjutsu, only taijutsu. The Jonin foolishly chose to clash fists with him. His entire arm shattered instantly. Anyone who dared to block Rin's monstrous strength head-on was asking for it. Before the Jonin could react, bang! A kick followed. The Jonin was killed in 2 moves. Not even a single technique used. Everyone froze. The remaining IWA Chunin were stunned. Their leader had just been eliminated. Wind release, net. Rin unleashed a wide-area wind release technique, trapping and suppressing the remaining enemies. It was perfect against Chunin-level opponents. Why are you all just standing there? Rin shouted. Only then did the others snap out of it and join the fight. They hadn't been idle, they had simply thought Rin intended to handle everything alone. 1 minute later, the battlefield was cleared. Without the threat of a Jonin, and with Rin's support, eliminating the remaining enemies was quick. What now? Do we support the captain or retreat to the rendezvous point? Of course we support them. But the enemy is an entire village. Going in like this is suicide. You can keep debating. I'm going ahead, Rin said impatiently. In his perception, Ryuko and the others' chakra was unstable. That meant they were in serious danger. If he arrived too late, he would only find corpses. Without waiting, Rin dashed toward Kizugakure. The others exchanged glances, then immediately followed. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 42, Quasi. When Rin arrived at Kizugakure, the situation was already critical. Ryo was severely injured and unconscious. Ryuko was fighting 3 opponents alone, barely holding on. As for Ryan, he was on the verge of collapse, clearly preparing to take the enemy down with him. Seeing this, Rin didn't hesitate. He instantly threw out more than a dozen flying Thunder God kunai. Captain, why are you in such a sorry state? Rin said as he rescued Ryun. Are you all safe? Where are the others? Ryuko asked urgently. They're right behind me. I sensed Ryo's chakra weakening, so I came ahead first, Rin replied, creating several shadow clones while his main body began treating Ryo. I told you to retreat. Why did you come back? Ryuko's expression tightened again. The enemy still had 4 Jonin and 1 man who hadn't even made a move yet, but whose strength clearly surpassed them all. Even if the entire squad were present, they might not win. And now Ryo had lost all combat ability. To support you, obviously. If we left and you died, how would we even write the mission report? Rin said casually. Ryuko froze. Their lives weren't as important as the report. Before he could respond, Ryumo and the others arrived. Seeing all 8 Umbu gathered together, the IWA leader narrowed his eyes. He had sent 3 Jonin and 18 Chunin to eliminate them. Yet in such a short time, all 21 had been wiped out and the enemy still had enough strength to regroup. Did they have reinforcements? Or had someone hidden their strength? Since you're all here, then die together. The IWA leader finally moved. Earth release, Earth spear barrage. The ground erupted with countless sharp stone spikes. Rin and the others instantly leapt away. The moment they left the ground, spikes shot upward like spears, piercing through where they had stood. This presence. Ryuko's face changed. Quasi-Kage level. At that realization, all thoughts of continuing the fight vanished. Even as an elite Jonin, he was far from that level. Night Light, take the scroll and run. No matter what, don't let it fall into their hands, Ryuko said, handing over the Alliance scroll. Rin glanced at it and shook his head. You keep it. This is an order. Sorry, I didn't hear that. The next moment Rin vanished. He reappeared directly in front of the enemy leader. You don't need to interfere. Leave them to me, Rin said calmly. What's your name? I don't kill nameless people. His tone sounded like a villain's, but he genuinely wanted to know. The man smirked. You've got guts, kid. Since you want to die, I'll tell you my name is Iwato. As he spoke, his right arm turned to stone, swelling massively. Earth release, petrification super heavy fist. A massive, boulder-like fist slammed toward Rin, tearing through the air. Rin didn't dodge. He simply raised his arm and punched back. The collision froze the air for a split second. Then a violent shockwave exploded outward. The ground beneath Rin shattered like a spiderweb. Yet he didn't move an inch. Iwato, on the other hand, his face turned red. Cracks spread across his stone arm. The arm shattered. Chunks of rock fell away, revealing a trembling real arm beneath. Monstrous strength. You're Tsunade's disciple? Iwato asked. She's my sister, Rin replied calmly. Iwato's expression twitched. If he had known that earlier, he would never have used brute force. In the entire shinobi world, there were very few people who could counter that technique head-on. Tsunade was one of them. And now apparently, so was this kid. Now that I understand your strength, you're dead, Iwato said coldly. If he kept his distance, Rin's advantage would disappear. Earth release, earth split palm. The ground began to rupture. Rin responded instantly. Heavenly foot of pain. He slammed his foot down. Meanwhile, Ryuko and the others were locked in battle with the remaining Jonin. With reinforcements, the fight was far less one-sided this time. At a distance, Kusagaku's leader and his Umbu commander watched the battle unfold. It seems the IWA shinobi are struggling. What if they lose? The Umbu commander asked. The leader remained calm. It doesn't matter. If they lose, we'll just say we were being controlled by the IWA. Then we'll continue negotiations with Konoha. The Umbu commander fell silent. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 43, The Shameless Kusagaku, Earth Release, Mudslide. After using an Earth clone to dodge Rin's Rasengan, Iwato's real body immediately launched a counterattack. Earth Release, multiple Earth Walls. Rin quickly formed hand seals to block the incoming torrent of mud and stone. But in the next instant he sensed something wrong beneath his feet. Without hesitation, he used the body flicker technique to vanish. Just as he disappeared, several sharp spikes burst from the ground where he had been standing. If he had hesitated even a moment, he would have been impaled. Iwato frowned slightly when he saw Rin escape. Up to now, Rin still hadn't used wood release. He was relying only on earth, wind, and limited water techniques. After all, water release was largely countered here. But despite that, this prolonged battle had taught him a lot. A Quasi-Kage was still a Quasi-Kage. Their mastery of jutsu combinations and control over battle rhythm far exceeded his own. Aside from the initial mistake when Iwato underestimated him and took a hit from his monstrous strength, the flow of the battle had been completely under Iwato's control. Even when Rin got close, it had always been a clone. Iwato's real body had kept its distance the entire time. After all, even with hardened defenses, no one could casually tank that level of physical force. Kid, I have to admit you're the most talented person I've ever seen at your age. But today, you die here. Earth Release, Great Swamp of the Underworld. The ground beneath Rin turned into a massive sinking mire. You think that's enough to kill me? Rin scoffed, leaping into the air. Then what about this Earth Release, Earth Lump technique? Huge chunks of rock shot upward, surrounding him. Still not enough, Rin said as he smashed the rocks apart with sheer force. Then add this Earth Release, weighted rock technique. His expression changed. If those rocks were soft before, now they hit like meteors. Pinned in midair, Rin was being forced downward. Even that wasn't the end. Earth Release, stone pillar spears. Sharp pillars erupted from below, perfectly aligned with his falling trajectory. A massive shockwave exploded. Iwato exhaled slowly. This time, he must be dead. Even for a Quasi-Kage, chaining for powerful techniques like that was exhausting. His chakra was running low. But then a voice rang out again. That was close. Guess you really can't relax in a fight. Almost turned into a skewer. Rin stood atop a nearby tree, still alive. Iwato froze. How did you escape that? That wasn't a clone, that was definitely your real body. Want to know? Rin said, casually tossing several kunai. Iwato dodged them easily, but in the next moment, Rin vanished. Big ball Rasengan. Rin appeared behind him. Petrification. Iwato roared, pouring all his remaining chakra into defense. Stone rapidly formed over his body, but it wasn't enough. The Rasengan struck his back directly. When the dust settled, Iwato lay in a crater, limbs twisted, blood dripping from his mouth, staring at Rin in disbelief. A Quasi-Kage really is different. Took a direct hit, and still didn't die instantly. Impressive vitality, Rin said calmly. Did you appear behind me? Iwato asked weakly. That technique is called Flying Thunder God A Space-Time Ninjutsu, Rin replied softly. Thank you. With that, Iwato exhaled his final breath. Rin sighed. Then turned and headed toward Ryuko's battlefield. Without hesitation, he used Flying Thunder God to eliminate the remaining IWA shinobi one by one. The fight ended instantly. Night light. Heal me, this hurts like hell. Ryumo shouted the moment the battle ended. You avoided a fatal hit, but judging from the angle, you almost lost something important, Rin said, glancing at the wound on his thigh with a grin. Stop talking and heal me. Ryumo's face turned green. Rin chuckled but got to work. No one had died, but everyone was injured to varying degrees. Just as he was treating them, the leader of Kyuzugaku arrived with a group of shinobi. Rin barely glanced at them. A group of chunin and a couple of jonin, he could wipe them out with a single move. My allies from Konoha, are you all right? The Kyuzugaku leader asked, his face full of concern, anxiety, guilt, and sincerity. Rin blinked. This guy's acting is almost as good as mine. We're fine. But could you explain why a Wagaku shinobi appeared in Kyuzugaku? Ryuko asked coldly. What followed was a masterclass in performance. The leader launched into an emotional explanation how they had been controlled by IWA, how they had suffered, how they had endured everything while remaining loyal to Konoha. In short, they were victims. They were innocent. They would never betray Konoha. Rin watched silently, sneering inwardly. No bottom line. Truly impressive. Then as his gaze wandered across the group, he suddenly froze. Among the Kyuzugaku shinobi there was a man with red hair. And the moment Rin saw him, his expression changed. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. com/boldverse chapter 44, Danzo makes his move. The moment Rin saw that man, he immediately thought of Karen. Although Naruto never clearly stated who Karen's parents were, it was almost certain they were from Kyuzugaku. Otherwise, a child like her wouldn't have ended up there alone. Which meant that red-haired man in front of him was very likely Karen's father. Of course, Karen hadn't been born yet, and how or when this man would die was unknown. But now that Rin realized he was from the Uzumaki clan, he began to form new ideas. At this point, Yamashita had finished his performance. Although Ryuko didn't fully believe him, Kyuzugaku had made its stance clear. He would complete the mission as instructed. What the Hokage would decide afterward, that wasn't his concern. After exchanging the alliance scrolls, Ryuko led the team away. Even though Yamashita repeatedly invited them to stay the night, Ryuko refused. Staying here was too dangerous. As soon as the Konoha team left, Yamashita's expression instantly changed. Send someone to Iwagakure immediately. Tell them Konoha killed their people and that we were also controlled by Konoha, he ordered coldly. Yes, leader. Not far from Kusagakure, Rin's team stopped to rest in the mountains. Most of them were injured and their stamina was drained. Since there were no pursuers, there was no need to rush back. Rin, however, felt completely fine. The sunlight had already restored his energy. Captain, I still don't trust what that Kusagakure leader said. When they arrived earlier, their people looked nervous, Ryun said. That's not for us to worry about. We just complete the mission. Political matters are beyond us, Ryuko replied. Ryun nodded, then turned to Rin. Nightlight, your strength is ridiculous. Even space-time ninjutsu like Flying Thunder God, you've been hiding a lot. You said you were just a medical and sensory ninja. That's basically emotional deception, Ryumo added. Compared to my combat strength, my medical ninjutsu is actually better. Without me, would you still be jumping around right now? Rin shot back. That shut them up. Because it was true. Now that Rin had awakened Yang Release, his healing ability had skyrocketed. Even without using Yang Release directly, his life force-based healing far surpassed normal medical ninjutsu. Ordinary healing used chakra to stimulate cells consuming the patient's vitality. Rin, on the other hand, directly infused life force. The difference was enormous. After resting through the night, everyone had mostly recovered. 2 days later, they returned to Konoha. Ryuko went to report the mission, while the others changed clothes and took leave. After missions like this, they usually got a few days off. Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. This is Kusagakure's alliance scroll, Ryuko said, handing it over. Did anything unusual happen during the mission? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Ryuko reported everything in detail: the ambush, the IWA shinobi, the battle, and Kusagakure's explanation. You're certain that Iwagakure shinobi was at Quasi-Kage level? Hiruzen asked. He was far stronger than me but not quite at full Kage level, Ryuko confirmed. You may go rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. After Ryuko left, Hiruzen frowned. Not because of Rin. With Wood Release and Flying Thunder God, defeating a Quasi-Kage wasn't surprising. What concerned him was Kusagakure. Yamashita's intentions were obvious. But the situation was delicate. If Konoha wiped out Kusagakure now, it would give Iwagakure an excuse to escalate into war. And even though they had formed an alliance, that alliance was weaker than paper. Summon the advisors and Danzo, Hiruzen said after a pause. A short while later, 4 people sat in the Hokage's office, discussing Kusagakure. But Danzo Shimura wasn't listening. The moment he heard that Rin had defeated a Quasi-Kage, his mind froze. One thought echoed endlessly: he must be eliminated. If Rin continued to grow, he would become another Konoha White Fang. No, even more dangerous. Danzo, any issues on your side? Hiruzen asked. I was thinking about Iwagakure, Danzo replied. I'm assigning you to handle Kusagakure. Any problem? No problem. Leave it to me, Danzo said calmly. To him, Kusagakure was nothing more than an ant. After the meeting, Danzo returned to Route. He paced for a while, then suddenly sat down and began writing. When he finished, he called someone in. Take this to the black market. If anyone is buying information on Uzumaki Rin, give them this. Yes, understood. At that moment, Rin had just returned home. He had no idea that killing a Quasi-Kage had finally pushed Danzo to act against him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. There were many people who could defeat him. But killing him? That was another matter entirely. Unless someone like Madara Uchiha showed up, which was impossible. Still, after this battle with Iwado, Rin had realized one of his biggest weaknesses. His defense was far too low. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. Chapter 45, Tricking Orochimaru. On the surface, Rin seemed extremely strong. His ninjutsu, taijutsu, and the Flying Thunder God technique made him almost impossible to kill. But he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could never be hit. If it was an ordinary attack, even if he got injured, his recovery ability would heal him in moments. But like the situation earlier, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously wounded. And on a battlefield, once you're heavily injured, no one gives you time to recover. They finish you. Even though he had awakened Yang release, his current level was still far too low. Take Madara Uchiha for example. He could withstand Might Guy's Night Guy attack and recover instantly because he had reached 6 paths level power, allowing Hashirama Senju's cells to function at their absolute peak. Rin's cells were powerful, but he was nowhere near that level. So he made a decision. His second fusion target would focus entirely on survival. Looking across the Naruto world, the strongest defensive ability was undoubtedly space-time ninjutsu, especially Kamui. That level of intangibility was almost unbeatable. But there was a problem. He had no way to obtain something with spatial properties to fuse with. He had tried scanning empty space before. The system only detected bacteria and dust. No space to fuse with. As for space fragments, that was completely out of reach. After thinking it through, Rin shifted his focus. If he couldn't become intangible, then he would become unbreakable. Like the Raikage's lightning armor, but better. Instead of a protective layer, he wanted his entire body to reach that level of durability or even surpass it. That way, even if he got hit directly, he could endure it. So the question became, what's the hardest material in the Naruto world? Truth-seeking orbs. Too impossible. The only realistic option: special metals. Chakra-conductive metal, thousand-tempered steel, volcanic iron. Rare materials with unique properties. If I fuse with these, will I turn into something like T-1000? Rin muttered, recalling the liquid metal machine. Probably not. He opened a small box in his room. Inside were all kinds of strange items he had collected over the years, materials with special properties. Among them were the metals he needed. But there was a problem: there wasn't enough. Even combined, they couldn't make a single kunai. Rin took out 3 materials: chakra-conductive metal, thousand-tempered steel, volcanic iron, then sealed them into a scroll. Over years of experimentation, he had discovered a key mechanic of the fusion system. If you held a completed item like a kunai, the system would scan all its materials together. But if you held separate materials individually, it would only scan one at a time. Which meant to fuse multiple properties at once, he had to combine them into a single unified object. But not just anything worked. Random combinations like bread and a kunai would count. The system required a shared category. Metals worked. Mixed materials didn't. After sealing the metals, Rin stood up. If I'm making a kunai, using just 3 metals would be a waste. The 7 ninja swordsman's weapons were all forged from special metals. He didn't need that many, but at minimum, he needed a metal that could absorb and store lightning. Right now, he only had water, earth, and wind chakra. This fusion had to give him lightning and fire as well. Which raised one final question: where to get more rare materials? Rin smirked. There was only one person in Konoha who definitely had them. Orochimaru. Uncle Orochimaru. Rin knocked loudly on the door. No response. Instead, a small snake slithered out and stopped at his feet. Rin immediately understood. He pulled out a scroll and quickly wrote a message. Take this to him. The snake nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. A few minutes later, a shinobi appeared. Orochimaru-sama asked me to bring you. All right, let's go. Soon, Rin arrived at a large building. He recognized it immediately: an UMBU-affiliated facility. Not for combat units but logistics. The Corpse Processing Division. Rin frowned slightly. What is Orochimaru doing here? Already interested in dissecting bodies? Rin-kun, what's so urgent? Orochimaru asked with a smile. Uncle Orochimaru, do you have any special metals? The kind that can absorb or store lightning or anything with unique properties. I don't need much, just a little, Rin said directly. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. He had expected Rin to ask for ninjutsu not materials. What do you plan to use them for? He asked with curiosity. For research. I want to see which metals are suitable for making Flying Thunder God kunai, Rin replied instantly. Come with me. Orochimaru didn't question further. Using rare metals to enhance Flying Thunder God tools wasn't unreasonable. At least that's what he thought. To read 100+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Chapter 46, The Power of Yang release. Half an hour later, Rin left Orochimaru's place in high spirits. Coming here had been absolutely the right decision. Not only had he obtained rare lightning-attributed metals and memory metal, he had even managed to persuade Orochimaru into giving him a piece of room-temperature superconductive metal. With these materials, his kunai forging plan could finally begin. You're finally here. We're almost out of scrolls. The shopkeeper exclaimed excitedly when Rin entered the ninja tool shop. Why call him boss? Because he was the owner. As one of Konoha's openly known wealthy figures, not having a few shops would be embarrassing. I'll replenish the scrolls later. Is Master Tianquan here? Rin asked. He's in the backyard, probably having tea. In the backyard, under a large tree, an old man in his 60s lounged in a chair, sipping tea. Slacking off again? Careful or I'll dock your pay. Rin suddenly shouted. The old man nearly fell off his chair. You brat. That's not slacking, that's resting. Tianquan snapped, clearly used to Rin's antics by now. Rin stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder, letting chakra flow into his body. Old man, you really should rest more. You're not young anymore. Your old injuries are acting up again, Rin said seriously. Tianquan waved it off. I know my own body. It's nothing serious. Not serious. Maybe not fatal, but it hurts every day. Good thing my medical ninjutsu just improved. I'll fix it completely. Before Tianquan could respond, Rin activated Yang release. This was his first time using Yang release to heal someone else. Even he didn't know what to expect. The moment the energy entered Tianquan's body, Rin felt something shocking. Every cell in Tianquan's body began absorbing the energy frantically. Old injuries, hidden damage. Everything began disappearing at an incredible rate. 10 minutes later, Rin stopped. And when he looked at Tianquan again, he was stunned. This was no longer an old man. He looked like someone in his 40s. His white hair had turned black. His wrinkles had vanished. His face was glowing with vitality. He had literally become decades younger. So this is Yang release. Rin's expression changed slightly. This power was far too extreme. Using it casually in public would be dangerous. I never thought I'd see a day like this. Tianquan laughed, tears in his eyes. All right, calm down. I came here for something important, Rin said. Let me guess, you want a weapon made. With my current condition, I can forge even legendary weapons. Tianquan said proudly. I don't need anything that fancy. I just need you to fuse these metals together without losing their individual properties. Can you do that? That's it. Tianquan blinked. Kid, what do you mean can I? Come with me. I'll show you what a master craftsman can do. Inside the workshop. Watch carefully. This is what mastery looks like, Tianquan said, rolling up his sleeves. The rhythmic sound of hammering echoed. Unlike ordinary forging, this sounded almost like music. 15 minutes later, Tianquan handed over a tiny, finely crafted shuriken. Check it. Rin took it and injected chakra. Immediately the weapon glowed with blue light. Tiny arcs of electricity flickered, proof that the lightning-attributed metal had fused perfectly. At the same time, the weapon emitted heat, indicating the volcanic iron was intact. Next, Rin bent it slightly using brute force. The metal instantly returned to its original shape once chakra flowed through it. Memory metal. Finally, as he increased chakra output, the weapon began to float. Room temperature superconductive metal. All properties were perfectly preserved. Not bad, old man. Your craftsmanship is as good as ever, Rin said. Of course it is. I've got something to do. Don't overwork yourself. Before Tianquan could reply, Rin disappeared using the flying thunder god. Tianquan stood there for a moment, then sighed. Looks like he's not interested in my craft. I'll have to find a successor. He had long considered himself part of Rin's household. Everything he did was to ensure the shop's reputation remained unmatched. Meanwhile, back home, Rin activated the ceiling barrier in his room. Then he held the miniature shuriken. Fusion scan. He silently gave the command. To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. com/boldverse note, get 40% discount on all membership tiers on my Patreon for next 24 hours. Chapter 47, Special Metallization. 1176 words. Very quickly, the special properties of the shuriken appeared in Rin's mind. Scan complete. Special ability detected, special metallization. Fusing with this item can enhance the host's resistance to lightning and flames, increase bone strength, and raise the iron content within the host's body. After reading the scan result, Rin was completely speechless. Why wasn't there any increase in physical strength? And what the hell was special metallization? System, why doesn't this fusion increase physical strength? Rin immediately asked. Because the host is a carbon-based life form, fusing non-carbon-based substances can only grant special abilities, and cannot affect the essence of life itself, the system answered. That explanation was reasonable enough, but now he was conflicted about whether he should fuse with this shuriken at all. What if this special metallization ability turned out to be trash? Wouldn't that just waste his time? Holding the shuriken, Rin pondered for more than half an hour before finally making up his mind. Even if special metallization was mediocre, it was still an ability. Wasting a bit of time didn't matter. Besides, he wasn't lacking time right now. System, begin fusion, Rin ordered. Instantly, the shuriken in his hand disappeared. At the same time, Rin felt a strange change spreading through his body. Not long afterward, he noticed that both of his hands had turned into metal. Then, the rest of his body began undergoing metallization as well. Faced with this situation, he wasn't worried at all. This was a normal reaction during fusion. Back when he fused with the tree branch, hadn't giant trees erupted throughout the entire room? In any case, once the fusion was complete, he would definitely be able to control the ability freely. There was nothing to panic about. 2 minutes later, Rin's body had completely transformed into metal. At that moment, he suddenly felt a repulsive force coming from the ground beneath him, slowly lifting him into the air. This is a magnetic field. Rin exclaimed in disbelief. After floating into the air, he could clearly sense the magnetic field lines that filled the surrounding space. Meanwhile, his own body was releasing a magnetic field that opposed those lines. That was why he could levitate. By borrowing the immense magnetic field of the planet itself, the stronger the magnetic field he emitted, the higher he could fly. However, this ability was completely different from the Deva Path's Shinra Tensei. His ability relied on the reactive force generated by magnetic fields, while Shinra Tensei relied on the reactive force of gravity. The difference between the two abilities was enormous. Still, no matter what, being able to fly was definitely a good thing. Half an hour later, Rin finally exited his metallized state and landed back on the ground. At this point, he fully understood what kind of abilities special metallization had granted him. And honestly speaking, it was no weaker than the sage body, and would release abilities he had gained from fusing with the tree branch. First of all, Rin had gained 2 additional chakra attributes: lightning release and fire release. Secondly, while in the special metallization state, his entire body transformed into metal, including his internal organs. In other words, while using metallization, he was basically immune to physical attacks. At the same time, while in that state, he could fly and manipulate magnetic field lines to accelerate or decelerate himself. But the most terrifying part was his ability to split apart portions of his body. Just like the Shikatsumiyaku, he could launch metal from any part of his body at will. If he wanted shuriken, he could create shuriken. If he wanted kunai, he could create kunai. From now on, he basically wouldn't need to carry ninja tools anymore. Of course, although special metallization had many advantages, it also had flaws. It wasn't perfect. The main issue was that using these abilities consumed chakra. Special metallization resembled a Kekkei Genkai more than an instinctive biological ability. His photosynthesis ability was part of his body's natural instincts, and didn't consume chakra at all. But special metallization required chakra expenditure to activate. It wasn't an innate bodily function. After landing, Rin metallized his left arm, and then condensed a Rasengan in his right hand, before gently pressing it against the metallic arm. A harsh screeching sound rang out. Although the Rasengan struck his left arm directly, it failed to cause any significant damage. It merely ground away a thin outer layer. Under the infusion of chakra, the arm quickly repaired itself. Next, Rin experimented with extending countless metal spikes from within his body like the Shikatsumiyaku. He spent the entire day trying all kinds of things, playing around with his new abilities to his heart's content. For a full day, Rin didn't go anywhere and simply stayed home familiarizing himself with the powers he had just acquired. It wasn't until nighttime, when his stomach was growling from hunger, that he finally left the house to eat. Ever since Shizen got dragged away by Tsunade, this house has become way messier, Rin said helplessly as he looked at the chaotic living room. Although Shizen occasionally returned to clean the house for him whenever she had spare time, it never took long before Rin turned the place into a mess again. And Shizen herself wasn't having an easy time either. Tsunade's destructive tendencies were far worse than his. The fact that Shizen still found time to come back and help clean his house was already impressive enough. Leaving home, Rin headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. He had to admit Ichiraku's ramen really was delicious. However, before he even got halfway there, he spotted Asuma walking with a completely dejected expression, like someone whose father had just died. Asuma, what's wrong with you? Did the old third Hokage scold you again? Rin greeted him with an expression full of schadenfreude. The moment Asuma saw Rin's face, his already ugly expression became even worse. Calling it a donkey face wouldn't have been an exaggeration. When Rin saw Asuma immediately turn around to leave, he quickly chased after him. Don't go. If something's making you unhappy, tell me about it so I can enjoy it too. Asuma forcefully suppressed his anger. Veins bulged across his forehead as though he had activated the Byakugan. If he were actually capable of beating Rin, he would have slapped him already. The guy was way too irritating. But Rin ignored whether Asuma was angry or not and continued asking, "Come on, what happened? Let me help you analyze it." Asuma stared at Rin for a long while before finally speaking. "I want to join the Umbu, but the old man refuses to allow it. Instead, he wants me to protect the daimyo and become one of the new 12 guardian ninja." Hearing that, Rin froze for a moment. Could it be? Was the third great ninja war about to begin? Otherwise, why would the old third Hokage suddenly send Asuma away? To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 48. Gathering intelligence 1312 words, the 12 guardian ninja actually sounds pretty good. And you'd be protecting the daimyo too. There are tons of beauties in the daimyo's residence, maybe you'll even come back with a wife, Rin said with a completely serious expression while spouting nonsense. Why won't the old man let me join the Umbu? Why does he insist on sending me to protect the daimyo? I don't want to become some 12 Guardian Ninja member at all, Asuma said angrily. It was hard to tell whether he was angry at Rin or frustrated about the situation itself. Do you really want to know the reason? Rin asked seriously. You know the reason. Tell me, Asuma immediately replied. At this moment, Rin was already certain that the old third Hokage was secretly spying on them with his crystal ball. Still, whether he watched or not didn't matter. Rin wasn't planning to trick his son anyway. The real reason the old third Hokage won't let you join the Umbu is because he's afraid you won't be able to find a wife, Rin said with a completely sincere expression, as though he were speaking the absolute truth. Both Asuma and the secretly watching third Hokage were utterly dumbfounded. A while later, Rin dragged the mentally shattered Asuma into a Chiraku ramen and treated him to a meal while continuing to brainwash him. He talked about how wonderful the outside world was, how much people could learn beyond Konoha, how living under the third Hokage's supervision was too restrictive, and how free life outside the village would be. In any case, by the end of the meal, Rin had already confirmed that Asuma no longer felt that resistant toward joining the 12 Guardian Ninja. Old third Hokage, you really went to great lengths for your son. The third great ninja war was about to begin, and you immediately arranged for Asuma to leave the village. Was it because you were afraid your son might get killed by someone else? Or because you'd done too many shady things and didn't dare let your son step onto the battlefield? No matter what the reason was, though, since he had helped persuade Asuma, the third Hokage definitely owed him a favor. Tomorrow, he would go ask the old man for some ninjutsu scrolls. He needed to master fire release and lightning release as quickly as possible. That way, the burden on his chakra reserves wouldn't be so severe anymore. That night, after exhausting himself all day long, Rin fell asleep the moment he got home. However, at that very moment, the ninja dispatched by Kusagakure had only just arrived at Iwagakure, and informed the IWA shinobi that Konoha's ninja had wiped out the group they sent. Our people sent to Kusagakure were killed by Konoha shinobi, the Umbu commander reported to Inoki. Who did Konoha send to Kusagakure? One of the Sannin. And how did Yenta die? Even he failed to escape. Inoki asked in shock. According to the Kusagakure shinobi, the one who killed them was a child capable of using space-time ninjutsu. A brat capable of using space-time ninjutsu. Inoki floated into the air with a grim expression. Konoha truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of geniuses. They actually managed to nurture someone like that. I don't care what methods you use, immediately gather all information on that child. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Through interrogating the Kusagakure shinobi, Iwagakure's Umbu obtained some basic information about Rin. Things such as his height, hair color, voice, and chakra attributes. After obtaining those clues, Iwagakure immediately activated its intelligence network and began investigating Rin's identity. If they were searching for someone else, it might have been difficult. But investigating Rin was incredibly easy. After all, in the entirety of Konoha, aside from Kushina Uzumaki, he was the only person with red hair. His appearance was simply too distinctive. Furthermore, Rin's identity was practically public knowledge within Konoha. Ever since childhood, he had been raised alongside the Sannin. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. It was similar to how celebrities' children naturally received extra attention. And the fame of the Sannin within Konoha far surpassed that of ordinary celebrities. Of course, this intelligence only allowed them to confirm Rin's identity. It didn't reveal much about his actual abilities. But there was one thing they had forgotten: Konoha still had Danzo Shimura, the village's greatest troublemaker. Danzo had long since guessed that after losing a Quasi-Kage-level expert, Iwagakure would definitely investigate Uzumaki Rin. So yesterday, he had already sent people to the black market, just waiting for someone to place a bounty. That way, not only could he earn bounty money, but he could also push Uzumaki Rin directly into the center of attention. Naturally, Rin knew nothing about any of this. The next morning, after waking up, he immediately headed for the Hokage's office. Grandpa Third, I want to go to the Umbu Ninjutsu archive and learn a few techniques, Rin said with an innocent smile. The third Hokage looked at Rin speechlessly. Whenever Rin didn't need something, he called him Old Third Hokage. But the moment he wanted a favor, it instantly became Grandpa Third. As expected of Jiraiya, he truly wasn't suited for raising children. Then again, Tsunade probably shared part of the blame too. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead helplessly. Still, Rin wanting to learn ninjutsu wasn't a problem. After all, the boy had practically memorized the contents of the Scroll of Seals already. At this point, there really weren't many techniques in Konoha that Rin wasn't allowed to learn. Later, take my authorization order to the ninjutsu archive. But remember, you may only study the techniques there. No copying them, the third Hokage warned seriously. After all, Rin had a criminal record in this regard. Don't worry, I know the rules, Rin said while patting his chest confidently. Then I'll head off now. You keep working, old third Hokage. Just as Rin turned to leave, the third Hokage suddenly stopped him and handed over a scroll. Take a look at this information. Last night, Umbu captured an IWA spy and interrogated him overnight. Rin picked up the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. The report stated that Iwagakure was gathering intelligence regarding both his identity and abilities and that the mission had been designated top priority. Holy shit! Iwa's reaction is this fast. I only killed a Quasi-Kage-level expert. Was there really a need to make such a huge fuss over it? Rin complained inwardly. Old third Hokage, are you planning to have me use the Flying Thunder God technique to plant bombs in Iwagakure? Or are you preparing to send me assassinate that Tsuchikage? Rin asked after finishing the report. Cough cough. The third Hokage nearly choked. What I mean is that you should stay quietly inside the village for the time being, and not go wandering around everywhere. And even if you do leave, don't use wood release unless absolutely necessary. The Flying Thunder God technique you've already exposed is more than enough to deal with ordinary situations, the third Hokage said helplessly. So you're saying I'm getting a long vacation? I've been wanting to research some ninjutsu lately anyway. Rin immediately twisted the third Hokage's meaning. The third Hokage was completely powerless against him. Aside from daily patrol duties, you won't need to participate in any other missions recently. Just stay put and research your ninjutsu properly, he finally said. Compared to Rin running around outside and possibly getting killed by enemy villages, letting him stay home researching techniques was clearly the safer option. After all, the third Hokage had placed enormous hopes on him. Got it, Rin replied before turning around and leaving the Hokage's office. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my Patreon. com/boldverse chapter 49. A good kid. 1267 words. From that point onward, Rin's daily life became extremely regular. During the day, aside from carrying out routine patrol duties, he spent all his time studying the ninjutsu stored within the Umbu archives, mainly focusing on fire release and lightning release. He needed to fully master those two chakra attributes as quickly as possible. At night, he would return home, receive the experiences transmitted back by his shadow clones, then sleep. The next morning, he would repeat the same routine all over again. And just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 6 months, Rin's reputation had spread everywhere. Whether it was Iwagakure, Kyomogakure, Kirigakure, or Sunagakure, every major ninja village had learned that Konoha had produced a monstrous genius. Not only could he use the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique, but he had also mastered the first Hokage's wood release. Most terrifying of all, the boy was only 8 years old. Half a year had passed, so the protagonist had naturally grown another year older. As a result, Rin had officially entered the assassination lists of every ninja village. The most ridiculous part was that his bounty on the black market had already exceeded 100 million ryo. Even some S-rank missing nin weren't worth that much. When Rin learned all this from Jiraiya, even he was stunned. He had barely used wood release a few times, and every single time had been within Konoha. Yet somehow the information still leaked out. That left him completely speechless. However, because of that very reason, he ended up receiving more than half a year of extended vacation. After all, the signs of the Third Great Ninja War were already beginning to appear. The Umbu had become so busy they were practically working themselves to death. Sometimes, during routine patrols, Rin was the only one left in the village. Everyone else had already been dispatched on missions. As the war approached, the weapons business exploded in popularity. The ninja tool shop Rin owned earned more revenue during these 6 months than it had during the previous 2 years combined. It nearly emptied out all of his inventory. Even Master Tianquan, the ninja tool craftsman, was almost worked to death from exhaustion. Still, the profits they earned were astonishing. If Rin used to be considered a rich man before, then now he had practically become absurdly wealthy. In the past, whenever Tsunade borrowed money from him, she usually took several 100,000 ryo at a time. Now, whenever she opened her mouth, it was always in units of millions. As for Rin himself, he honestly didn't care. A true tycoon didn't lack money. At this point, having more money was basically meaningless to him anyway. Just as Rin was wondering how much longer the old third Hokage planned to leave such a powerful combat force like him sitting at home resting, the third Hokage finally came looking for him. "Little Rin, how has your ninjutsu training been during these past 6 months?" the third Hokage asked with a smile. "Pretty good, I guess. I've already completed the lightning release chakra transformation, and the fire release chakra shape transformation. I've also mastered the relevant ninjutsu. Old third Hokage, are you finally giving me a mission?" Rin asked excitedly. After resting for half a year, he was itching to go out and test his strength against someone. "Is that so?" The third Hokage nodded seriously. "The atmosphere of war is becoming heavier and heavier lately, and the Umbu is already overwhelmed. Coincidentally, I have a mission here, and you're the most suitable person for it. So I can only let you make the trip." As he spoke, the third Hokage handed Rin a scroll. After reading the mission details, Rin frowned slightly. The third Hokage either didn't notice his expression, or deliberately ignored it as he continued speaking. Starting 2 days ago, Tsunade began deploying large numbers of shinobi near the borders of the Land of Fire. Their explanation is that they're searching for missing Nin, but I don't think things are that simple. That's why I'm sending you to the Land of Wind to investigate Tsunade's true intentions and discover what exactly they're searching for. This isn't a combat mission. With your sensory abilities and the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique, you're the most suitable person for this assignment. If I discover unusual movements from the Sand Shinobi, what should I do?" Rin asked. "You may make your own judgments based on the situation," the third Hokage answered. "I understand. Then I'll leave immediately," Rin nodded. At this point, he already had a rough idea of what was happening. "Oh right, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss," the third Hokage suddenly said again, revealing that gentle smile of his. But the moment Rin saw that expression, he immediately knew it definitely wasn't anything good. "What is it?" "I don't have any money. Tsunade Nizan already took it all to gamble," Rin immediately said. The third Hokage looked awkward. "It's not about money. It's about those medical scrolls you're selling. Can you lower the price a bit? You're negotiating with me as the third Hokage, or as the old third Hokage?" Rin asked seriously while staring at him. "Let's say Hokage Grandpa is negotiating with you," the third Hokage answered after pausing briefly. "All right then. The village can purchase medical scrolls under the Umbu's name, and I'll give you a 50% discount. But externally, I won't lower the price," Rin said with a smile. "Thank you, Rin. I know producing medical scrolls is extremely difficult. Even Tsunade can't make many of them. But for the sake of the village, we truly need a large number of medical scrolls," the third Hokage said gratefully. "Consider it compensation for all the trouble I caused when I was younger," Rin replied casually. Medical scrolls were difficult to make. What a joke. They were actually the easiest things to produce. Even the life force infused into the medical scrolls came from the large trees converting sunlight through photosynthesis. Aside from the cost of the blank scroll itself, the entire business was basically pure profit. As for why Tsunade couldn't mass-produce them, that was because she didn't possess enough life force to sustain the production. At the same time, Rin had also warned her before if the secret behind the medical scrolls was exposed, her future gambling funds would disappear instantly. That was why things had developed into the current situation. A single medical scroll sold for 200,000 Rio. Although, in exchange for saving a life, 200,000 wasn't actually expensive. For Rin, however, the profit margins were outrageously high. Oh right, if I had negotiated with you as the third Hokage earlier, how would you have responded? The third Hokage suddenly asked curiously. Third Hokage-sama, I'm just an orphan. I've been poor since childhood. Making a small living isn't easy, so please leave me a path to survive, Rin answered dramatically. The third Hokage froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. So my status as an old man is actually more useful than my position as Hokage. Obviously, Rin replied matter-of-factly. Old third Hokage, I'm leaving now. The moment he finished speaking, Rin instantly vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage looked at the spot where Rin had disappeared, his face filled with gratification. He's a good kid, he muttered softly to himself. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 50. Encounter with the Sand Shinobi 1337 words. After successfully fooling the third Hokage, Rin was in an excellent mood. After returning home and packing a few things, he left behind 5 wood clones to continue producing medical scrolls before finally setting off on his journey. The moment he left Konoha's territory, he expanded his sensory perception to its maximum range. After confirming that nobody was nearby, he directly flew into the sky. This feels amazing, Rin muttered while soaring through the air, feeling the wind rushing past his ears. For the first time, he experienced a true sense of freedom. Only now did he understand why people loved flying so much. Back in his previous life, there were always people obsessed with wingsuit flying despite the immense danger involved. Now he finally understood how they felt. A sudden thought crossed Rin's mind. What would happen if he tried flying at maximum speed? The moment the idea appeared, he immediately entered full metallization mode and drastically increased his chakra output, frantically slicing through the omnipresent magnetic field lines around him. A deafening sonic boom exploded through the sky. Just now, Rin had broken through the sound barrier. After surpassing supersonic speed, he suddenly felt as though the entire world had become silent. However, the air pressure around his body also became incomparably terrifying. It felt less like flying through the sky and more like being submerged deep underwater. The surrounding air compressed against his body like liquid, making it difficult for him to change direction freely. After maintaining supersonic flight for over 10 minutes, Rin finally withdrew from the state. Although traveling this way was incredibly fast, the chakra consumption was equally terrifying. Even with Rin's chakra reserves, he could maintain that speed for at most half an hour. That alone showed just how chakra-intensive supersonic flight truly was. After exiting supersonic mode, Rin also cancelled full-body metallization, leaving only his feet metallized. That way, he could continue flying while simultaneously absorbing sunlight at all times to rapidly recover chakra. And just like that, before nightfall had even arrived, Rin had already reached the borders of the Land of Wind. The phrase, "great skill breeds great courage," described him perfectly. Even in the currently chaotic border region of the Land of Wind, he casually lit a fire and began preparing dinner as usual. Meanwhile, roughly 5 kilometers away from Rin's location, a Sand Shinobi squad was stationed nearby. "Captain, there's smoke rising ahead," one of the shinobi suddenly reported after spotting the cooking smoke from Rin's campfire. "Let's go check it out," the Jonin captain immediately ordered. The foreman squad quickly rushed toward Rin's location. By the time they arrived, Rin's meal still hadn't finished cooking. Konoha shinobi, what's your purpose for coming here? The Sand Shinobi asked immediately after confirming that Rin was alone, and there were no other hidden enemies nearby. You don't recognize me? Rin asked curiously. After all, he wasn't wearing a mask at the moment. Are you famous or something? Don't get cocky, brat. Hurry up and explain what you're doing here, and what mission you're carrying out, the Sand Jonin sneered arrogantly, completely failing to recognize Rin's identity. Before I answer that, can you tell me what mission you're carrying out here? Rin asked with a smile. Unfortunately, the response he received was 3 incoming shuriken. However, just as the shuriken were about to hit Rin, they suddenly stopped roughly 10 centimeters in front of him before shooting back even faster than before. The Sand Jonin was completely shocked when he saw his own shuriken reflected back toward him. Although he managed to dodge them, he was still startled badly. Then, in the very next moment, he immediately thought of the third Kazekage. How do you know the third Kazekage's magnet release? The Sand Jonin asked in shock. Oh, this. Rin smiled. That's a secret. I'm not telling you. Of course, his ability wasn't exactly the same as the third Kazekage's magnet release. As for whose ability was stronger? Wind release, wind blade. The Sand Jonin instantly attacked with lethal intent, directly opening with an A-rank ninjutsu. The moment he saw Rin's young age combined with abilities comparable to the third Kazekage's, killing intent immediately surged within him. He no longer even cared about gathering intelligence. Seeing the opponent start with such a powerful technique, Rin instantly lost interest in playing around. More importantly, he was worried his dinner might get overturned. If that happened, he would have to cook all over again, which was way too troublesome. Would release, adamantine summoning wood. Rin instantly formed hand seals and directly used would release this time. The A-rank wind release technique, a ninjutsu capable of instantly killing Hay-8 Gecko in the original story, only managed to leave a faint scratch on the adamantine wood. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. After blocking the attack, Rin immediately continued forming seals. Unfortunately, just as the wood release wrapped around the Sand Jonin, the latter transformed into a wooden log and escaped using the substitution jutsu. Wood release. Your Uzumaki Rin. After seeing Rin use wood release, the Sand Jonin finally recognized his identity. Wood release. Flying Thunder God technique. Killed a Quasi-Kage level expert. 8 years old. The moment those details connected together, cold sweat instantly covered the Sand Jonin's forehead. Facing a monster like this, he should have escaped immediately instead of engaging in battle. But now it was already too late. Most importantly, he needed to transmit the information that Uzumaki Rin had entered the land of wind. Nakamura, find an opportunity to escape and send back the intelligence that Uzumaki Rin is here, the Sand Jonin quietly ordered one of the Chunin. Yes, Captain. At this moment, Rin slowly stood up and looked at them. Tell me what you're searching for here. Otherwise, none of you are leaving alive. Don't even think about getting information out of us. Even if we die, you'll never learn anything. Quite backbone you've got. I like that. Rin glanced at the extremely nervous Sand Jonin, the 2 Chunin, who were already practically useless in battle, and the remaining Chunin, who was constantly preparing to flee. Then he smiled and began forming hand seals. Wind release, divine gale. The Sand Jonin immediately went all out. Ignoring chakra consumption entirely, he unleashed a large-scale offensive ninjutsu, trying to hold Rin in place long enough for the intelligence to escape. No one's escaping. Would release, deep forest emergence. The moment Rin completed his hand seals, countless massive trees erupted from the ground around them. Although wind release, divine gale possessed tremendous destructive power, when facing an endless forest of giant trees, it could only gradually weaken into a mere breeze before disappearing entirely. At the same time, the countless rising trees began wrapping themselves around the 4 Sand Shinobi. This place had already been a forest to begin with, leaving them very little room to maneuver. Now that deep forest emergence had appeared, they were instantly trapped. Although the Sand Jonin managed to struggle for a while longer, with no room left to dodge and without space-time ninjutsu, he was eventually cornered and bound tightly by the trees. Once he felt the surrounding trees continuously draining away his chakra, the Sand Jonin finally gave up resisting. Without chakra, there was simply no way for him to break free. "Now can you tell me your purpose for coming here?" Rin asked while looking at the Sand Jonin. "Even if I die, I won't tell you," the Sand Jonin declared stubbornly. "All right then. I'll grant your wish." Would release, cutting technique. The moment Rin finished speaking, he stabbed a tree branch directly into the Jonin's body. "Ayaha! Kill me ah!" The Sand Jonin immediately let out miserable screams. Rin ignored him completely and walked toward another Chunin before asking calmly, "What exactly are you people searching for here?" To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 51, the third Kazekage 1163 words I don't know. The Chunin said fearfully. "You definitely know. You just don't want to talk," Rin replied with a smile. "Do you know what happens to people who refuse to tell the truth?" "I really don't know. Liars get stabbed with 1,000 needles, you know." "Think carefully again. Do you really not know?" Faced with Rin's devil-like smile, the Chunin was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. "You can't tell him. Even if we die, we absolutely can't, haha." Another Chunin suddenly roared, but before he could finish speaking, Rin killed him instantly. Would release, cutting technique. Rin used would release again to eliminate the final surviving Chunin before turning around and calmly asking, "Do you have anything you want to say now?" "Just kill me. Even if I die, I won't say anything," the Chunin declared stubbornly after witnessing the deaths of his comrades. Unexpectedly, he had become even more resolute. "Actually, even if you don't tell me, I already know." Rin stared directly at him as he spoke. "You're searching for Elder Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand. Am I right?" The moment the Chunin heard those words, shock instantly appeared across his face. "I've gotten my answer. You can go join your companions now." After speaking, Rin turned around and walked away. He had no interest in watching the Sand Shinobi's expression when facing death. It would only ruin his appetite. After dealing with the Sand Squad, Rin's dinner was finally ready. As he ate, he began thinking through the upcoming events. Since the Sand Shinobi were searching for Sasori, that meant the third Kazekage would be arriving soon. And it was precisely because of the third Kazekage's death that the Third Great Ninja War escalated from the preparation stage into full-scale war. Although the Third Great Ninja War was extremely brutal, Konoha displayed an absolutely terrifying level of strength throughout the conflict. One village fighting against the entire shinobi world alone, that was true dominance. Honestly speaking, Rin didn't completely agree with the third Hokage's approach either. Konoha won the Third Great Ninja War, but in the end, they gained nothing while exhausting themselves completely. And after all that effort, did anyone feel grateful toward Konoha? Nobody would remember your kindness. The old third Hokage wanted to continue Senju Hashirama's ideals. But he had forgotten the most important requirement behind those ideals: strength. Why had nobody dared to rebel while Hashirama was alive? Because Hashirama alone possessed enough power to suppress the entire ninja world by himself. Naturally, nobody dared to resist. But after the Third Great Ninja War, even though Konoha emerged victorious, the village itself had been drained nearly dry. It simply no longer possessed the power necessary to dominate the entire shinobi world. That meant the third Hokage's ideals were fundamentally flawed. After finishing dinner and letting his thoughts wander for a while, Rin stood up, cleaned the battlefield, and then set off to search for Sasori. Technically speaking, his mission had already been completed. But now that he had a chance to personally participate in the storyline, how could he possibly resist? And according to the authority the third Hokage had granted him, he was completely free to act on his own judgment. Since that was the case, he naturally wanted to see just how powerful Sasori currently was. The later version of Sasori was certainly terrifying, but the combat strength he displayed clearly didn't match the reputation described in the lore. It was obvious that by that stage, Sasori had already become tired of living, and was intentionally seeking death. He never even displayed his full combat ability. The best evidence was the fact that he still had 2 unopened scrolls on him. Nobody knew what puppets were sealed inside them. Flying high into the sky, Rin used the cover of night together with his sensory abilities to search for Sasori's location. After spending roughly 4 hours searching, he finally found him. However, the moment Rin entered within 1 kilometer of Sasori's position, he suddenly noticed something wrong with his body. After carefully sensing the changes, he immediately realized he had been poisoned. What the hell? Did Sasori seriously have so much poison lying around that he was casually spreading it everywhere? There was still an entire kilometer between them, yet the poison field had already begun here. That was seriously ridiculous. And honestly speaking, if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have even noticed the poisoning. Rin himself hadn't consciously detected it either. It was simply his body instinctively reacting. With his current physique, there probably wasn't a poison in existence capable of killing him. And whether anyone could even create a poison capable of killing someone with a sage body, who had awakened yang release, was another question entirely. Since he had already located Sasori and confirmed that poison traps had been laid out here, it meant Sasori had no intention of escaping. He was preparing an ambush. And there was only one possible target for that ambush: the 3rd Kazekage. Rin carefully controlled his chakra, and created a tiny wooden cabin high within a tree. After leaving behind a shadow clone to stand guard, he directly lay down inside and went to sleep. He slept all the way until the next morning. After dispelling the shadow clone and receiving its memories, Rin pulled out several specially made soldier pills from his pocket and began eating them. Although these custom-made soldier pills were personally developed by him, and were far superior to ordinary soldier pills in both flavor and nutritional value, eating them first thing in the morning still wasn't exactly appetizing. So after eating 2 of them, Rin stopped and continued leaning against the tree, while waiting for the 3rd Kazekage to arrive. Several more hours passed. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, the 3rd Kazekage arrived. The moment Rin saw the 3rd Kazekage casually walking towards Sasori without sensing anything unusual, he immediately knew if this guy didn't die today, there would be no justice in the world. "Sasori, I'll give you one final chance. Return with me," the 3rd Kazekage said calmly after seeing him. Unfortunately, his attempt at acting cool failed miserably. Because Sasori's response was a barrage of Senbon needles. "It seems you've already made up your mind to leave. In that case, I'll have no choice but to drag you back by force." The 3rd Kazekage was clearly angry. If Sasori weren't Chiyo's grandson, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath talking in the first place. "Magnet release, iron sand drizzle." The 3rd Kazekage waved both hands. Instantly, countless grains of iron sand condensed into sharp needle-like spikes and shot forward. Sasori immediately controlled Hiriko to dodge rapidly. Although Hiriko's defenses were extremely sturdy, he still had no intention of directly tanking the 3rd Kazekage's ninjutsu. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 52. Perfect counter 1252 words I got discovered. Rin smiled awkwardly before casually waving his hand. "You two carry on. I'm just passing by to buy soy sauce." "Uzumaki Rin, what are you doing here?" The 3rd Kazekage asked the moment he saw Rin, immediately recognizing his identity. "I'm traveling around for fun. I just happened to pass through here on my way to buy some soy sauce. Since I ran into you two, I figured I'd say hello. Anyway, continue." "I'll be leaving now," Rin said cheerfully, completely unconcerned despite standing before the man known as the strongest Kazekage in history. "Since you're already here, don't think about leaving. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle." Instantly, countless grains of iron sand surged toward Rin like a black storm, moving at terrifying speed. The third Kazekage originally expected Rin to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Instead, Rin simply stood there motionless and slowly raised his right hand. Shinra Tensei. Just as the iron sand was about to strike him, Rin calmly spoke. The countless grains of iron sand slammed into an invisible wall before being blasted backward by a formless shockwave. Centered around Rin, all the incoming iron sand was reflected outward in a perfect circular pattern. Looking at the third Kazekage's shocked and disbelieving expression, Rin silently gave himself full marks for that performance. Of course, this Shinra Tensei-like effect only worked so perfectly against iron sand attacks. Against actual ninjutsu, it wouldn't be nearly as effective. So I still underestimated you. You can actually manipulate magnetism as well, the third Kazekage said with an extremely grave expression. Most of his combat strength was built around iron sand. Now that Rin possessed a similar ability, his iron sand techniques had practically become useless. Of course, as Kazekage, he knew far more than just iron sand techniques. But compared to his magnet release, his other ninjutsu weren't particularly impressive. It's decent enough, I guess, Rin replied with a grin. But what I use isn't actually magnetic control. Explaining it to you would be difficult considering your IQ. If Rin were facing another Kage-level opponent, he wouldn't dare relax this much. But against the third Kazekage, it wasn't that he could completely crush him, but the matchup was extremely favorable. For example, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. The instant Rin used Fire Release, the third Kazekage immediately attempted to defend with Iron Sand, Shield of Shura. However, before the defense could fully form, it was suddenly disrupted. The Iron Sand simply refused to obey properly. Faced with the incoming Fire Dragon, the third Kazekage had no choice but to use the substitution jutsu to evade. It could honestly be said that fighting Rin was unbelievably frustrating for him. His iron sand techniques were almost completely suppressed, making the battle incredibly uncomfortable. Sasori, attack him together with me. He's Konoha's genius and an enemy of Sunagakure. As long as you help eliminate him, I won't pursue the matter of your defection from the village, the third Kazekage shouted toward Sasori. You'll both stay here today. Sasori finally spoke for the first time. I'll turn both of you into human puppets and grant you eternity. Honestly speaking, Sasori was the happiest person present right now. Originally, he thought battling the third Kazekage would require an extremely difficult fight. Instead, a Konoha shinobi suddenly appeared and perfectly countered the third Kazekage's abilities. That meant Sasori barely needed to act. As long as the three sides remained locked in battle long enough for the poison to fully take effect, victory would naturally belong to him. Sasori, you are still a shinobi of Sunagakure. Your grandmother is one of the village elders. Eliminating this Konoha genius is extremely important for our village, the third Kazekage said sternly. Don't mention her. The moment Chiyo was brought up, Sasori instantly entered a frenzied state. You all deserve to die. Hirako, Heavy Blade Armory. Once driven mad, Sasori directly unleashed one of Hirako's major attacks. Two enormous mechanical weapons resembling giant heaters extended outward, instantly unleashing a storm of poison senbon, toxic darts, poisoned kunai, hidden weapons, and countless other projectiles in all directions indiscriminately. Iron Sand Defense. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage of poisoned weapons, even the third Kazekage had no choice but to rely on Iron Sand for defense. Wood Release, Wood Locking Wall. While defending himself, Rin briefly considered screwing over the third Kazekage during the chaos. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Right now, he mainly wanted to force Sasori out of Hirako first. Then, once the third Kazekage's poison fully erupted while Rin himself remained completely fine, the expression on the Kazekage's face would definitely be priceless. The moment the barrage of hidden weapons ended, Rin immediately formed hand seals. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Instantly, the ground melted into a giant swamp. Both the third Kazekage and Sasori immediately leapt upward to avoid sinking. And that was exactly what Rin wanted. The moment Sasori jumped, Rin instantly threw out a flying thunder god kunai before teleporting directly behind him. Get out already. Instead of using ninjutsu, Rin simply unleashed a monstrous punch enhanced by Tsunade's super strength directly at Hiriko's body. Hiriko exploded apart instantly from a single punch. After all, the current version of Hiriko was still incomplete, and couldn't compare to the perfected version Sasori later rebuilt after joining the Akatsuki. Combined with the fact that monstrous strength techniques were naturally the bane of puppet masters, destroying Hiriko in one hit was completely normal. As Rin watched the teenage Sasori climb back to his feet, he suddenly felt that the young Sasori was actually somewhat cute. The only thing he disliked was Sasori's eyes. They were utterly lifeless. Completely devoid of vitality. Nothing about them resembled a normal young person. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. While Rin was observing Sasori, the third Kazekage launched a sneak attack from behind. Unfortunately, in the very next moment, Rin's figure vanished. He instantly returned to his previous location. The third Kazekage's attack hadn't even managed to touch a single hair on his head. That was the true shamelessness of the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as enough marked kunai were scattered around, Rin could teleport back and forth endlessly. Kid, even if I have to sacrifice my life today, I'll kill you here. If someone like you is allowed to continue growing, you'll become far too great a threat to Tsunagakure, the third Kazekage said grimly as enormous chakra erupted from his body. It was obvious he was preparing to go all out. You don't need to sacrifice your life. Because you're already about to die. Rin looked at him calmly. The more chakra you use, the faster the poison spreads. Judging by your condition, it should already be almost time. Isn't that right, Sasori? After speaking, Rin turned toward Sasori. How did you know? Sasori asked suspiciously. According to logic, his poison shouldn't have been discovered at all. Tsunade is basically my older sister. How do you think I figured it out? Rin immediately started spouting nonsense with a perfectly serious face. When I entered within 1 kilometer of your location last night, I noticed I'd been poisoned. It took me several minutes to neutralize it. Honestly, the poison was pretty troublesome. Just as the two of them were talking, the third Kazekage's chakra fluctuations suddenly vanished. To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 53, Yuhi Shinku. 1278 words. Rin turned around and saw that the iron sand surrounding the third Kazekage had already fallen to the ground. The Kazekage himself looked extremely pale as well. Sure enough, the poison had fully erupted. If he hadn't forcefully unleashed such a massive amount of chakra earlier in preparation to fight Rin to the death, he might have survived a little longer. But now, it was obvious he was finished. You're pretty cooperative, huh? I just brought up the poison, and your symptoms immediately flared up, Rin said while looking at the third Kazekage, whose breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. He even looked somewhat unwilling to die. Honestly speaking, throughout the entire Naruto world, Rin felt that the Kazekages of Tsunagakure had the most miserable fate. The first and second Kazekage were fine. But starting from the third, it was like the position had become cursed. The third Kazekage was killed by Sasori. The fourth Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru and his subordinates. The fifth Kazekage, Gaara, had also died once. It gave people the impression that Kazekages were especially easy to kill. One death after another. But after personally fighting the third Kazekage, Rin understood that if his abilities hadn't perfectly countered magnet release, defeating him would have been incredibly difficult. As for the fourth Kazekage, there was even less need to mention him. Peak Orochimaru combined with a Kimimaro, whose bloodline disease hadn't fully reached its terminal stage, that lineup was terrifying by itself. Orochimaru alone was already unquestionably Kage level. Meanwhile, the Kimimaro from that period could definitely display combat strength no weaker than an elite jonin. Combined with the Shikatsu Miyaku, it was enough to prove just how powerful the fourth Kazekage truly was. While Rin was lost in thought, the third Kazekage finally collapsed to the ground. This time, he was completely dead. After the third Kazekage died, only Rin and Sasori remained. No matter how one looked at it, Sasori simply wasn't Rin's opponent. Even the Sasori from over 20 years later would still be heavily suppressed by Rin's abilities. Rin's powers countered him too perfectly. Poison was useless. Puppets were useless. Even overwhelming him with numbers was meaningless. After all, large-scale battlefield clearing ninjutsu were exactly what Rin specialized in. So in Rin's eyes, Sasori wasn't dangerous at all. That was why he had no intention of killing him. Agree to one condition, and I'll let you leave, Rin said to Sasori. What condition? Sasori asked. Originally, he thought Rin intended to attack him. He hadn't expected those words instead. Although Sasori at this stage wasn't afraid of death, he still didn't want to die either. After all, he hadn't yet completed his eternal art. Of course, Rin personally didn't consider that nonsense to be art at all. But trying to understand an artist's thoughts was pointless. So naturally, Sasori was quite willing to stay alive. As for the condition Rin wanted, he hadn't even bothered thinking about it yet. From now on, try not to kill too many people, Rin said calmly. Killing people itself doesn't matter much, but don't go around committing massacres or wiping out entire countries. Sasori froze for a long time before finally speaking. All right then. I'm leaving. Rin turned around and prepared to depart. But suddenly, he thought of something and looked back toward Sasori again. Oh right. Kid, when the day comes that you finally want to die, remember to tell me. How about I personally send you off? No problem. Sasori froze once more before eventually nodding. Seeing Sasori agree, Rin smiled in satisfaction before instantly disappearing with the body flicker technique. The main reason he said those words was because he wanted to know just how strong would Sasori, at his absolute peak, actually become 20 years later. In the original story, that had always remained a mystery. After Rin left, Sasori also began cleaning up the battlefield. He collected all the remaining usable parts from Hiriko before sealing away the third Kazekage's corpse. Only then did he finally leave the area. One day later, Rin arrived at the Hokage Tower to report back to the third Hokage. You're saying that Chiyo's grandson, Sasori of the Red Sand, killed the third Kazekage. And the reason Tsunagakure deployed so many shinobi earlier was because they were searching for Sasori. The third Hokage asked in shock. He was genuinely stunned by the intelligence Rin had brought back. There was simply too much information contained within it. I witnessed everything personally. How could it be fake? Rin replied confidently. Of course, he was lying. At least partially. The overall direction of the story was correct. He had merely omitted the entire section where he personally fought the third Kazekage, and directly simplified it into Sasori poisoning him to death. In any case, the final outcome remained unchanged. Tsunagakure would still use the excuse of Konoha assassinating the third Kazekage to officially ignite the Third Great Ninja War. All right. I understand. The third Hokage remained silent in thought for a long time before finally speaking again. You should go home and rest. You've worked hard these past few days. All right, I'm leaving then. The moment Rin finished speaking, he disappeared instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique. Regardless of how the old third Hokage planned to respond to the situation, Rin himself directly returned home. After dispelling several wood clones, he began reviewing everything that had happened during the 3 days he'd been gone. Tsunade came by and took another 3 million ryo. Pocket change. The Umbu purchased 1,000 medical scrolls. That transaction alone earned him 200 million ryo. That was enough to cover at least half a year of Tsunade's gambling expenses. and then Kurenai came looking for him. But she hadn't left any explanation. After sorting through the wood clone's memories from the past 3 days, Rin decided to go find her. Normally, Kurenai wouldn't specifically come looking for him unless something important had happened. So Rin immediately sensed the location of the flying thunder god kunai he had left on Kurenai. It was in the hospital. The next moment, the flying thunder god activated. Rin instantly appeared beside Kurenai. Rin's sudden appearance startled her badly, causing her to scream immediately. "Stop yelling." "It's me," Rin said helplessly while covering his ears. Only after recognizing Rin did Kurenai calm down. Even though there were no enemies inside Konoha Hospital, having someone suddenly appear behind you and touch you out of nowhere was still terrifying enough. At that moment, Rin also noticed Yuhi Shinku lying on the hospital bed. Meanwhile, Yuhi Shinku himself had also awakened because of Kurenai's scream, and was now looking toward Rin, who had suddenly appeared inside the room. "Rin-kun, you finally came back. Please save my father." The moment Kurenai recovered her senses, she immediately grabbed Rin's arm anxiously. "Tsunade-sama said my father's illness can only be treated by you. Even she can't do anything about it." "Leave it to me," Rin reassured her first before turning toward Yuhi Shinku. "Hello, Uncle Shinku. I'm Uzumaki Rin, Kurenai's classmate. I've heard Kurenai mention you many times before. Back at the academy, you helped her quite often," Yuhi Shinku said with a gentle smile. "Actually, I wanted to invite you to our home long ago. But because missions kept me busy, and Kurenai said you were also extremely occupied, the opportunity never came. I just didn't expect our first meeting would happen in a hospital. And with me in this condition. How embarrassing." To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 54. The Third Great Ninja War begins. 1220 words. "Uncle Shinku is too polite. Honestly, I should have visited your home long ago myself." After speaking, Rin began examining Yuhi Shinku's condition. "I'll check your injuries first. Once you've recovered, we can chat properly later." He was genuinely curious. What kind of injury could even Tsunade fail to solve? But after examining him, Rin quickly realized that this wasn't really an ordinary injury at all. It was organ failure. Yuhi Shinku's internal organs had shrunk by nearly half. Just imagining the severity of the injuries he previously suffered was enough to understand how terrifying they had been. The fact that Tsunade managed to save his life at all already proved she had done everything possible. As for the remaining recovery, that was no longer within the scope of ordinary medical ninjutsu. At that point, it could only rely on the body's own recovery ability. After finishing the examination, Rin withdrew his hand and prepared to begin treatment. At this moment, Kurenai anxiously asked, "Rin-kun, can my father really be cured? This isn't a major problem. He'll recover soon enough," Rin replied confidently. Even without using yang release directly, simply relying on his life force energy alone was enough to restore damaged organs. Yuhi Shinku himself was also shocked after hearing Rin's words. He understood his own condition very clearly. The problems within his body had already surpassed the limits of medical ninjutsu. Yet Rin sounded completely certain he could heal him. Just how terrifying was this child's medical ability? As Rin infused life force into Yuhi Shinku's body, the damaged organs immediately began absorbing the energy frantically. Yuhi Shinku stared at Rin in disbelief. Because he could clearly feel that his body was recovering at an absurdly rapid speed. For a full half hour, Rin continuously treated him. During that time, the cells within Yuhi Shinku's organs divided wildly under the stimulation of the enormous life force. The organs rapidly regenerated. And after completely recovering, they were actually healthier than before. Meanwhile, because Rin secretly tampered with things a little, Yuhi Shinku soon fell into a deep sleep uncontrollably. After all, Rin had no interest in chatting with an older man. Talking with a cute girl was obviously far more enjoyable. I'm exhausted, Rin said as he sat down in a chair with an expression that practically screamed, I overworked myself. Of course, any intelligent person could immediately tell he was faking it. His complexion hadn't changed at all. There wasn't even sweat on his forehead. He looked nothing like someone who had exhausted himself. Unfortunately, kind-hearted Kurenai didn't notice any of that. The moment she heard Rin say he was tired, her heart immediately ached for him. And since Rin had become exhausted while treating her father, she felt even guiltier. I'll massage your shoulders. Kurenai's face turned bright red as she nervously ran behind Rin, and began gently massaging his shoulders with her small hands. Much better, Rin said while comfortably narrowing his eyes. And just like that, the two began chatting. Through Kurenai, Rin also learned what everyone else had been doing during the period he spent in the Umbu. Asuma had already left Konoha half a month ago. That meant only Kurenai remained from their original squad. Because the Umbu had become extremely busy recently, their Jonin instructor had also returned to Umbu duties. As a result, Team 3 had effectively disbanded. Kurenai was temporarily reassigned to the squad led by Kamizuki Izumo. As for Might Guy, he still challenged Kakashi to fights whenever possible. Although he lost every single time, everyone could clearly see that Guy's strength was improving at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, Kakashi's growth had slowed considerably because of the psychological impact caused by Tsukumo Hataki's death. After listening to Kurenai's explanation, Rin actually wasn't worried at all. Although Kamizuki Izumo's combat strength wasn't particularly impressive, the guy had incredible luck. He successfully survived the brutally chaotic Third Great Ninja War completely unharmed. With Kurenai assigned to that squad, Rin felt perfectly reassured. That evening, Rin bid farewell to Kurenai and returned home. He slept all the way until after 10 the next morning. After all, he had just returned from a mission, and was currently on break. Nobody would bother him anyway. Right now, every extra day of sleeping in was precious. Once the Third Great Ninja War truly began, forget sleeping late. Going several consecutive days without sleep would become completely normal. At noon, Rin ran over to Kushina's house for lunch. Minato had already left on a mission with Kakashi and the others, leaving Kushina alone at home. With the Third Great Ninja War about to begin, Kushina, as Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki, couldn't casually leave the village at all. She could only stay home every day. After accompanying Kushina for 2 days, Rin was suddenly dragged to Konoha Hospital by Tsunade on the third day to work as temporary medical staff. Recently, there had been too many missions and far too many injured shinobi. Konoha Hospital was practically overwhelmed. That was why Tsunade forcibly recruited Rin. After all, his treatment efficiency alone was comparable to dozens of medical shinobi combined. Leaving someone like him sitting around in the Umbu was simply a waste. And just like that, starting from the third day onward, Rin temporarily began working at Konoha Hospital. 5 days after Rin completed his mission, Konoha finally sounded the official war alarm. Just like in the memories from Rin's previous life, Tsunade used the disappearance of the third Kazekage as an excuse, accusing Konoha of assassinating him before launching an attack against the Land of Fire. Konoha's response towards Tsunade was extremely simple. They didn't bother explaining anything at all. They just started fighting directly. Who was afraid of whom? Orochimaru was appointed Supreme Commander and led 3,000 shinobi toward the borders of the Land of Fire to block Tsunade's invasion. Meanwhile, Rin was still working as a doctor inside Konoha Hospital. It almost felt like the third Hokage had forgotten about him again. 10 days after Konoha and Tsunade officially went to war, Iwagakure declared war on Konoha, as well under the excuse that Konoha had threatened their ally, Kizugakure. Of course, Konoha's leadership had already anticipated this possibility. So within a single day, Konoha assembled another army of 3,000 shinobi. This time, Jiraiya served as Supreme Commander and personally led the force to intercept Iwagakure. What was true foundation and strength? This was it. Even while simultaneously fighting against 2 major nations alone, nobody believed Konoha would lose. That confidence had been forged through complete victories in both the first and second Great Ninja Wars. It was the confidence belonging to the strongest shinobi village in existence. Before Jiraiya departed, Rin personally went to the village gates to see him off. Looking at Jiraiya, he said seriously, "Old man, you're not young anymore, so stop trying to charge into the front lines personally. Just stay safely in camp and command the battle properly. Don't go dragging everyone down." As he spoke, Rin handed over 2 Flying Thunder God kunai. "If you really can't win, destroy one of these kunai. Once I notice it, I'll immediately rush over to save you." To read 120 plus advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 55, The Puppet Core. 1131 words. Since the entire supply line during wartime consisted of temporary logistics stations, Rin didn't use his flying ability while traveling. Instead, he relied on the Flying Thunder God technique to move rapidly across the battlefield routes. On the way to the sand battlefield, he even saved a Chunin squad. By the time evening arrived, he had already reached the frontline camp. "Uncle Snake, I'm here." Rin directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to enter the camp. The patrol shinobi merely glanced at him before pretending not to notice anything at all. Rin-kun's speed is truly impressive. The message should have only reached Konoha around noon, yet you arrived here in less than half a day, Orochimaru said with a smile after seeing Rin. Orochimaru was genuinely irritated by Tsunagekyu's puppet core. But now that Rin had arrived, the Sand Shinobi's poison would no longer pose much of a threat. After all, Orochimaru knew very clearly that Rin's medical ninjutsu had already surpassed even Tsunade's. Back during the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had completely countered Chiyo's poison techniques, and rendered Tsunagekyo helpless. So naturally, the current Rin could do the same. "Uncle Snake, where are the poisoned shinobi? I'll start treating them immediately." Rin didn't waste time chatting. He directly got to the point. After all, he didn't want additional people dying because of delays on his side. "Rin-kun doesn't need to rest first?" Orochimaru asked in surprise. Traveling from Konoha to the front line in half a day entirely through Flying Thunder God should have consumed an enormous amount of chakra. "Don't worry. My chakra reserves are still full. That level of consumption is nothing," Rin replied while casually waving his hand. His chakra was practically always full anyway. The Flying Thunder God's chakra consumption could be recovered simply by standing under sunlight for a while. "Is that so? The sage body truly is terrifying," Orochimaru said while staring at Rin with interest. "Uncle Snake, could you stop making that expression?" Rin replied helplessly. Orochimaru was fine in most situations. But whenever he entered full mad scientist mode, it became impossible to endure. "My apologies. Rin-kun, follow me." Orochimaru smiled and finally stopped staring at him. Although he was extremely interested in Rin's sage body, he had no intention of targeting Rin himself. "These are all of them?" Rin asked after seeing the injured. The expression in his eyes made Orochimaru feel slightly awkward. After all, Orochimaru had only brought 3,000 shinobi to the battlefield. Yet within just a few days, Tsunagekyo's puppet core had already incapacitated several hundred of them. Nearly 1/6 of his combat strength had been rendered useless. How could he not feel embarrassed? "I'll leave everything to Rin-kun," Orochimaru said seriously. As expected of Orochimaru, the awkwardness disappeared almost instantly. "No problem." Would release, multiple would clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Rins appeared simultaneously. Every single would clone contained life force energy. Then, all of them began treating the injured at the same time. The scene instantly stunned everyone present. Under Rin's medical treatment, lightly poisoned shinobi recovered within 1 or 2 minutes. Even those who were both severely poisoned and heavily injured people, who were practically beyond saving, were healed completely under Rin's treatment. In just over half an hour, all several hundred poisoned and injured shinobi had fully recovered. Of course, they still couldn't immediately return to the battlefield. Rin had merely healed their injuries and neutralized the poison. He hadn't infused them with additional life force energy. So they still needed several days of rest before fully recovering. All done, Rin said after dispelling the wood clones. The ones who weren't deeply poisoned and weren't seriously injured should recover completely after 2 days of rest. As for the heavily injured, they'll need a few extra days. But even the worst cases should regain full combat capability within a week. Thank you for your hard work, Rin-kun, Orochimaru replied. For once, even the coldness within his snake-like eyes softened slightly. He knew very well that Rin rushed here in half a day, and immediately began treating wounded shinobi purely out of consideration for him. Orochimaru understood Rin's personality very clearly. Toward people who weren't important to him, Rin honestly didn't care very much. It's fine. I'll stay here for a few days anyway. Once the Sand Shinobi's puppet corps gets wiped out, I'll head back, Rin replied casually. The two continued chatting while walking back toward camp. However, at that moment, a shinobi suddenly rushed over anxiously. Orochimaru-sama. Tsunagakure has launched another attack. Their puppet corps has been deployed again. The moment Orochimaru heard the report, killing intent instantly flashed through his eyes. He immediately understood Tsunagakure's strategy. Using the cover of night would maximize the effectiveness of the puppet corps' hidden weapons and poison attacks. Rin-kun, let's go take a look, Orochimaru said. No problem. I also want to see what a battlefield like this looks like, Rin replied with interest. How could he possibly miss this kind of massive war involving thousands of shinobi? Very quickly, Rin and Orochimaru arrived at the battlefield. And it was only then that Rin truly witnessed the sheer scale of war. This was completely different from battles involving only a handful of people. At the same time, Rin also finally understood why Konoha could fight multiple great nations simultaneously. This wasn't war anymore. This was literally a contest of wealth. To stop Tsunagakure's puppet corps from approaching, Konoha continuously unleashed endless waves of ninjutsu across the defensive line. Shuriken were thrown in such absurd quantities that it looked as though they cost nothing. Kunai attached to explosive tags were launched non-stop as well, completely suppressing the Sand Shinobi. Sure enough, on a true battlefield, what mattered most was foundation. Logistics. Under Konoha's overwhelming suppression, unless Tsunagakure deployed Kage-level experts, even ordinary jonin could easily die from one careless mistake amidst the storm of flying weapons and explosive tags. Rin and Orochimaru had only just arrived. Orochimaru hadn't even issued any commands yet. But Tsunagakure had already gone completely crazy. Don't think Konoha was the only rich village. Tsunagakure had money too. In an instant, countless puppets opened their hidden weapon mechanisms and launched a saturated bombardment directly toward Konoha's front line. The night sky instantly filled with countless sparkling lights. Those lights were explosive tags attached behind flying kunai. Defend immediately. Use Earth Release, Earth-style wall together, the front-line commander roared. However, before the defensive walls could even rise, Rin suddenly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear high in the sky. Get the hell back where you came from. Floating in midair, Rin swung his arm fiercely toward the countless incoming weapons. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse chapter 57, Orochimaru wants to reach the heavens 1171 words. As Rin swung his hand, the countless hidden weapons filling the sky suddenly froze in midair. Then, at more than 3 times their original speed, they violently reversed direction and shot back toward the Sand Shinobi forces. Endless explosions erupted across the battlefield. Flames bloomed everywhere. The entire sky above Tsunagakure's forces lit up brightly. Under the illumination of the explosions, shattered corpses, broken puppet fragments, crushed wood, and flying debris could all be seen scattering through the air. That single move from Rin completely stunned Tsunagakure. Even Konoha's side was dumbfounded. What kind of ninjutsu was that? No hand seals. Just a casual wave of the hand, yet the resulting power was absolutely terrifying. Most Konoha shinobi didn't even know what magnet release was. Very few had ever personally witnessed the third Kazekage fighting. So everyone was completely shocked by Rin's display. Meanwhile, after Tsunagekyou's forces recovered from the initial shock, many of them immediately recognized what Rin's ability resembled. Notify the puppet corps to withdraw immediately. At the rear of the battlefield, Chiyo instantly issued orders after witnessing Rin's attack. Retreating was no longer optional. The moment Chiyo saw Uzumaki Rin appear, she immediately recognized him. But even she hadn't expected Rin to possess abilities similar to the third Kazekage's. He was practically the absolute nemesis of puppet masters. Medical ninjutsu. Monstrous strength. And now magnet release-like abilities. With all three combined together, even Chiyo had to admit that she would stand no chance against Rin herself. His abilities completely suppressed puppet masters in every possible way. Everything puppet masters relied upon became useless against him. Gather everyone. We're holding a meeting, Chiyo said coldly after seeing the puppet corps successfully retreat, and Rin disappear from the sky. It could be said that Rin's display dealt an enormous blow to Tsunagekyou's morale. Meanwhile, Konoha's side was incredibly excited. Although they could probably have blocked the bombardment even if it reached their side, Rin's method of using the enemy's own attacks against them was infinitely more impactful. Is that your Kekkai Genkai? Orochimaru asked while staring at Rin like he had just discovered some priceless treasure. Not exactly a Kekkai Genkai, although I guess you could call it one. Uncle Snake, you know about combination ninjutsu, right? Rin asked. Your meaning is that this isn't a Kekkai Genkai, but rather a combination ninjutsu. Orochimaru clearly didn't believe him. This isn't combination ninjutsu. Rin shook his head. The so-called Kekkai Genkai are simply products created by fusing the nature transformations of two chakra attributes together. The ability I just used is magnet release, created through the fusion of earth release and lightning release chakra. In a sense, this does count as a Kekkai Genkai. But it isn't hereditary. I don't possess the bloodline itself. The reason I can use magnet release is because I can fuse the nature transformations of earth and lightning chakra together manually. Rin patiently explained things to Orochimaru. At this stage, Orochimaru was still primarily focused on immortality research. His research into Kekkai Genkai hadn't yet reached its future depth, so he wasn't fully aware of these concepts yet. The moment Orochimaru heard this explanation, his eyes lit up instantly. However, after thinking for a moment, he asked another question. According to your explanation, Kekkai Genkai are simply the fusion of two chakra nature transformations. Would release be the same? Rin naturally understood what Orochimaru was really asking. Orochimaru had long researched Hashirama's cells and possessed deep knowledge of wood release already. This question was both genuine curiosity and indirect probing. Wood release works similarly. However, although wood release is formed from the fusion of water release and earth release, simply combining those two chakra natures alone produces a wood release completely inferior to the real thing. Rin continued calmly. Because that version lacks the most important component, life force. Only wood release infused with massive life force can become the true wood release used by Hashirama Senju. Otherwise, even if someone else manages to use wood release, it won't even possess 1/10 of Hashirama's power. And many top-tier wood release techniques simply cannot be used without that life force. Rin didn't lie at all. He directly told Orochimaru the truth. He merely replaced the term yang release with life force. But honestly, that wasn't really lying either. After all, yang release fundamentally represented life force itself. So that's how it is. Orochimaru suddenly looked enlightened. No wonder all my experiments kept failing. The issue was with the foundation itself. Then he immediately asked another question. Then why can Rinkuin use wood release? Is it because of the sage body? The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are distant relatives descended from the same ancestor. That's why both clans possess the same sage body traits. Only the enormous life force and terrifying chakra reserves produced by a sage body are capable of supporting top-tier wood release. Rin nodded. Of course, his own sage body was technically a bootleg version. But after awakening Yang release, the gap between his version and the genuine article wasn't particularly large anymore. At this point, the life force his body naturally generated every day had already surpassed the life force he absorbed from sunlight through photosynthesis. That was the terrifying aspect of Yang release seemingly endless vitality. After finishing the discussion regarding Kekkei Genkai, Orochimaru immediately began dragging Rin into another discussion regarding the fusion of different chakra natures. This was one of Orochimaru's best traits. Whenever he didn't understand something, he directly asked questions like a true scientist. Unfortunately, Rin was feeling extremely helpless right now. Uncle Snake. This is still a battlefield. We're literally in the middle of a war against Sunagakure. Could you maybe postpone your research obsession until after the war ends? Once we crush Sunagakure, you can research all you want. But right now really isn't the time. Sadly, all of Rin's internal complaints were instantly dismissed by Orochimaru with a single sentence. It's fine. No need to worry about Sunagakure. They can't fly into the sky anyway. That single line rendered Rin completely speechless. Sure, Sunagakure can't fly into the sky. But you, Uncle Snake, are practically trying to ascend to the heavens yourself. Rin silently complained inwardly. Over the next several days, Rin remained within the camp. Whenever he wasn't treating wounded shinobi, he either visited the front lines to show his presence or discussed ninjutsu theories with Orochimaru. If not for the constant casualty reports arriving every day, Rin would honestly have believed this wasn't the third great ninja war at all. It felt more like a live-fire military exercise. However, Rin gradually noticed something strange. For some reason, Sunagakure had become extremely low-profile these past few days. The puppet corps hadn't been deployed again. And no elite shinobi had appeared to ambush him whenever he wandered around alone. That made him feel very suspicious. To read 120+ advanced chapters, head over to my patreon.com/boldverse. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.